funky disclosure. What's the cock? Funky disclosure. You're all out of the luck. Funky disclosure. We won't get our funky disclosure. Aliens or not, it's just funky disclosure. Tom DeLonge on the case. Funky disclosure. Blink-182 up into space. Funky disclosure. Louis Elizondo files. Funky disclosure. Pentagon dollar cash bribes. Funky disclosure. Clear on the grid CE5. Funky disclosure. Meditate to see that live. Funky disclosure. Logan's podcast hype. Funky disclosure. Talking celebrity hype. Funky disclosure. Celebrity grift in the know. Funky disclosure. Narrative you don't know. Funky disclosure. Alien others a box. Funky disclosure. Putting it all on block. Funky disclosure. Funky, yeah, funky. Fun things, funky. Funky, funky disclosure.
Jesus wasn't crucified in that Bible.
Do you mind if I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
When you say the Sinai Bible, what are you referring to specifically? Refer to the Sinai Bible. Would you be referring to Codex Sinaiticus? Like the codex that comes... Okay, that's why I was trying to get some clarification. Because I actually have a facsimile. So I have a photocopy of Codex Sinaiticus that I work with in my office. So I have it here. And the only reason I asked for clarification is because Sinaiticus in particular is just a 4th century Greek manuscript. Its text of the Gospels reads almost identical to the modern Greek text that we develop translations from. When you say that it denies the crucifixion or that the crucifixion isn't there, I mean, I can go on right now, Codex Sinaiticus, and I can look up Matthew 27. Where it has Jesus being crucified, and that's in Codex Sinaiticus or John 19 or any of the other ones. So my confusion is that it doesn't read any differently.
Where was that piece
I found
discovered?
the text where I was referencing. Actually, I was misquoted. I misquoted there. It's the Gospel of Barnabas. Never got crucified. As a matter of fact, the Sinai Bible, Jesus was crucified. Well, that doesn't exist in the Sinai Bible. The Sinai Bible. The Sinai Bible. But then you go to the Sinai Bible. In the Sinai Bible and the Sinai Bible. According to the Sinai Bible, Jesus wasn't crucified in that Bible.
Stephen Camion pulls disband. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Truth seekers, uncover the lies. Truth seekers, open your eyes. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Truth seekers, coming for you. Open your eyes. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers never tire. Under pressure, lies break apart. The truth burns bright, it's just the start. Truth seekers, uncover the lies. Truth seekers, open your eyes.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome. Tonight is going to be a long sort of thing to get off of my to-do list, and a mea culpa and an admission of the worst mistake that I ever made as a researcher. And a lot of people know that we pride ourselves here on providing facts and evidence and accurate information. And I'm known as an incredibly good researcher, but there was one time when I made a very, very serious mistake. And tonight we're going to talk about that. And the reason why we are here is really because of one Billy Carson. So the quick version of the story is that I spent months and months and months researching Mr. Carson, and we had a lot of great success with something that we here call deep dives, where I really dig in the research side of things, and then we go live and I show the audience everything that I found. So I once produced a deep dive on Billy Carson quite some time ago. I believe it was back in January of 2022. And in that deep dive, I presented something like 50 data points. We exhaustively researched Mr. Carson, his business background, his charities, his educational claims, and his history, which some people would call a criminal history. And I have to be very careful with my words because I've made a terrible mistake in regard to Mr. Carson's past arrest. And so what happened is I found all of the documents from the public records, and it was really, I suppose, my biggest mistake. I saw the documents, and the quickest way that I can explain it, and by the way, we're going to see these documents tonight. The quickest way that I can explain it is that I saw the documents. I saw that he was arrested for a felony charge. I saw that he pled no contest to a felony charge. And then I saw that he received a sentence of probation for that charge. And I made the biggest mistake that I've ever made here. And by the way, I want to thank Mr. Carson, actually, because tonight we're going to talk about how he likes to threaten people with lawsuits a lot. But I will be the first to tell you that in my case, I deserved it. So I look at all these court documents, and I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a criminologist. I'm not a policeman. So I made a terrible error. And that error was that I saw, and we'll see some of these documents tonight. You're going to see there's a big felony across the top of one of them. So Mr. Carson decided that I maliciously and intentionally defrauded and defamed him, slandered him, libeled him, whatever, because I incorrectly said that he was a convicted felon. That was my factual error. And I want to put it on the record tonight because I have heard other people repeat this who, perhaps like me, saw these court documents and made a terrible mistake, saying that he is a convicted felon. That is not the case. So I want to put that on the record before we even begin with tonight's presentation, which, by the way, will be pretty long. Get some beverages. I got so much to share because we're going to try to recreate my previous deep dive into Mr. Carson, his various businesses, his various educational claims, his terrible claims about Christianity and this emerald tablets of Thoth, which, by the way, is completely fake, and we're going to show that tonight. So his whole career is based off of a fake book that he claims is 36,000 years old. Sorry, I don't want to get on a tangent. Back to the biggest mistake that I've made here. So I do thank him because Mr. Carson threatened me with a lawsuit. And I get the letter, and I'm looking at the letter, and the letter is like, Mr. Carson was never convicted of a felony. And I'm like, he's lying. Like, I have the documents. And perhaps this could be a teachable moment, because I do agree with Mr. Carson that there are people out there on the internet that are self-appointed investigators like me. I'm self-taught investigative journalist. I have a small media company. Taught myself to do these things and find public records. But I do agree with Mr. Carson that there are some people that are bad at it. And they just find these documents. They start saying he's an ex-convict and he's a convicted felon. That is not the case. So I made a mistake, a terrible mistake. And I certainly, I admitted my mistake to his lawyer. And his lawyer, by the way, was very good. His lawyer got a research assistant or somebody to give me a spreadsheet because we have this huge distribution network. And that video, I think there was 2 videos, actually. They went out to everywhere on the internet, Rumble, Facebook, Spreaker, every audio podcast, everywhere, BitChute. They were those 2 videos where I incorrectly called him a convicted felon went everywhere. I was embarrassed. I was mortified. And I felt terrible that I made that error because we pride ourselves on accurate information here. And first of all, I don't want to falsely accuse somebody of being a convicted felon. But Mr. Carson's explanation of this event and what took place is absolutely ridiculous. He starts talking about somebody stole his identity. We're going to get into it all tonight. He can say whatever he wants. The truth is, he took a plea deal in which he would avoid becoming a convicted felon if he successfully completed the terms of the plea deal, which included, I think it was 6 months probation. I'm going from memory, so please don't sue me. You can correct me, Mr. Carson. But why? So what happened is I felt terrible. I apologized to Mr. Carson, and and his lawyer, I said, you're absolutely, I did more research. I took the documents to a real criminal attorney who said, oh, you screwed up, Stephen. He's not a convicted felon. He took a plea deal. So I go back to his lawyer, and all they wanted was for me to take the video down. And what killed me is that I worked so hard on that video. I got one fact wrong, but what an important fact to get wrong. And I don't blame Mr. Carson for saying, hey, dude, you're slandering me, calling me a convicted felon. I'm not a convicted felon. I agreed with him. I agreed with his lawyer. And I said, well, what can we do to make this right? Putting a retraction's not enough. They wanted me to take the video down. They gave me a spreadsheet of every place on the internet. It took me like a week to get them all deleted and taken down. I then offered to do a video and apologize and explain what happened. And this is, again, I'm going from memory. As best I recall, they didn't want me to do that because it would just draw more attention to it. And again, I'm going from memory. But why? Then what happened is I more or less decided that I didn't want to cover Billy Carson. I would give him a pass. And so for several years now, I've been watching this guy with his bullshit on the internet, cursing myself for getting that fact wrong and feeling like perhaps I owed him a pass. Like I made a terrible mistake that may, damage his business or reputation. He let me off the hook. Maybe I should just give him a pass. And I tried to do that, but we're on twice now. We are on twice now that Mr. Carson has doxed me. And he's talking about people doxed him by taking my information and repeating it. It was completely false. No, my video was only false for that one data point out of 50. And so Mr. Carson has doxed me twice. Last night on his Cope stream, let me fix that. Last night on his Cope stream, he doxed me again for the second time. he gave everybody all of my personal information, including where I live. So, and by the way, this is the second time he's done this. I think it was last year or maybe the year before. Somebody else uncovered those documents about his arrest and, no contest plea, the plea bargain, and his probation. And he threatened them with a lawsuit. And then to intimidate that person, and he needed a win, showed everybody this letter that he sent to me, again, as best I recall, with my personal information and my home address all over it. And so this is the second time, Mr. Carson, that you have doxed me. And then it gets worse, because in this letter, he says that I did what I did maliciously. And I'm here to tell you that's not the case. I made a research error. I apologize for that error, and I took the video down as I believe is appropriate that I should have done. And before we do this, let me do this first. I want to be sure we have so many new viewers. We want to welcome in the live chat, and I want to remind you that we've got so much great content coming up. And now that Mr. Carson has opened the gates again, and doxed me for a second time, I don't feel like he needs to get a pass from me for anything he does on the internet going forward. So be sure to smash that subscribe button and hit that notification bell so you too can know when we're doing a live broadcast and be a part of it. Do that now. We have lots of great content coming your way. Okay, friends, so I want to get back to this. He doxed me again. And this guy's got 1 million subscribers, right? So and by the way, in his Cope stream, he was talking about people threatening his family. And here he's put my family at risk to every nut job wackadoo on the internet, or somebody that I pissed off coming to my home where my children and my wife and I live. And he's talking about malicious actions. I don't believe that this wasn't intentional. How do you not redact personal information before you share legal documents with somebody's address on it? But this is what he did. And so, I kind of feel like Mr. Carson does not deserve a pass from me going forward, given that he's in my opinion, he has put my family in danger not once, but twice. So from the letter, Mr. Carson has never been convicted of a felony. That is correct, but he was arrested for one. Number two, Mr. Carson has never been convicted of bank fraud. Yes, that's correct. But in this case, he did plead no contest to the charges. Number three, Mr. Carson has never served prison time for fraud or any other felony offense and is not, in fact, an ex-convict. I don't recall calling him an ex-convict, but if he says I did, I apologize. That yes, Mr. Carson received a sentence of probation, and with the special deal that he made with the judge, I guess, and the prosecutor, whatever, the court, here in Pennsylvania, there's something called ARD. It's called ARD, which stands for Accelerated Rehabilitation Disposition. So in other words, the judge will, and this is how it works in Pennsylvania. I'm less familiar with how it works in Florida, but I believe it is similar. Again, don't sue me if I get a detail wrong here. In Pennsylvania, oftentimes there will be plea agreements, and the judge and the prosecutor will essentially agree that if you plead guilty or no contest to your charges, they will give you probation. And if you successfully complete your probation without reoffending or getting any more trouble, they will wipe the conviction of the felony away or whatever. So he's got a special deal with the prosecutor and the judge in the case or whatever. He did a plea agreement, and we have the documents about that plea agreement. Just bear with me 1 minute. I have them on my Twitter here. Be sure to follow me on Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambion. We're about to hit a milestone there. I need 3 more followers to hit a big milestone. So I'd appreciate 3 of you or more following me. It's at Stephen Cambion on Twitter. X. Okay, so I am going to share my screen once again. And by the way, I'm going to put my fair use banner up, which will stay up. My sharing of a screenshot from Mr. Carson's video is covered under fair use, especially because I'm trying to explain that he doxed me and may have put my family at risk or danger of nut jobs coming to my home. Thank you, Mr. Carson. And by the way, Mr. Carson, I could privacy strike you right now, strike your channel right now. That is clearly you, whether intentionally or not, sharing my personal private information that is not well known or out there in the public on your live stream to 1 million subscribers. Congratulations, genius of the millennium. And this is the second time he did it. And by the way, I'm looking for the video, the first video he made. I have it on a hard drive here. He took the first video that he made about his arrest here in this situation down after some time. So let me share my screen again. And this is from Light Warrior on Twitter, who has been sort of a legal person that is following the Corey Good and court cases. By the way, Mr. Carson is using all the very same tactics that Corey Good used. In his Cope stream, he's talking about dark forces, a vast criminal conspiracy, RICO, all these people are conspiring together to destroy me. It's a playbook right out of Corey Good. And so let me share my screen once again. So, and this is Light Warrior. The facts are on your side, Cambion. He and his shitbag attorney were playing a stupid game of semantics. He took a plea deal with a suspended sentence to avoid a permanent felony record. He paid his debt to society and the cases were disposed of. So here's Billy Carson agreeing to the plea deal, agreeing to plead no contest. And these documents are on my Twitter right now. If anybody wants to verify them, this is from public records. I am pleading to charges here. Yeah, so he clearly was arrested. And this is where there's obfuscation, and he's trying to muddy the waters with these stories like, oh no, somebody stole my identity. Well, not according to the public documents, Mr. Carson. You took the plea agreement, but he's, got 1,000 excuses for what happened here. There's plenty. I don't understand it, but it's enough to say that my biggest mistake here that I ever made on my show was that I incorrectly labeled Mr. Carson a convicted felon. That is not the case. And again, I apologize. It was the biggest mistake of my show, but I again thank Mr. Carson because I learned such an incredibly valuable lesson. And to this day, we haven't made any kind of error, anything like that. Because now, if there's criminal records involved, I generally have somebody that I would consider an expert on interpreting legal documents to ensure that if I say somebody's a convicted felon, they really are a convicted felon, and they are not simply, didn't take a plea deal, So Mr. Carson can say whatever he wants. Technically, he's not a convicted felon. But for him to just try to explain this event away, I think he'd be much better off just saying, look, I made a mistake. A lot of people make mistakes, and I, learned from it, and I moved on. And why can't you? I'm a second chance person. And by the way, I grew up on the mean streets of Philadelphia, and many of my friends have gotten friends growing up, and if even family members, got arrested, got felony convictions. Having a felony conviction is awful because it basically, nobody wants to hire you. So it dooms you to a life of menial jobs or construction. You can get a job in construction. They'll hire anybody. You can go knock this wall down all day and pick up the drywall. Usually demolition guys are convicted felons or painters or whatever. But you can't really get ahead being a convicted felon. So I don't blame him for doing everything he could to avoid a felony conviction. I would do the same thing if I was in his position. Now, I have a lot of notes here, so we're going to get into the gist of it. yesterday, Mr. Carson did a 3.5 hour cope stream, which did not go well for him. And I just want to also put on the record, one of the other reasons I avoided doing a video about him for a long time, but people kept requesting it. And the reason that I avoided it, and I'm putting my cards on the table here, I grew up in a bad neighborhood in Philadelphia, or what many people would consider a bad neighborhood. And also right next to the heroin capital of the East Coast, Kensington, Philadelphia. I even lived in Kensington for a time. And go look that up on YouTube. Go look that up. So knowing that there's some weird parallels, David Wilcock would call it synchronicities between myself and Mr. Carson. He, grew up in the hood and had a tough childhood. And I would freely admit that I feel the same way. And he also had an alcoholic father. I grew up with an alcoholic mother. So, I get it. People are like, really like, get him, get this guy. And I didn't feel that way towards him. Most of me felt pity because, I have empathy and I have sympathy because there's a lot of parallels between him. I pulled myself out of that bad neighborhood and poverty, and he pulled himself out of his bad childhood and neighborhood and poverty. I just don't like the way that he did it. I don't respect the way that he did it. I've talked about this many other times. Growing up in that bad neighborhood, that kids would get into crime and they would start stealing or slinging dope or whatever, and then they'd come around the neighborhood with a flashy car or new sneakers and designer clothes and jewelry. I never respected those people. I never looked up to them. I knew that they did that by nefarious means. Now, I'm not saying Mr. Carson has done nefarious things, but I'm allowed to have an opinion. I don't respect what he does because what he does is sell people a false reality. We'll be getting into these emerald tablets of Thoth. No serious researcher would take those things seriously. It was written by a grifter and a con artist and a fake doctor. And he's made a career out of pushing that. One moment. Somebody is texting me and I apologize. Okay. Yeah. Somebody is reminding me to be respectful, and I'm trying to be respectful. And I want to also put on the record that the purpose of tonight's broadcast is not to demean or slander or be disrespectful to anybody. And I certainly don't have any malicious intent for tonight's broadcast. Most of me feels exactly the same way towards Mr. Carson as I feel towards some of these other people, like Corey Good or like David Wilcock. Regardless of what I think of all three of these individuals, including Mr. Carson, they are children of God. They are powerful, creative, artistic people. I love powerful, creative, artistic people. I just don't like what these guys do with their power, creativity, and artistic nature. And I wish them, all of them, a road to redemption. I wish that they would do something much better with their time and then mislead people with garbage, fake information. And that's my opinion, and I'm entitled to my opinion. Now, one of the other reasons that we are here, and I want to put this on the record as well, Mr. Carson's lawyer, in the original letter that I was sent, Mr. Carson's lawyer gave me permission to do tonight's broadcast, because here he is, and he says, this is from the letter: if you disagree with Mr. Carson's professional endeavors, then you are free to voice and share your opinions on his work, but we will not allow you to so maliciously misrepresent his past, especially after all the challenges he has so admirably overcome. Okay, so I'll agree to that. I will not maliciously misrepresent his past. We've been over the allegations of him being a criminal and we have factually presented the facts of what happened in that situation. He's free to come on my show, by the way, if he wants to have a conversation about that and dispute anything that I said as not being factual. But we've shown the court documents. We've got this light warrior who's sort of an expert at legal documents who looked at them, and we've done our due diligence. I will not maliciously misrepresent his past. And I do agree that he's overcome a lot of challenges, but yeah. So we've covered the reason that I took my videos down, and again, on the record, he was right. He was right to threaten me to take that video down. Now, I was thinking about cutting out all the portions where I made the factual error and just presenting the rest. But most of me thought I made a terrible mistake. He let me off the hook, so I will, just let it go. And for years now, people have wanted me to cover him, and I just kind of went, I don't really want to get into Billy Carson. But I have seen him and his meteoric rise into being a guest on the biggest podcasts, Andy Schultz and Joe Rogan and Danica Patrick and all these other shows. And here's what I will say about that. Those other shows should be ashamed of themselves for allowing him to come on their huge platforms and use the level of garbage sources that he uses. As we saw in the introduction to tonight's broadcast, multiple times he's been on podcasts and he is claiming that the Sinai Bible says Jesus was not crucified. That is complete and total horseshit. It's right in there. You could go and check on the Codex Sinaitica online. It clearly says he was crucified. It clearly says he rose from the dead. And, in fairness to him, he claimed it as cope stream. That's another thing. Nothing says ridiculous like going, I was half dead when I did that debate. That's why I lost it. He's making all kinds of excuses. Come on, bro. You could say you were misquoted on that video and you meant the gospel of what did he say? He said he meant the gospel of Barnabas. And by the way, I'll put this on the record too. I had 10 years of Catholic theology and scripture study with Jesuit priests, brothers, and nuns. So I'm not a lightweight when it comes to Bible and biblical history. And though Mr. Carson claims he's an expert, he has a childlike understanding of these things. And so he said, I meant the Gospel of Barnabas. For those unaware, the Gospel of Barnabas does claim that Jesus did not die on the cross, but that Judas Iscariot was substituted for him at the last minute somehow. And regardless, that's a shit source too, because the Gospel of Barnabas is a pseudo-gospel written around 1500 AD, and it's considered fraudulent. No serious biblical scholar, researcher, ancient text expert, none of those people would do anything but say that the Gospel of Barnabas is fraudulent. So why are you using a source that any real expert would say is fraudulent to support your arguments? And I got to say, this Wes Huff interview was glorious because I've been waiting for a long time for somebody that actually knows the Bible. And by the way, I once offered to have a biblical debate with him. Crickets. But, this Wes is a real expert. And he says in his cope stream, I don't even know who this guy is. Well, if you were a real expert in biblical history and ancient texts, you would know who he is because he's a recognized expert on these matters. So what we have here is somebody who bullshits by the seat of his pants with terrible sources, was forced to debate a real expert, and it went about as well as you can imagine. People are saying this is a career-ending debate for him. And, it may well be, I don't know, but this real expert, Wes, made him look like a complete and total ass clown. And what did that guy get? For his trouble, he got threatened with lawsuits. Terrible. So, this Gospel of Barnabas, which he's also citing, once he realizes, oh shit, I don't know what I'm talking about. The Sinai Bible actually does say everything that I said it didn't. Terrible. The Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John all tell the same basic story of Jesus' crucifixion. They all describe Jesus' arrest, trial, and condemnation to death. Mark and John also provide a time of Jesus' death. So he's completely and totally wrong, as we saw in the opening of our broadcast. The Codex Sinaitica clearly is not the source where you're getting this false information from. Then he says it's Barnabas, which I guess is a good argument because it does say that Jesus wasn't crucified. They switched out to Judas. But everybody, that's anybody in the world of Bible study, knows that that's a fraudulent text. It's a fake bullshit text from the 1500s. It's not an original text. It's just garbage. And nobody that's a so-called expert on biblical history would use that or cite that for proof of anything because it's fraudulent. All right. And there's one more thing here. So before, my friends, we get into all these videos that I have to share tonight, we want to recognize in the live chat, we've got great attendance here already. And I didn't set a goal for tonight, but I'd like to get 25 gifted subs. So if anybody's feeling generous, that's going to be the goal. If we hit that, we'll go into overtime. So before we begin tonight's broadcast, a few people are already in the live chat praising the cash. Corey Jeffrey with a kind and generous $5 Canadian. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. And I'm furiously scrolling through the live chat. Our new software doesn't automatically, pardon me, terrible tickle in my throat all day. Our new software does not automatically section off the super chats. So I'm furiously scrolling through here. We're going to be getting going with these videos. I just don't want to get behind in all of that stuff. We read every single super chat. All right, let's go. Let's go. Firstborn, Suck, Cope, and Sneed gifted 5 Truth Seekers memberships. Secret Seeker got a Truth Seekers membership. Roses of Saturn got a free Truth Seekers membership. We Are Stephen of Canada was gifted a membership by Firstborn, Suck, Cope, and Sneed. Moody Mongol was gifted a free membership, and Michael was gifted a free membership. We need 20 more to hit our goal, and we want to thank Deb from SAC, who's a longtime show supporter and follower, for their kindness, generosity, and support. Much, much appreciated. Thank you for helping us to praise the cash. Mariner1712 is here and just says hi. Well, welcome. Okay, so look, I wasn't going to mention this, but I think that I have to. Mr. Carson, in his original letter to me, said that I was malicious and I was trying to damage his reputation. But on his Cope stream last night, oh, you know what? I'm going to play it. I wasn't going to play it. Should I play the video where he says I'm a cocksucker? He called me a cock. He said I suck cocks on a live stream to 1 million subscribers. And I just want to say, Mr. Carson, you know, this whole legal thing could go either way. I'm suddenly feeling a lot of psychological trauma from 1 million people hearing that I like to suck cocks like Monica Lewinsky. That's what you said. You said I do the same thing she did. I'm assuming that you told 1 million subscribers that I'm a cocksucker. Wow. So this is fair use. And I mean, I gotta prove to my audience that you did say that I do similar acts to Monica Lewinsky, thereby telling he told 1 million subscribers that I blow dudes. I guess I blow presidents. What presidents am I blowing, Mr. Carson? And you know, you're the one saying that people are being malicious towards you. I didn't call you a cocksucker. You called me one. Why did you do that? I don't understand. But here is the proof that he doxed me, and also he said that I do the same things Monica Lewinsky does. I don't know what he's trying to say. Like I'm not related to Monica Lewinsky. I don't know.
Mr. Lewinsky. Yes, that's a real person. Not Monica Lewinsky. Also, the name is quite similar, isn't it? Probably committing the same acts. This person doxed me with the same exact information that defendant number 4 gave to defendant number 3. But this defendant came to his senses.
Oh, yeah, I came to my senses. I made a very serious factual error, and I agreed to take the videos down. But here he is telling 1 million followers that I blow dudes. And I'm feeling a lot of psychological trauma knowing that 1 million people are going to think that I blow dudes, Mr. Carson. So when you say people are attacking you or being malicious, I never told any people that Billy Carson likes to blow dudes. He just told 1 million people that I blow dudes, which is another reason why we're here. I'm sorry. He doesn't get a pass from me anymore. He just told 1 million people that I suck cocks on a public live stream, and he doxed me. I covered my information. He didn't. Great job. Great job, Mr. Carson. I can't believe that he would go on a public live stream and tell, I have a wife, I have children, I'm a heterosexual, Mr. Carson, and you've damaged my reputation beyond repair telling everybody that I blow dudes because I'm related to Monica Lewinsky. Wow, very generous. Let's go. Fat Chick Thriller says, can't do memberships on mobile. But let's hit the cold, bitch. Praise the cash. Keep up the golden work, King. I'm amazed you got to watch that awful video in slow-mo the other night on Kino Casino. Yeah, if you haven't seen it yet, I was just a guest on Kino Casino, and that went awesome. Deb from SAC with a kind, generous $10 super chat says, I think Billy's projecting about that C-sucking stuff. I don't want to keep saying it. We'll get demonetized. Thank you, Deb from SAC. So, man, I have so much to share. I got to go to my notes here because this is going to be a definitive deep dive that everybody can come and hear the truth about Billy Carson. So we've gone over his arrest and, taking a plea deal. We've gone over his doxing me. And I'm going to put on the record one more time. I did not have sexual relations with any penises. I did not put any penises in my mouth. I didn't kiss any penises, lick any penises, do any kind of, I didn't give any handies to any penises. I categorically deny Mr. Carson's malicious allegations intended to cause me psychological harm and reputational harm. I deny it completely. All right, and we've got Michael Siebold just gifted 5 memberships. So what does that mean? Are we up to how many memberships did somebody scroll back and tell me what was the last one? The last one was 5. So we're up to 10. We need 15 more. And we've got Boudreaux Wilson got a free membership. Jock Score got a free membership. Jimbo got a free membership. Barry Johnson got a free membership. And JH got a free membership given to them by Michael Siebold. See, friends, this is why you got to hit that subscribe button, because if you're in the live chat and you're a subscriber, but not yet a YouTube channel member, and people give these memberships, you can get them. Kevin Alt. See, Mr. Carson, the rumors are already starting. Somebody's asking me if I blew Destiny. No, I did not. I did not have sexual relations with any penises, despite Mr. Carson's slanderous allegations against me and my reputation. Sorry for the pittance, but just want to say you're the man. No, thank you. Every dollar helps. Thank you for your kindness. Praise the cash, bitches. All right, so back to my notes. I'm getting distracted. You guys are bad influence on me, and I got to stop talking about, blowing dudes and get to the serious part of this. So Mr. Carson's charity was revoked. He once had a charity where this might sound familiar to some of you. You know how David Wilcock claimed he's going to invent free energy and anti-gravity? Well, so did Mr. Carson. And Mr. Carson started a nonprofit organization where they were going to develop free energy and also develop, exotic propulsion, maybe anti-gravity. But don't quote me on that or sue me if I get that little detail wrong. And much like Stephen Greer, who had the Orion Project and started a charity, and in Mr. Greer's case, Mr. Greer collected $500,000 and then never delivered on anything that he promised. So Billy Carson started a charity called First Class Space Agency, which he says is his highest accomplishment. All right, Carl Philip Gabler says, I'm so sorry about his prodigious allegations. This is even worse than the convicted felon accusation. Yeah, I think so. Well, maybe not. I don't know. But thank you for your kindness, Carl. And the Great Milk Steak says, suffer Billy Carson. Well, we want him to find a road to redemption. That's what we want here. So Billy Carson Space Agency. Luckily, I don't have to recreate my entire previous video because other people. Oh, here's another thing. I'm going to put this on the record. In his Cope stream, Mr. Carson is claiming that all of these people that he's going to sue next, he's suing like 4 people. He keeps calling them defendants. If we have time, we'll go over the Cope stream. He claims they all got all their information from me. And I just want to put on the record that every person whose video I'm going to show you tonight, I don't know them and have never communicated with them, nor have they ever communicated to me through email, phone calls, live streams, live chat, Discord. I have never communicated with any of these people. But isn't it interesting that all these people found the same data points that I did? All right, I'm going to share my screen once again. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public and critiquing the video that we are sharing. And also, the views and opinions expressed by those whose videos we're sharing are solely their own. So, if Mr. Carson finds any of their statements to be, actionable, then he can take it up with them. I'm just reporting on what I have found. Which coincidentally, this person found the same exact information that I did on Mr. Carson's charity. Now, I've skipped the first few minutes because this is a pretty long video, and I'm trying to cram as much in here to all of you. So, First Class Space Agency, and I just want to shout out. We put all the videos we're sharing in the description of this video or podcast. Go subscribe. These people are doing great work. This is a content creator called John, Jon Clash, Clash, for the benefit of you audio listeners. You should go subscribe because he's a good investigator. And he has a video called Billy Carson Space Agency Scam with a question mark and investigation. And so, I don't have to go over all of this stuff and dig up all these documents because other people have done it. And by the way, I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. The hallmark of good research, and I believe I do good research, and I can tell you this guy does good research. The hallmark of good research is that 2 independent researchers can research the subject and find the same results. That's what's happened here. This is good research. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. Let's get into his video detailing Mr. Carson's space agency.
Let me just switch to my cool YouTuber guy thing. All right, so I'm not going to read this whole thing. We're just going to focus on a few key claims being made here. As the CEO of First Class Space Agency based in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Carson is involved in the research and development of alternative propulsion systems and zero-point energy devices.
Okay, and he didn't mention this, but I'm going to because it'll tie in later. Right at the beginning of this blurb about Billy Carson, it says, an MIT alumni or alumnus with his certificate of science, emphasis on neuroscience. Boy, some people like to brag about their education. We're going to find out about that. Is he really? And listen, when somebody says they're an MIT alumni or alumnus, don't you just assume that they graduated from MIT with a 4-year degree? I think it's reasonable that most people would. And we're going to find out the truth about that.
That seems like some pretty legit stuff. Now, he is also a co-founder of the United Family of Anomaly Hunters with a mission to provide evidence of civilizations past, present, past and present, within our solar system.
Another
The
charity.
UFAH claims to have pioneered two fields of science, archaeoastronomy and astroanthropology, which Carson feels will become college courses in the not-so-distant future. So we're going to get into this, the UFAH and the First Class Space Agency. So
Two
I
organizations run
found
by
the First
Carson.
Class Space Agency website. And to me, this is just my subjective opinion. It just looks a little bit dated.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Looks like a website
these
from
are the projects,
2002.
the missions, and you can be a sponsor as well. So I clicked on missions, and it essentially just tells you the same exact thing that the other thing was telling you. There's a video right here. This is from like 8 years ago.
Yeah, they have
on
one
their
video
YouTube.
on their YouTube.
But then you look at their projects. All right, cool. Sounds good. Alternative propulsion. Then this was my first
Just like Wilcock,
little red
alternative
flag
propulsion.
thing here. So you hit clients, right?
This is a problem.
And so here at First Class Space Agency, we are dedicated to providing the highest level of quality, service, and support. To inquire about becoming a client or vendor, please contact us, blah, blah, blah. So this was the first link that I noticed was not working. So this is somebody that they're partnered with.
Yeah, and that's his company. But let's take it back a little bit, because here's a problem. Mr. Carson claims that he always has receipts. And right on his own website for his own organization, he says that NASA is a client of his. I'm not making any accusations. We'll put it in the form of a question. Mr. Carson, do you have receipts to prove that NASA was in a business relationship with your First Class Space Agency? Do you have receipts to prove that? You said last night on your stream you have receipts for everything. I'd like to see some receipts.
Client or vendor, please contact us, blah, blah, blah. So this was the first link that I noticed was not working. So this is somebody that they're partnered with, right? So the Forterra Nova, whatever that is. So you click to go to their website, and non-existent, but you could buy it for $288. I used to live at 288 Riverdale.
Oh,
Ooh, the
doesn't
universe.
work. Oh, secret.
All right, so let's go to the next one. This one right here, Radius Engineering International. Go to the link.
Oh, it doesn't work.
Nothing here. Right? Underground shelters.
Oh no, it
Pets,
just
homes,
doesn't.
yeah,
nothing
nothing
works.
here. Then we go to this Mars one, Mars Discoveries. You go to the link.
That chick
nothing
thriller,
here.
thank you. Says we
just
need that Coke
blank.
stream.
Can't discover
Praise the
anything
cash.
on Mars Discovery.
Fat chick thriller.
.com.
There's another
And none
one
of
that
the
doesn't
others
work.
have links. So, yeah, that was my first red flag. Then I clicked the news, and there's just not a lot of news going on. Clicking it. Is it working? There we go. Not a lot of news going on, but they are a first class space agency registered as a non-profit.
TJ Felony says these are bogus
non-profits
references.
have to disclose their tax information. So I was like, all right, cool. This is awesome, because now I can look into the type of revenue that's coming in on a project that seems to be as big as this. So I searched.
Exactly. And I just want to explain that the reason that we could felt David Wilcock so badly on his charity, which is very, very problematic, the reason that we could felt David Wilcock so good is because when you run a charity, you have to file something called a 990 form every year with the IRS if you run a nonprofit. And the 990 form, you have to show the public, including the IRS, you have to show them how much money you collected and what you spent it on. And you have to file one of them every year. So David Wilcock is a couple of years behind, as best I recall. And so this guy thought the same thing, like, great, we could look at the charity documents and see how much money he collected and what he spent it on. Not the case.
First Class Space Agency EIN numbers, just so I could try to find out some of the tax information. But this is just some, regular information right here. And then I discovered this. First Class Space Agency is a nonprofit organization in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The employer identification number for First Class Space Agency is this number.
And anybody can put that EIN number into the IRS database for charities and get all of the documents related to that organization. So there's your receipts right there. Anybody can recreate what this gentleman is doing and find the same result.
It was among the IRS tax-exempt organization. Was. The federal tax-exempt for First Class Space Agency, Inc. was automatically removed on the 15th of May in 2017.
Oh, he got his charity license revoked. It was revoked. Why? For not filing a Form...
not filing a Form 990 series return or notice for 3 consecutive years. Meaning this, they did not disclose their tax information or file their taxes for 3 years.
So for 3 years, Mr. Carson did not let the public know how much money he collected or what he spent all the money he collected on. And he did that for 3 years in a row. And Mr. Carson, I will put this in the form of a question. You say you have all the receipts, and Mr. Carson is apparently very upset that people keep bringing these charity issues up. But it would appear that Mr. Carson had 3 years to collect charitable donations, and yet he never disclosed how much money he collected with that charity or what happened to all the money. So I think it's a very, very reasonable request by members of the public to say, you collected donations, apparently or allegedly, for 3 years. We'd like to know what you collected. How much money did you collect with this charity, and what did you spend the money on? Because to my knowledge, and again, I may be wrong, he's free to correct me, he has never discussed how much money he's collected and what he did with the money publicly. So when Mr. Carson is upset about people bringing up these charities, there's a very simple solution to this. Show your receipts, Mr. Carson. Show us what money you collected and what you spent it on.
So I don't know if you understand how these things work, but that's a big deal and a big red flag. So the revocation date was on the 15th of May in 2017. So I found that a bit interesting.
Yeah, it is.
So I decided to just look into their social media platforms, right? All right. So I went on the Twitter, and it seems that all they're doing is just reposting things from the European Space Association. So nothing original.
Yeah, all he's done on his space agency feeds is, and I haven't looked at them in a while, but this gentleman also is saying they're just reposting like space news on their feeds.
Because I'm expecting to see some updates
nothing
on
original.
Projects that they're working on. So there's that. Then I went on the Facebook page.
Fat Chick Thriller says I should buy these websites and redirect them to your YouTube and Patreon. Good idea, Fat Chick Thriller, and praise the cash. Thank you.
So I clicked the reviews, and this was something that I found to be pretty interesting, right? These are just spam reviews right here. But then I scrolled down, and this from 2019, 2014, great company. I saw this. I enjoyed my visit. So I clicked this page, and this person lives in Bangladesh. So pretty sure that they did not visit, but who am I to make assumptions?
Wants me to buy those.
Then I also noticed this page. I clicked all of them, but I noticed this page right here. Jasmine Sullivan, amazing company to work for. Clicked her page. And she has 85 friends, also has worked at Miami Heat.
Yeah, that's a little sus.
Pretty much,
that's a little sus.
Her stuff, it's just Billy Carson stuff, right? Billy Carson, SpaceX, and then Billy Carson. So I'm a little bit skeptical of this being an actual.
He's a little bit skeptical. I'm a lot
but
skeptical, especially because he's accused of people using bots and fake accounts.
I went digging into the ESA star registration because this is a link that comes directly from the Facebook. And I searched for the company being partnered with them, and I could not find anything. So even type it down here.
No, that's a red
Nothing
flag.
comes up.
That's a red
right?
flag,
So
friends.
that's the European Space, I think it's either Academy or Association, right? So there's that. Then here we are on their YouTube, and they only have one video from 8 years ago just explaining their mission. So then I decided to just search to see if there's any updates on this stuff because the corporation is no longer a nonprofit. So therefore, it can't take donations as well. It can't take donations, and then those donations have tax benefits. But I saw this update on the First Class Space Agency by Billy Carson.
Yeah, so here's where it gets problematic. His charity, his 501c3 gets auto revoked by the IRS, meaning he cannot take charitable donations and they be, tax free to him. He's got to pay income tax on anything he's calling a donation since his 501c3 got revoked. But here he is directing people to still donate to this organization. This is another red flag, friends.
So it's from 4 years ago, and it's just a video of Billy saying thank you for all of your donations and that he had to move it to a GoFundMe. And he's specifically talking to the donors, and he's saying how they're moving everything to a GoFundMe. Now, I searched for the GoFundMe and I could not find it. But in this, he's just, updating people and saying, hey, we're going to be sending you some stuff. You might get an email from GoFundMe, yada, yada, yada. Then he goes on to talk about something else. So this was the last.
By the way, there's a text or blurb about Billy Carson where he claims being the CEO of this First Class Space Agency is his greatest accomplishment. This is another red flag. Your greatest accomplishment is a charity that got revoked for lack of filing the proper paperwork, and then you're still going to solicit donations from the public, but you've yet to disclose how much money you collected in tax-free donations and what you did with all of that money. This is another red flag, friends.
Last update that I could find. And what's interesting is this is from 4 years ago. If we do the math, we're in 2023. So that is 2019. So another thing that I found interesting was the company lost its tax exempt status in May of 2017, but yet there's an update video from 2019, 4 years ago, telling people how they can donate moving forward.
That's a problem.
So I just
That's
found
a
that
big red flag.
Sketchy. And
yeah.
now that brings us to the United Family of Anomaly Hunters, Inc. This incorporation was filed in 2016, so it was founded around 2016. And as you can see, this is the registered agent signature, Billy Carson. Now, let's go back to the First Class Space Agency page. They have a UFAH tab here. What happens when you click it? Unavailable.
Another dead
The
website.
website does not
Wow,
exist.
another
Then
red
we go
flag.
to the Florida Department of State. We search the EIN, United Family of Anomaly Hunters, Inc., and it is closed down. But it was also a nonprofit, which means that they were able to accept donations.
All right. So at this point, again, Mr. Carson claims that he always has receipts. So I'd like to formally request to see all the receipts of all the money donated to First Class Space Agency and all the receipts of what he did with that money. Then I'd like to see all the receipts of money donated to this charity and all the receipts for what he did with that money. And I think this is a reasonable request, given that they're public charities. Let's see what else this gentleman found.
So it's interesting to me that he still has on his accolades that he's the founder of this organization that is no longer around. But if we go to the UFAH Facebook page, which has 14,000 followers, and my friends commenting on my posts, you can see that they have a new website. So if you click on their website, this is what happens. Inactive, but it's for sale for $7,000.
Wow.
So this organization,
Another
whose doors
defunct website.
have been closed, is still posting things as if they are still around. And that brings us directly to Billy Carson's Facebook fan page. He's got 105,000 followers. Very interesting. So he's the chief executive officer of First Class Space Agency. You would think that if he's the chief...
Wait a minute. He's got 105,000 Facebook followers on that page. I got to go see if he posted that doxing video to the Facebook page and the Cope stream, because that would mean he, besides his million subscribers on YouTube, he also broadcast that I suck cocks to 105,000 people on Facebook. I'm starting to feel more psychological trauma about damage to my reputation and people calling me cocksuckers to 1.1 million people on the internet. Jeez.
Executive officer of this space agency, that there would be more updates about it than just that one video from 4 years ago. And maybe there is. And if you guys could point me in that direction.
I look, there isn't any more updates that I could find, but people can point me to any.
If you know of any updates, that would be great. But then I also found out that he is the CEO and president for Fort Terra Nova. Do you guys remember that? If we go back to the...
He's his own clients. He lists his own company that he owns as a client of his other company that's a charity that got revoked.
On the First Class Space
in my
Academy
opinion
page.
I'm allowed to have an opinion.
Fort Terra Nova. So I'm like, all right, man, what is this thing? Since the link doesn't work, let's just look into it and see what it is. So we click it right here. I'm going to open it in a new tab so I don't lose anything. And let's see. Looks like some underground bunker.
Yeah, and this company, he claims he built all these underground bunkers. And if you, I don't know, Mr. Carson, I'd like to see a video and a walkthrough of these bunkers.
Or something like that. And the last post was made on August 10th. So they're still posting on this page. But let's click their Twitter. Last post was from 2019. But again, the website doesn't even work. So let's look at what they're about.
They're building bunkers.
Can't even see. It just
business
has a location. The same location as everything else. This 2950 West Cypress Creek Road. So then that brings us to this link tree that I found on his page. And I saw things like Bentley convertible giveaway. He's doing a crypto course as well.
Yeah, the crypto course was a source of controversy as well, because a certified financial planner had to go get one of his clients' money back for that course.
He's got anti-ball,
allegedly,
which I just might look into because...
Yeah, and so I think we've covered now the charities. Very, very, it doesn't look good. And, you know, I get that he's upset that people are talking about this stuff and he thinks it's damaging to his reputation. And like I said, all he has to do is show us the receipts. How much money did you collect with each of these charities and what did you spend the money on? That's a good point. Sandra says, and in his forbidden knowledge Facebook group is the handler woman, probably the only one working for him. Well, last night he claimed that he had 5 people, or was it 4 people, that were deleting bot comments. But what he really meant is that anybody that was posting negative comments in his live chat, he had his people that work for him delete those comments, I believe. And so, you know, he exists in this echo chamber. He totally exists in this echo chamber. Now, I have to go back to my notes and we'll see what are we covering next. So we've covered the arrest, him doxing me, calling me what he called me. I'm suddenly feeling a lot of psychological trauma. We've covered that his charity license for First Class Space Agency was revoked and that he's never disclosed to the public how much money he collected with that or what he did with the money. And again, he says that he has receipts. So I want to see the receipts. I think that's a reasonable request. And next, his asking for your money to invest in his forbidden knowledge company. 1 second here. So I'm going to share my screen again. And again, this is fair use. It's a transformative work. We're educating the public. Darren Keene says, on to what? Next, we're on to him. So you notice one of the things is he's always saying how rich he is, but yet he's always soliciting the public for money. Always. It's kind of a pattern. And this is by the same gentleman. It's a video called Billy Carson is Asking for Your Money. And again, shout out to John Clash. He has a great video. He makes great videos. He's got 35,000 subscribers. He doesn't need a bump from me, but still you should check him out on YouTube because he did a great job on these videos. And we're happy to be sharing them to educate the public. So here's Billy Carson telling you that he's got a tremendous business opportunity for you.
It's Billy Carson here. If you ever wanted to invest in a company that's going places,
Again, fair
you need
use.
to take a look at us. Remember, in round one, shares were only $1 per share, as our pre-money valuation came in at $20 million. Not bad for a startup, right? Our pre-money valuation went up to $30 million. And after an updated audit, our pre-money valuation went up again to $50 million. Well, our most recent audit has been completed and our pre-money valuation has gone up to $55 million and share prices have gone up again. So if you ever wanted to invest in a startup, you should take a look at Forbidden Knowledge. And make sure you click the link and read up on all the information about us to make an educated decision to join the Forbidden Knowledge family today.
It wouldn't be.
Oh, great. So notice that he said that he had these audits. So again, Mr. Carson, you always say you have receipts. Can you publish those audits? Can we see the audits that determine the value of your company? I'd sure like to see them, and I think that's a reasonable request considering you are soliciting the public for investment capital.
Be Black Friday without Billy Carson asking you for money. So, is Forbidden Knowledge Inc. a good investment? Billy has informed us that the pre-money valuation is $50 million. What is a pre-money valuation and who does the
Pay attention.
evaluating? Well, a pre-money valuation is the estimated value of a company before it receives any new external funding, meaning before people pump some money into it. What is this company worth prior to you investing in it? Billy says it's worth $50 million. But you know who
50 million.
evaluates the company in a pre-money valuation? Its founder, angel investors, venture capitalists. It's not like the SEC does an evaluation on this company, slaps $50 million on it in order to give you, the investor, confidence while investing. No, this is Billy evaluating it at $50 million. Now let's see if it's even possible that this company is worth $50 million.
Let's go.
Let's
He's
pull up
valuing it.
the SEC.
He is the one that's determining. It's worth $50 million. Now, he may have reasons. I'd be interested. I would at least certainly hear him out of why he's valuating this company at $50 million. Deb from Sac with a kind of generous $5 says, Stephen, I got your Twitter numbers up. Also, I've heard that Mansion is a rental in Florida. Yeah, several people have said that he rents that and that he rents his cars. I don't know if that's accurate, though, Deb. I'm just repeating what people have said on the internet. But let's get back to his $50 million valuation of his company.
See website, go to Billy's Form C information. Now, praise God that Billy has to legally allow us to take a look at this so we can evaluate for ourselves if the pre-money valuation is legit. So let's start with revenue.
Oh, this is going to get good.
Most recent year,
Let's go.
$7.2 million in total income from sales and services.
Million.
The prior year, it made 2.3, almost $2.4 million.
So in 2 years, this guy made $10 million from Forbidden Knowledge. That's pretty good money. Pretty good money, but I don't understand why he's constantly asking the public for money if he already made $10 million. That is a little confusing to me.
So that's a $5 million increase. That's a good look. But the net income from the most recent year is negative $381,779. So
That doesn't make sense. How could you make all those millions of dollars and you're at negative 380?
the company had a loss last year.
Oh.
And the year prior, it lost $2.3 million. What this means,
Whoa!
the company
It
is
lost
spending more
$2.3
money
million.
than it earns. But on the bright side, the losses are decreasing. So this could be a sign of improvement. Now, Forbidden Knowledge Inc.'s total company assets is $1.16 million. But it has a short-term debt, meaning this debt has to be paid off within a year, of $813,000, and it has a long-term debt, which means it could be paid off in more than a year, of $372,000.
So essentially, they owe more money than they have assets.
Bringing the company's liabilities to $1.19 million in comparison to its assets, which is $1.16 million. Now, I'm no financial
He
expert,
owns
but
just a little
if
bit
this
more
is
than he
the
has.
fourth round of investing,
Fourth
and
round?
Billy is inflating the pre-money valuation to $50 million when he had a net loss of $300,000 the past year and $2 million the year before that,
Oh,
with the
no.
company's total liabilities / debt being $1.19 million. I would be very skeptical of investing into
I would
this.
too.
It looks like Billy does not know how to manage his money well,
Allegedly.
which is probably why we haven't seen any progress in his zero-gravity jet propulsion engine space agency thingamajigger since the
Oh,
last video I
no.
made on it. I'll
Oh,
leave the
no.
link to that below.
Yes, and we've already been through that. So there is his investment opportunity. And besides that, he sells crypto and he sells what most people may call questionable products on his website. It's not looking good. It's really not looking good. And so let me get to my notes. We have so much more to share with you. And we need 15 more gifted memberships to get into overtime tonight, where we'll go through the coach stream. So for those unaware, you can gift memberships and get us to overtime. We need 15 more. Let's go, friends. Let's get those gifted memberships in. Tonight's goal is 25. We already had 2 kind and generous benefactors gift 5 memberships each. So 10 people got free memberships. Smash the subscribe button. You too can get a free membership to our YouTube channel. Get some extra goodies. You get a YouTube channel badge. You got to be a subscriber to be eligible to get those free memberships. So smash that subscribe button. So he's asking for investors. Now we're going to go over his fake educational claims. Just bear with me. I'm exiting these videos because as we go through them. So his fake educational claims and his fake credentials. Now there is a gentleman named Anton Wisbiski, which was which I believe, I could be incorrect, he's free to correct me, once worked with or for Billy Carson, or at least traveled with him and hung out with him, and by Billy's admission was one of his best friends, went to his wedding. Oh, this Anton Wisbiski turned on him bad. And this is one of the people that Mr. Carson calls a defendant, and that he is, I believe, threatening with lawsuits and legal letters. And oh, man. And by the way, all the links to everything that we're sharing is in the description of this video or podcast. So we're going to get into this, his credentials. Yeah. And this is a video by Anton Wisbiski. And it's Billy Carson doesn't want you to see this. And he goes through all of this stuff, and it's not looking good. It's not looking good. And remember, this is one of his closest friends, by his own admission, confidant, maybe a former employee. It's a little confusing when he's talking about these people on his stream because he keeps saying defendant number one, defendant number two. And by the way, this is a tactic that Corey Good used. Corey Good tried to vilify all the people that he claimed that he was going to sue and said that they were dark alliance. Mr. Carson said these are dark forces or something like that. And again, I'm paraphrasing, don't sue me. So we're going to get into his credentials and his educational claims. And let's get to it, friends.
You were exposed for who you really are. So, let's talk about Billy's credentials.
What takes 7 minutes to
Oh, hold on one second. I'm sorry, I didn't have time to mirror these, so we may have some ad interruptions. I need to jump the video out and back in. Okay, 1 second. Now I got past that. We can go back. Ugh. Okay.
Nothing to process. You agreed to an interview with Wesley. There was no bait and switch. You knew exactly what you were walking into. We told you we were going to talk about religion, but you don't know what you're talking about. And because you finally stepped foot in front of somebody who knows what they're talking about, you were...
Oh, yeah. So in the Cope stream, Billy Carson claimed that he didn't know he was walking into a debate, and he didn't agree to a debate. This person says he knew exactly what he was walking into. So there's a problem here, and I get it's one man's word against another, but I see no reason to doubt, because I believe Wes Huff has also stated that Billy Carson knew that he was going to have a debate with him. So that's really a problem. But next, he's going to get into Billy's credentials and Billy's educational claims.
Were exposed for who you really are. So, let's talk about Billy's credentials. I mean, he did go on Joe Rogan talking about how he got into all this stuff.
Next morning, and I told the teacher I have to go to the library inside the school, Rainbow Park, and I said I need to get all the encyclopedias on aerospace. And she gave me the encyclopedias on aerospace. And that's when I started researching from that exact moment.
Wow.
And I haven't stopped since.
So you were, how old? 8?
7.
7
Yeah.
years old. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
So he claims he was 7.
Yeah, so he claims he was a child prodigy researching aerospace at the age of 7.
With Joe, but with Wesley and Mark.
But since I was 6, I was studying aerospace.
Now, could that be an honest mistake?
Well, that could be an honest mistake, but that's suspicious.
Sure. But if you're going on Joe Rogan, I would really highly encourage you to have your stories and facts in order.
Gotta have
So
your
what
facts.
are Billy's real credentials here? He claims...
And you studied at both Harvard and MIT?
Harvard was for ancient civilizations. I took a class and got a certificate in ancient civilizations. And at MIT, I took a class in applied neuroscience and got a certificate in applied neuroscience.
Okay, so he says he goes to Harvard. And when you hear these words originally, most people are like, oh yeah, like he graduated from Harvard.
Yeah, and you know, this is the least of my problems with Mr. Carson, but if you're going to tell Joe Rogan that you went to a class, I don't think you're being very honest, because we're going to see how he actually is able to, I guess, technically make the claim that he went to MIT and technically make the claim that he went to Harvard. Sounds impressive, doesn't it? Until you find out how he actually did this.
Billy Carson did not graduate from Harvard.
Nope.
Billy Carson did not graduate from MIT.
Nope.
Billy Carson took a free class that any human being can take on ancient civilizations at Harvard and neuroscience at MIT.
So when he says he's Harvard alumni, this is a real problem. And also on his own LinkedIn, he claims that he went to each of these schools for, I think, 3 years and 2 years. We're gonna see here. You know, most people would assume that then that means you graduated from MIT, or that means that you graduated from Harvard. This is not the case. These are free. He took 2 free online courses. That's what he did. And he's running around saying, I'm MIT alumnus. I'm a Harvard, alumni. He puts it on his LinkedIn with the years he went to those schools. This is extremely deceptive and problematic.
But he's gonna push that in your face like that's something you can't do. This is a recent comment. He tells his followers, nah, Google me. MIT Applied Neuroscience, Kane University, Quantum Physics, Harvard Ancient Civilizations. In the class I'm teaching here, I'll provide you all the sources.
Oh no!
Y'all, listen up. You can literally go take these classes at Harvard yourself. This is nothing to be proud of. I mean, and by the way, this is all recently. So clearly he's starting to realize people are catching on to his grift. This is not impressive. And why does his Harvard University credentials say he went to school for 3 years? He says he went for 3 years, but...
Yeah, look at here. He says he went to MIT for 1 year. It's only a 6-week online course. You didn't go to MIT for a year, Mr. Carson. Why don't you just put 6 weeks? Because that would be honest. And then he says he went to Harvard for 2 years, right? 2019? Is that, or is it 20? I got to look. I'm sorry. Please bear with me. I'm visually impaired. It says 2019 to 2021. So 2019, 2020, 2021. He's saying on his own LinkedIn that he went to Harvard for 3 years when all he did was take a 6-week course. Oh, no, let's go. Let's go. And he wonders why people have a problem with him and his level of transparency and honesty. You know, and let's be fair to him. He wouldn't be the first person to pad a resume, but if you're going to tell people I'm an expert in ancient civilizations because I went to MIT or I went to Harvard, and I'm an expert in neuroscience because I went to MIT, you know, unofficial Gabriella Chan of Fox News says it took him 3 years to finish a 6-week course. Yeah, this is very suspicious. This is very problematic.
The course he says he took only takes 1 year. Did it take him 3 years to take a 1 year course? That's crazy if so. Or is he just trying to skew the perception of who he really is?
He's creating a false reality.
That is a question I do not know how to answer. I'll let you decide.
False
he
reality.
forgot to mention the part where he was an actor.
Over dry the beard because that can create itching and irritation.
But Billy, despite his
There's nothing wrong with being
education,
an actor, though.
He also claims he's a scientist.
You know, when I go a lot of places, because I'm 6'4", a lot of people, you know, did you play basketball? You know, did you play football? What do you do for a living? I tell them I'm a scientist. I'm a scientist. That's what I tell people.
Now, I have a problem with this because in order to be considered a scientist, you have to have some credentials from an accredited university and a science degree. I think that would be the minimum that people would expect. This is why I have a problem with Bob Lazar. He's a fake scientist. He never went to MIT. He never went to Caltech. He never got a degree in science. Therefore, when when people tell you Bob Lazar is a former government scientist, they're lying to you. And when this guy says he's a scientist, well, great. You have all the receipts, Mr. Carson. Can we see your science degree from an accredited real university? Or are you just, again, padding your resume and making false claims in order to sell whatever it is that you're constantly selling?
And you got just to see the look on a lot of these people's faces when you first tell them that. They're like, huh? A scientist? Like, they're completely shocked. It's like, this black guy just told me he's a scientist. You know, you can see it in their face.
Oh, 1 second, friends. I wish I would have had time to mirror these, so I apologize. If for those unaware, if I don't mirror them and just put them on my channel as unlisted, then there's a problem with these ads constantly playing. And apparently everybody's got their ads turned up to 11, except me. All right, back to the video, friends. I apologize.
Science doesn't really care about your feelings, yet based off your own words, you like to base your research off what you feel it is.
If they ask me questions, I'll continue to try to educate them on what I believe or show them the way that I feel it is.
This is literally the definition of being emotional, which you claim you aren't. But based off your actions and how you do your research, you're clearly emotional. You have no idea what a real scientist is like. Let's talk about Billy.
Felt it.
He also claims he's not a criminal. And you'll hear him say this a lot. He even made a video back in 2023.
This is the original video that I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, he doxed me the first time, but he has since taken that video down.
To debunk the allegations that certain people had started putting out about him, about that he spent time in jail, about that he was arrested for identity theft.
And when I first watched this video, I made a note to myself to correct this gentleman, because at least for the charge that I found, Billy Carson never did jail time. He got a sentence of probation. But we're going to find out there was another charge earlier that is very difficult to find, because I did a pretty exhaustive search. I didn't find it. This gentleman apparently did.
And all these different things that he claimed are not true. He put a video out about it. I unfortunately, I can't find the video. The reason he probably deleted it is because he probably tried to debunk something that was actually true. And probably Elizabeth or somebody close to him was like, dude, you can't have this out here because this is a lie. So
that's speculation, but we will allow it. It's not my speculation. It's this gentleman's speculation.
the video's gone. I found that very interesting.
Yeah,
For somebody
it is
who
very interesting.
prides themselves as being honest and transparent and, you know, a thought leader and all these different things. But when I looked into it, not only is Billy a criminal, but he lies to people about being a criminal. Let's take a look.
That's a bit.
That one, no, yeah, 3 months. 3 months.
That's a year. That's a year. If you innocent, 3 months is a fucking year. That's a bit.
Time. I went on a trip with a friend of mine to Georgia a long time ago. We were kids, basically.
Here's going to tell the story.
You weren't a kid. You were 31 years old. This was in 2002.
He had some marijuana in the back of his trunk.
Oh, he had some wacky weed.
It was less than an ounce. It was in his
less
speaker
than an
box.
ounce of wacky weed
We
in the
get pulled
speaker
over
box.
going into Georgia. So they pull us over and everything else. He forgets he has it in there. It's so old that it's dry rotted, I guess, you know.
Oh,
They searched it. They found this dry rotted, bud in the back of the trunk.
So Billy, it wasn't marijuana. It was cocaine. That's a big difference.
Oh, no. Billy Carson said that it was marijuana. It turns out it wasn't marijuana. It was nose candy. It was the nose candy cocaine. Cocaine's a very powerful drug, friends. How do you get that wrong? Well, listen, I'm going to play the devil's advocate. It was a long time ago, 20 plus years ago. Maybe he forgot that it was cocaine and just misremembered that it was marijuana. But it seems to be, or he's trying to minimize this as, it's just some weed, not very serious.
And unfortunately, somebody tried to wipe this clear of the internet, clearly, because it's very hard to find details on this. But I dug these details up over 2 years ago. They've gotten harder since.
Yeah, and I just want to put on the record that I have not verified the claims that are being made by the creator of this video, Mr. Anton Wisbiski. So his claims are entirely his own. I have not verified them. I have not verified that those took place, but we see Mr. Carson clearly on a podcast talking about being arrested and spending time in jail for this arrest. So I think that this gentleman is most likely accurate in his information, but that's just my opinion.
And they took us down to the local, the local police department, the local jailhouse. And they kept us in there for 3 months waiting to go to trial. He had given the statement that this guy was just a friend of mine, a passenger in the car and everything else. People were begging to get out of there just to go to prison. But it was a hell of an experience for me to be able to be around those people. I became like the leader in there, of course.
Billy Carson became the leader in the prison. Oh, no. Oh, look at that. Let's go. Fat Chick Thriller. Praising the Cash. Fat Chick Thriller is already a Praise the Cash member, and Fat Chick Thriller gifted 20 Truth Seekers memberships. And that is very, very generous of you. Thank you so much, Fat Chick Thriller. Mikey Colin got a free membership. Chris Damaris, Shane Hale, author, got a free membership. Hit that subscribe button. You could get one too. Cat's Pajamas got a free membership. Kevin H got a free membership. Green Eggs and Ham. Dimitri Show. Homo Chili Receipt got a free. What a user ID that is. Joe Schmo. Ricardo Luna. Spider G15. Rotary Gnome. Bob Bank. Raytard the Unattainable. James Taylor. Ninten Fan 13, Alternate Cack, Spooky got a free membership. Downey McKill, a listener, got a free membership. Superior Defense, and Don't Touch Me, I'm Crazy. All got a free membership due to the kindness, generosity, and support of Fat Chick Thriller. And then we have Mike Larry gifted a membership. We have smashed tonight's goal by 6. Mike Larry, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And Preposterous Clown got that free membership. So, and Mike Larry gifted another one. And Chadrick got that one. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, friends, because the way it works is these memberships get distributed randomly to people in the live chat. And Mike Larry with another one. Let's go! Get some memberships, friends. Chris Holmes, Skinny Chad got a membership. Ricky Ricardo, Phoenix got a membership. JMH, Udon got a membership. Dwayne Dibley, Ziggy Mack, Billy Blister. By the way, if you become a member on your own, just click the join button. We shout you out as well. Chucky Buckerson got a membership. And FMT equals 18 was gifted a membership. So thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. And we've got Sneed Dave Williams with a kind and generous $20 super chat. The casino certainly made me a fan. I know it's a big tangential, but are you at all familiar with the Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers Association? They run a BBB scam for sci-fi writers. No, but I'll put it on my list to look into. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Much, much appreciated. For those unaware, if I'm not very familiar with something, I try to not comment on it, but I always put those things on my list of things to look into for future shows. So we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. All of you, we hit our membership. I should have said 50. I said 25. Because listen, that's another thing. This idea to ask for gifted memberships was really taught to me by being on the casino. That's what they do. They ask for gifted subs or gifted memberships. And it really, really does help their show. And so I tried it here, but the people that are my audience members not familiar with the Kino way are not very familiar. So we'll do a tutorial about gifted memberships and why they're so important. We appreciate all of you. Thank you for helping us to praise the cash. Let's go. Let's see if we can get to 50. I'm stuck here doing overtime now.
Dropping knowledge on people and getting people's minds right and everything else. And people, the hardest core criminals and stuff in there were like,
extended goal.
See me leave, literally tearing up when I got out of there. Obviously, they had to let me go because I didn't do nothing wrong.
3 months?
3 months. 3 months.
That's a quarter.
That's what they do.
3 months in jail.
It's a business.
It almost feels like you just needed to experience every single thing for no reason, just so that you could relate to the rest of the world.
I already knew that. That's exactly what it was. I had been through that situation, which of course I was completely exonerated. I have no criminal record at all. Matter of fact, I just got my concealed weapons license. But
yeah, and so he loves to talk about how he's got a concealed weapons license, and I think that's because he knows most people know if you're a convicted felon, you can't get a concealed carry permit or a gun. So that's kind of like his prover maneuver. But I think it's interesting that he gets so upset that people on the internet talk about his criminal past. And he says, oh, I've never been convicted. Well, you did plead guilty to those we have to be very, very careful here. I just misspoke, and I apologize for that. He took a plea deal in which he pled no contest for those other bank-related charges. And then in this case, I guess he was waiting for trial, but they dropped the charges or he got off. He did 3 months in some kind of jail situation, a local jail, according to his own words. So he's getting upset that people are talking about his criminal past. Well, there's two situations here that involve some form of arrest or detention. In this case, he said he did 3 months in a local jail, but he was exonerated. So let's be clear and put that on the record. In this case, he was exonerated. In the other one, he pled no contest and took a plea agreement in order to avoid a felony conviction or charge.
You know, I'm a Team USA basketball coach, so there's no record there. But being able to be around those people and experience them at that level and talk to them on the level that they were at and understand what they were going through, and then to be able to talk to them and take their mind to a whole nother level. Some of those people looked me up when they got out of prison down in Miami, and we linked up again, and they were like, I did this, I changed my life here, I changed my life there. All from
good for
just
him.
me helping
He helps
them find
some
a way
prison
to look
guys.
inside and elevate their consciousness.
That's a
So
good thing. He helps
people
some
will
prison
look back
guys.
at that experience in their life and be like, I can't believe this happened to me, and cry about it and whine about it. I'm thankful for it because it gave me another perspective of life that I probably would have never seen. And it gave me the ability to relate to people that have gone through that or been through that system on a level where I can directly talk to them. They understand. I know exactly what's happened, how they felt about it, and also I can give them a step-by-step process on how to elevate themselves and not even have to worry about ever going back.
But
that was a great experience, man.
Do you see what our greatest teachers have to go through to teach? You know what I mean?
Well, listen, I'm going to give him credit where credit's due. If this is true that he helped a bunch of guys in prison that were having a tough time, then I respect him for that. It's not. I have never been to prison or spent. It's got to be tough though. So I respect the fact if he truly helped a lot of people while he was in there, and he considers it a blessing because he got to learn to relate to people that are in that situation. Well, good for him. So we got to give him credit where credit's due. He may have some redeeming qualities.
It's just like it's almost karmic. It's like you have to go through something. Even if you walk in a straight line, you still have to feel that diversity to see if you can face the challenge so people can learn from you.
What if I told you that there's no such thing as...
Oh. One second, friends. Okay, so we'll put it back here. Apologize for the ad breaks, but I don't want to broadcast the ads, obviously. You guys don't want to see them. So he spent some time in jail, local jail, most likely. And again, I'm speculating. I freely admit that. Most likely, he was waiting for a disposition of the charges. He says that those were dismissed or he wasn't. Let's just say he wasn't convicted, according to Mr. Carson, which is likely true because if he was convicted of any felonies, he couldn't own a gun in the state of Florida.
I find this whole thing he's telling Dame Dash very interesting. I'm actually curious if this is where the idea of forbidden knowledge came from.
Could be.
The dude went to jail and was apparently inspiring the criminals inside the jail.
Good for him.
And apparently, after he got out of jail, people looked him up and told him about what they shared with him in jail inspired them. Now, I'm all for, inspiring people.
Absolutely.
I have a past too. Everyone's got a thing in their past. I have no problem with that. My problem is the lies. But I just can't help but wonder, is this where Billy got the inspiration for forbidden knowledge? Obviously, that's just my speculation.
Okay.
But that's very disingenuous because
I agree.
He probably told those people he had nothing to do with this crime and the cocaine and whatever else, but clearly, there was clearly something to do with it. Whether he took a plea or something else, I don't fully know. I cannot find those records.
Yeah, and just to put a call to arms to our fellow truth seekers, if somebody can find those records and get us a disposition of what actually happened in that case, that would be very, very that would be very, very advantageous. Can you read my deadpan says, how did he help guys in prison? Having a hard time, dropping the soap frequently. Oh, prison humor is the worst. Who was better in jail, Ethan Ralph or Billy Carson? Oh, no.
But something happened. This was a serious charge. I want to give Billy the benefit of the doubt here, but he didn't learn his lesson. And I know he didn't learn his lesson because this happened in 2002 with the cocaine. And oh, by the way, he says he was virtually a kid.
You weren't a kid. You were 31 years old. This was in 2002.
So to play this off like you were like 18 years old is just very disingenuous. And clearly you didn't learn your lesson, because in December 2013, you got
Wiley and
arrested
Atkins, be
for
nice.
fraud. Here is Billy's court records that I pulled up from the Broward County website. On December 18th, 2013, the defendant, William Carlson, this was before he changed his name, was arrested for using a fictitious ID in the card in the name of Charles Rubin to fraudulently open a Chase checking account at Chase Bank. So, following the vehicle center counsel, this is what was found. A Florida driver's license in the name of John Black Knight.
Oh, no. He got
an
caught.
Amex Costco card found in the name of John B. Knight. I don't need to read all of it. You can see it right here. But he says, after waiving his Miranda rights, William Carlson admitted to opening the 2 Amex accounts, the American Eagle account, the Barclays account. He advised that he has never used the real identity information of another person to open the accounts. Further investigation revealed, in 2013, the defendant opened at least 6 credit accounts. 6! Using Tony Bellamy's real Social Security number.
Yeah, so when Mr. Carson tries to muddy the waters, every time he tells this story, he talks about somebody stealing his identity. But according to this documents, it doesn't look good for him. Let's just leave it at that. It doesn't look good for him. And he tries to explain this, well, I've never been convicted of a crime. Well, not technically. He took a plea agreement, but the records clearly indicate that something happened here.
Without his authorization. For each of the 6 accounts established, Tony Bellamy's name, date of birth, phone numbers, address were not used. Each credit account had an account balance. The following names and dates of birth were used in addition to the Social Security. Wow. Long story short, I'm pretty sure he ended up going to the jail. Here he goes.
No, he didn't.
I read defendant Miranda rights via card, which he waived and admitted that the license...
Well, I'm sure he was taken into holding, but he never did like a jail sentence for the conviction of, or was never technically convicted. He got probation for this.
Was fictitious. Defendant...
There's his mugshot. So see, I'm on your side, Mr. Carson. I'm even correcting your critics. He may have been initially taken to the jail, but he probably bailed or bonded out and then, went to court and got this plea agreement.
Advised that he purchased the license off of the street in Miami. This is 11 years ago. Not even. Yeah, it's literally like almost exactly 11 years ago. Defendant advised that his credit is bad and could not open an account under his real name. Defendant signed consent form to search his vehicle, where I found another Florida driver's license in the name of John Black Knight. I also found a Florida power light bill in the vehicle with the name Charles Rubin on it. Defendant advised that he printed out a bill on his computer and changed the name. Defendant also advised that in the past he changed his birth name from Billy Camrick Carson to his current name. Carson also changed his name.
Oh, so there we go. And it's interesting that in Mr. Carson's retelling of this, he claims that his identity was stolen. I think he's just muddying the waters here,
His real name is William Carlson. Why would someone have to change their name? Alias name, Carson Billy Camrick. Alias name, Carson William Tyrone. Charged for fraud.
Oh, no.
Here you go. Here's the arrest information. And, I could go on and on. I don't need to be a freaking detective here. You can go download this stuff if you want, but you get the idea. This is Billy Carson. This is Forbidden Knowledge. It's the same guy. And he makes a video that is now deleted, trying to say this isn't him. Yeah, you can look up all his records.
He's muddying the waters. He's
Look it
muddying the
up.
waters.
It's
Anybody
all
can
there.
find
Put
these
some
records.
screenshots so you can check it out yourself.
Maybe I am missing information about Billy's charge that he talks about, because I came across something really interesting, and it is a post that he put out. I'll put it here. And he says, "My new documentary will be on Amazon soon. Take a journey with me into the county jail for one night and the extensive process that I had to go through to get my case terminated." Okay, so he acknowledges there was a case, just like he said to Dame Dash. So it all adds up, right? What doesn't add up based off what Billy says is the nature of the case. From what I found, it's cocaine. From what he says, it's marijuana. And it seems like...
Well, in fairness to Mr. Carson, again, I will keep defending him. He could be speaking about either of these cases, either the cocaine case or the bank fraud case, or, identity theft, fraud-related charges case. So, it could be, he could be talking about either of them. But it's interesting that he makes this IMDb page like, oh, that arrest was bullshit, and I'm making an entire documentary about it. But then he never did. So was this just an attempt to muddy the waters? And, I don't know.
He was going to make a documentary about this. This was all the way back in 2018. I went to go look up if the documentary came out, and it did not come out. It's still in pre-production.
It's been in pre-production for years.
I don't know. Maybe it never happened.
No, it's been in pre-production
maybe
for
this
years.
was a project he was working on and he dropped it for whatever reason. But I was actually kind of glad to see this post because
we're going to get into that, brother news.
When he made the video about, is Billy a fraudster and did he really go to jail and all that other stuff that I showed earlier, that was like that was much later. This was later in time. So this has clearly been on his radar. And I would just love some clarity. Like, I really would love to know the truth. Again, I don't want to paint somebody for something that's not true.
Thank you.
But based off Billy's words and what I could find on the internet, something does not add up.
Yeah, this doesn't add up.
Did you actually do fraud? And if you did, no worries. Like, we all...
Yeah, I think he would have been much better. This is just my opinion, but I'm entitled to it. I think he would have been much better off saying, I was young and I was having problems, financial problems or otherwise, whatever, and I made some stupid mistakes. And I paid my debt to society. I took a plea agreement, and I successfully completed my probation and paid my debt to society. So what's the problem? I'm a second chance person. I hate the fact that people can catch a felony and it will destroy the rest of their lives and their earning potential. I'm a second chance person. If he had just said that, I would just let it go. I would never bring it up again. But I think that his pride or something, or his ego, cannot allow him to admit that he did this or did something wrong, right? Tucker Rob with a kind and generous $10 super chat says, call the cops on anyone fun lately. I haven't called the cops in forever, but it's funny, Trucker Rob, my sons once called the cops by accident and they came to our house. They used a phone, Ugh, that was a weird night, but thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. So we're just about through this section of the broadcast. Again, covering Mr.
But why do you have to lie
Mr.
about
Carson's
it? Why
criminal
do you have
record?
to try to cover it up? Why did you change your name? These are questions that I just have to, I just personally want answers to, especially if you're a public figure who are guiding people in their business, in their spirituality, in their mindset. Like, one of the biggest things for all of this is transparency. Like, just like those Christian pastors, they preach love, but then they rape children. It's like, I can't trust you with my spirituality.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous. Why would I ever trust you with that? And I'm not saying Billy does that, but I am saying that, if he has a fraudulent past, I'd love for him to just come clean about it so that we can just have clarity so we don't have to wonder.
Yeah, if you're telling people that you're an expert on all these things and you're a Harvard alumni and you know MIT alumnus or whatever he said, and then you're guiding people on spirituality, I think you should be transparent about these kind of things in your past. And in my opinion, he'd be much better off just saying, it happened. I paid my debt to society. What's the issue here? People make mistakes. I'd like to forgive him. And by the way, I'll put on the record that I forgive him for saying that I suck cocks. Okay? I'm a Christian. I can forgive him for saying I suck cocks, right? I mean, what else you going to do when the guy tells 1.1 million people that you suck cocks? You just gotta let it go. I'm gonna turn the other cheek like a good Christian and forgive him for saying that I do the same acts that Monica Lewinsky does, right? And just about done with this.
But based off what's on the Broward County website and other websites, like the documents I showed, there is something. There's clearly something. Unless this is all fraud and Billy's actually the one that his ID got stolen. I don't think so. Based off
I don't think so
everything
either.
that's there. I mean, he's gone to jail a few separate times. So there's something.
Jail but not prison. And he is not a convicted felon. According to him, he has no convictions.
But I found this super interesting because he was going to make a documentary about it. So, I mean, if you're committing to making a documentary about how your case was unlawful and terminated from his own words, that's significant. That matters. And I feel like if this is all true, he would have talked about it more. So
nobody.
Oh, God, these things are killing me here. 1 second. So it's okay because I need to cue this up to the next portion because there are some other allegations being made. There's some other allegations being made about his wife having a criminal history. Now, I found the same records that this gentleman found, but didn't do very much more digging into it. But multiple people on the internet have found these records and claimed that Mr. Carson's wife has some problems as well. But I'm going to let him tell it because the views expressed by the videos we were sharing do not necessarily reflect my own. But it is what it is, friends. So he's got a section on investing. Investing, I know we've already been over the investing into his company, but there's some real interesting tidbits. Remember, this person was very close to Mr. Carson and his wife. And he's got some stunning revelations here about some of this stuff that I think is very important. Let's get into it.
Conclude. For everybody that has invested money into the Forbidden Knowledge company.
Have you ever wanted to get involved in a multi-billion-dollar industry? Well, look no further. It's right here. Forbidden Knowledge Incorporated.
Great pitch.
Become a partner with us? You can do that by investing and buying shares of the company.
I just want to look at this a little bit deeper because I find a couple question marks. So Billy's now running this new thing where you can invest, you can donate on his website right here. An investment opportunity with Billy Carson.
It's an opportunity?
Forbidden Knowledge TV.
Who's it an opportunity for?
And rapidly growing stream education content on Apple TV, Roku, etc. He goes into the problem, the solution. You can read this all on your own. Now, I don't have an issue with any of this. My big issue is where's the money going? I'm
we're going to get into it.
Because I just did a little bit of research.
A felting, we will go.
His wife, Elizabeth Huckstra, also has a criminal background, criminal record. I'll put that here.
Oh, no. Oh, no. And she pled guilty, according to these documents. Felony financial transaction device. Stealing, retaining without consent. Disposition, pled guilty. Oh, no, Mr. Carson. Do you disclose this to potential investors? I mean, I'm just curious. This is a real problem. And this is the problem. He gets upset that people keep finding this stuff. And by the way, we're going to detail how he keeps threatening to sue people who find this information and share it on the internet. And as I said, in my case, I incorrectly came to a disposition of the case and I was incorrect in my assumption, you know. But there were other people that never did the mistake that I did. They just shared these documents. They got threatened with being sued, or they got cease and desist letters or whatever, takedown requests. That's a real problem. Yeah. So, wow. And this was the Westland Police Department. Anybody can look this up. Anybody can look this up. And there's also a misdemeanor, a DUI, operating a vehicle while intoxicated. That's irresponsible, but I don't really care about that. There's another misdemeanor traffic offense. The real important one, there's another one, operating impaired, pled guilty. But the real big one here is a felony, money laundering, 2nd degree. Wow. In possession of a financial transaction device, money laundering, 2nd degree, felony, personal identifying information obtaining and possess, transfer with intent to commit ID theft. And then, of course, stealing, retaining without consent. And she pled guilty, apparently. Oh, no. Is he going to make a video explaining this one away? Is he going to make a video explaining this one away?
Check that out. She used to live in Detroit. I actually knew Elizabeth before I knew Billy. What I find so interesting is that Elizabeth owns a company called Hans Flow LLC. When I dug a little bit deeper, I noticed that Billy's company, Forbidden Knowledge, has been paying Elizabeth's company hundreds of thousands in consulting fees.
Oh, no! Wait a minute. So Mr. Carson is soliciting public investor money while at the same time paying his wife's company from his company he wants you to invest in hundreds of thousands of dollars in consulting fees. Now, this is according to this gentleman, Anton. I have not verified this, but he was very close with them. And I was able to find one other source that made similar claims.
That's a little interesting. Is it possible?
If you were to create the best...
Is it possible to get through these? Fuck, man. There's so many ads. Somebody's got the ads cranked up to 85 here. We barely played a few minutes. And it's 5 ads already that I've had to, get over. Jeez.
They could be raising money from the public and funneling it back into their own company? Is that possible? So if Billy Carson is so rich, his company is so profitable, he's donated $12 million.
Oh, that's another claim. Multiple people on the internet, including this Anton, are claiming that Billy Carson once claimed that he donated $12 million to charity. Mr. Carson says he always has the receipts. But I want receipts from both of these gentlemen. I want Anton to show us a clip of him saying he donated $12 million to charity. And then if this is the case, I would like Mr. Carson to show us the receipts of all $12 million and which charities he actually donated it to. And Trucker Rob, let's go with 5 gifted Truth Seekers memberships. Very, very generous and kind of you. Thank you, Trucker Rob. Big show supporter, gifting those 5 memberships. William Harding. Troubled Minds got a free membership. Angel Wrath 13 got a free membership. Dreamcatcher Rick Roberts got a free membership, and the Breeders Syndicate. All of these guys got a free membership because they were subscribers. So smash that subscribe button. People are still gifting free memberships. You too may get a free membership just for being a subscriber when kind and generous people like Trucker Rob here donates these free memberships. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated.
Why does he have to keep raising money from his audience?
Yeah, if he's claiming he's given millions of dollars to charity, and he's claiming his company is worth $50 million, first of all, there's some other allegations of improper use. This person's making a lot of allegations. They're his allegations to make. I didn't make the allegations, but he's saying there's suspicious philanthropy. And V was in the chat earlier mentioning some suspicious philanthropy. A lot of people have made claims that all of his claims of giving money to charity and raising money for charity, he never shows the receipts of anything. So there seems to be a lack of transparency there. And I would think if he said on his Cope stream that he always has receipts, he should just say, here's the receipts for all the charity money that I donated, bitches. There's nothing improper here. I'm doing a good thing to help people. And if it's true that he is doing good things to help people, like raising money for kids' clothes, books, vacations for people, giving away cars, then he should be able to show us all the receipts. And to my knowledge, he never does. And so that's why people have a problem. Maybe it's a problem with just perceptions. So my advice to him, he says he has all the receipts. Show all the receipts. Show all the receipts to all the money you raised with the First Class Space Agency, and show all the receipts to what you did with the money. Show all the receipts for, how much money you collected for charity, and show us the receipts of what you did with the money that you collected for charity. There's GoFundMes with charities he's running, I believe, or other fundraising sites in order to raise money for charity. This is a problem, and this is why people are questioning. And I think if you're going to raise money in public on the internet, you should be prepared. It's just my opinion. I think if you're going to raise money for charity, you should be prepared to show your receipts. And I just want to mention that I give a portion, or I try to every month. Some months I miss months. I give a portion of the Truth Seekers' income here to charities that I like, that are nonprofits. One of them being Expanding Frontiers Research. Go visit expandingfrontiersresearch.org. They're a government transparency organization that holds the government's feet to the fire and gets documents that the government would rather you not see released to the public. I think it's a great charity, and every once in a while I give them a portion of the Truth Seekers' money here. Suffer charity, says Ken, you read my deadpan. Boo, no money for charity. I give a little bit. I pocket that stuff, he says. Yeah, yes. And Deb from SAC is here making dinner. I'm very hungry. I have not eaten yet today. But this is a pretty frequent occurrence. So let's finish up. I didn't want to, by the way, this is a 2-hour, just exhaustive breakdown of all the suspicious stuff going on here.
Something just doesn't add up. This dude drives around in Rolls Royces, but they're rented. He's admitted they're rented.
Yeah, and I don't understand, if you have a $50 million, if you have a company worth $50 million, why are you renting your house? Why are you renting your car? Now, in his defense, we're going to try to play the devil's advocate every time with every one of these things. In his defense, it may just be that, it's a fixed expense. I knew one very wealthy man that was worth, I don't know, probably 100 million or more. And he never owned a home. And I asked him about it one time, like, wouldn't it be better to build equity and own the home than just rent it? And he said that he preferred fixed expense. In other words, his rent is $5,000 a month. And if the water heater breaks, if he needs a new furnace, if a window breaks, if the refrigerator dies, if the washer and dryer stop working, it's not on him, it's on the landlord. So he just prefers that fixed expense. So playing devil's advocate in his defense, maybe he's one of those rich guys. I don't know.
I would have to guarantee his house is also rented.
Multiple people have said he rents his house. I don't know if that's true, though. Mr. Carson is free to discuss that or answer that question that people have about that situation.
So what are your thoughts?
Allegedly, yeah.
I could go on and on. This video could be 10 hours long. But share with me in the comments. What do you think?
Yeah. So I think we've covered that portion of it. Now we're going to get into the I think it's important that we talk about Mr. Carson's continuing threats, legal threats. Now, I will put on the record, in my case, I deserved it. I got a huge fact wrong, and I deserved to get a legal threat letter. I deserved to get a legal threat letter because I got a fact wrong, a very important fact. But some of these other people just showed the documents and didn't get the facts wrong, and he threatened to sue them too. So just so we're keeping track, there is, I think he said there was, Mr. Carson said there was four defendants that he will be the person. Yeah. And the person who hosted the debate, he claimed in his Cope stream, he's suing for $1 million. And then we've got Wes Huff. He's sending him cease and desist letters. We've got this person, Anton, that we just saw. He's sending him cease and desist letter. But there's more. There's a guy in England that he claims that I believe he sent a cease and desist letter to and told on the phone that he better take the video down. And there's also a guy named JT Pocket Watches, who is a certified financial planner who looked into Mr. Wilcock's crypto course and got one of his customers' money back for the course, I believe. So we're going to be getting into all of this. But before we do, 1 second. I'm a terrible show host. Terrible. Amateur hour. By the way, we did hit our goal tonight. So we're going to do the worst of overtime ever. The bottom of the barrel. We're going to react to a react stream because the Cope stream of Mr. Carson is 3.5 hours long. And I did find somebody did like a 20-minute version of it that hit all of the hot notes of that Cope stream. So that's the one we're going to be doing. But we've already been here, my friends, for 2 hours. So I think this is probably around the halfway mark, or will be, for this. We've got, I want to make sure they understand that the show is definitely not over. We have to go over the biggest part. The biggest part of this is the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. You don't want to miss the Emerald Tablets of Thoth because Billy Carson is selling a book, and he claims that book is 36,000 years old. But there's huge problems with this because the guy who wrote it first said, I went to the pyramids of Egypt and I found these emerald tablets and then I translated them, and that's what this book is. And then he got caught because people said, let me see your passport. And his passport had no travel to Egypt. So then the story changed to, I traveled to Egypt astrally. And when I was traveling to Egypt astrally, then I met the Egyptian god Thoth, and then he channeled the book to me. So wait, first the guy who wrote the Emerald Tablets of Thoth and published them said he went to Egypt and he found some physical tablets and he translated them, and that's where the book came from. Then he got caught lying because he'd never been to Egypt. And by the way, he wasn't a real doctor. He was a fraud. And this is what Billy is running around on all these big podcasts. I seen him on the PBD. He's holding up his Emerald Tablets of Bullshit book and saying this book is 36,000 years old. He also claimed that everything Jesus said in the Christian Bible came from the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, but the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the Atlantean, are bullshit. They're all bullshit. All right. So we're going to take a very short break, but I have to do this. This is just a break. 1 second. We'll be right back. And did you know somebody texted me telling me to be kind and be nice or something? I'm being as kind and nice as I can to a guy who doxed me twice, may have put my family in danger of psychopaths and lunatics showing up on my front door here where I live with my wife and children, and also told everybody I suck cocks like Monica Lewinsky. So I'm being as nice as I can to a guy who told 1.1 million people that I like to blow dudes. Okay? This is as nice as it gets when you tell 1.1 million people that I blow dudes. All right? So it's important. Sometimes when we take these breaks, we get a huge hit and people are like, oh, the show's over. No, it's not. This is just a break and we're going to be right back. So when we come back, we're going to cover all the people that Billy is threatening. We're going to cover the Emerald Tablets of Thoth being completely and totally a bullshit fake book of nonsense garbage that he's basing a career on. Like, think about it for a minute. You're really going to go on all these huge podcasts? And this is how it works. It's the lie by omission. He goes on huge podcasts and he says, this book is 36,000 years old. He forgets to tell him that the book was first published in I think it was the 1930s. We're going to get an exact, I got the best debunk video on the Emerald Tablets of bullshit. I mean, Thoth, the Atlantean. I got the very best breakdown of the bullshittery that was used to create that book. We're going to be covering that. Then we're going to get into JT pocket watching with JT, and how he got threatened with a defamation lawsuit. And then we're going to get into Toon Africa, who also made a video of Billy Carson sharing these criminal records, and he got threatened. And he had an exclusive phone call that he put on YouTube, and it is hysterical. You don't want to miss this shit. We're not even halfway through the felting. We're not even halfway through. I got more for you, Mr. Carson. I got more for you. Maybe you should stop telling 1.1 million people that I suck cocks. Maybe you should stop that shit. All right. So we're going to check in with the comments before we get to the break. Make sure we're not missing anything. For anybody unaware, we read every single super chat, and we appreciate all you people gifting memberships. It is much, much appreciated. Fitted Cheat says, hi, Stephen. Hi. We'll take a few comments and questions before we go here. Zero says, Stephen, there's been a second astral plane. Yes. Is there an emerald large enough to make a tablet, let alone multiple tablets? Good point. Don't let things like facts and evidence and like logic get in the way. Oh, he's fans with those Edge of Wonder. And he's also friends with Jimmy Church, who wrote the foreword to his bullshit book. And Jimmy Church is the worst. He's the one who co-signed the Corey Good bullshit and David Wilcock bullshit. And Green Man is here and says, suffer, Carson. Yes. According to Google, emeralds are mined mostly in South America and Zambia, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Russia. Yeah, I don't think they could have found enough emerald to put tablets together in the pyramids. But it's so important that we realize that this guy wrote a whole book. And he does the lie by omission. He says, this book is 36,000 years old. He forgets to tell you it was first published, I believe, in 1939. We'll get you the exact date, by a complete and total wackadoo fake Dr. Lunatic. And he's selling books based on a garbage book. It is what it is, though. Nobody is worse than Jimmy Church's lies. Yeah. So, friends, we want to thank all of you for joining us. I got to take a break because I'm running on very little sleep. So I've been drinking a lot of caffeine here, and that's becoming a problem, as you could well imagine. So I'm going to dip out of here. We'll have a musical guest, Simon Fly, and I'll be right back, friends. Don't go anywhere. The best is yet to come, friends. We'll be right back.
I'm an intel guy. I'm an intel guy. I'm an intel guy. I called your mother a hooker. I'm an intel guy. I called your mother a hooker. I'm an intel guy. I called your mother a hooker. I'm an intel guy. I called your mother a hooker.
With consciousness, consciousness, 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 with consciousness.
All sound, not ATIP. ATIP came after. I called your mother a hooker. All sound, not ATIP. ATIP came after. I'm an intel guy. I called your mother a hooker. I'm an intel guy. I called your mother a hooker. If I called your mother a hooker, I'm an intel guy.
Sorry, we are back. I apologize. I missed the mark there. So we'll take some comments and questions from the live chat, and then we will move on with our presentation. And I'm hopeful that when I'm finished here, for those unaware, I'm real big on these deep dives because people ask me about certain characters and personalities in conspiracy land or the consciousness community, UFO community, whatever you want to label it as. And I like to have these deep dives so that I know if you're really curious, go through all of this, and then you'll know as much as I know about these situations. So it's important. It's important that these things exist. You know, these deep dives, I think, are a public benefit, and the public benefit is that you can watch one, admittedly very long video, but you can get all the information in one convenient source. Now, I want to thank all of those whose videos I've shared tonight. These were all shared under fair use, but the videos are in the description of the video or podcast here. So we want to, before we get to the emerald tablets, I want to make sure that we give some love and attention to one Wes Huff. Wesley Huff has a Bachelor of Arts, MTS, and is a PhD candidate. He was born in Milan, Pakistan, and spent a portion of his childhood in the Middle East. Wesley has participated in numerous talks and interfaith dialogue events. This is the person who Billy Carson got destroyed by in that debate at universities across North America, and has participating in public dialogues on issues of interfaith dialogues, particularly between Christianity and Islam, belief, and religion for just over a decade, along with a number of other academic and informal associations. Wesley is currently the Central Canada Director of Apologetics Canada, and that's Christian apologetics, I believe. So here's where it gets interesting. One second. No, it can't be that. Just bear with me one moment here. Okay, we had the wrong one. Let me share my screen, and this is Wesley Huff's YouTube channel, and it is at WESHUFF, and he does Bible history and more. And isn't it interesting that the first time Mr. Carson faces a real Bible expert, he gets felted so bad. Oh my God, it was glorious. And I, as a Christian, and again, I gave this dude a pass. So for years, I've been hearing him say stupid as hell shit on podcasts, big podcasts, for years now, and keeping my mouth shut. But I got to tell you the truth. I prayed for this to happen. I prayed that Mr. Carson would have to face a very well-educated, well-informed, excellent public speaker, biblical expert. And then it happened. my dream came true. My dream came true. So we're going to go over, Mr. Huff has made some interesting videos. And by the way, Mr. Huff also, I want to thank him because they just caught, well, let me, all these threats of lawsuits. In Mr. Carson's Cope stream, he claimed that the video of the debate was highly edited. He claimed that Mr. Huff dropped out 5 times every time he had something to say. He claimed that he wasn't able to offer any rebuttals. He claimed that they dubbed things in, that it was all a setup, that was highly edited, and they did this whole debate just to make him look like a dummy. And to his credit, Wesley Huff today, just before broadcast, he broadcasted the entire debate. And it says unedited, unaltered debate. And you can go through that. It doesn't look like it was very much edited. And it also looks like Mr. Carson was incorrect saying that Wes Huff kept dropping out every time he tried to talk. So maybe they released the unedited, unaltered, unedited version of it just to refute Mr. Carson's apparently or allegedly false claims about this actual debate. And I want to compliment Mr. Huff because Mr. Huff was very, how do you say it? Very professional, but he was very kind to Billy, like in a way that many debaters might not be. And he was an absolute gentleman. So for Billy Carson to cry and say, oh, this was all a setup, this was all a big setup to make me look stupid. No, you make yourself look stupid with your false and misleading claims and with your garbage shit sources, pal. Yeah. Michael Bowder says an apologist did good for once. I don't have any problem with Christian apologists. I think they have fervent beliefs, though, right? And yeah. So this is the first one we're going to share, and we're going to put our fair use banner up. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public, and we're critiquing the videos we're sharing. By the way, that's another thing. Apparently, Mr. Carson likes to copyright claim and copyright strike people. And I just want to say, this is fair use. Everything we have done tonight is the textbook definition of fair use. I have very strong lawyer letters standing by. We've won every false copyright claim that ever came against us. So if anybody wants to file false copyright claims, know that those strikes may revert to you when we fight them, and we will. So Billy Carson admits he's wrong on the Sinai Bible. We saw at the beginning of the broadcast, he went on these huge podcasts and kept saying, Jesus wasn't crucified in the Sinai Bible. Oh, shit. Turns out, yes, he was. Oh, shit. It turns out he was crucified in the Sinai Bible. And then he says he got misquoted. And, oh, man. Oh, no, Mr. Carson. So Wes has made some incredibly short videos just showing him felting Billy Carson like a bitch. Oh, my God. It was glorious. If you're not a fan of Billy Carson, it was glorious. If you are a fan, look at him. He's sweating and clammy and shit. This debate did not go well for Billy Carson. But see, this is what happens when a bullshitter has to talk and debate, especially with a real expert. Billy Carson claims that he is a world-renowned expert on ancient papyrus and ancient text and all this shit. We have clips of him saying that. Yet he claims he doesn't know who Wes Huff is, and I'm here to tell you that most people that are experts on those subject matters know who this gentleman is. At least I asked around, and that's what I was told. So, but this is what happens when somebody that doesn't know real biblical history, in my opinion, and somebody that uses piss poor shit, conspiracy land, garbage sources gets confronted by a real biblical scholar and expert on ancient manuscripts. It was beautiful. Here's the first felting.
According to the Sinai Bible, Jesus wasn't crucified in that Bible.
Do you mind if I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
When you say the Sinai Bible, what are you referring to specifically? Refer to the Sinai Bible. Would you be referring to Codex Sinaiticus? Like the codex that comes... Okay, that's why I was trying to get some clarification. Because I actually have...
Oh, shit!
I have a facsimile. So I have a photocopy of Codex
Pulls
Sinaiticus
it
that I
out
work with
right
in my
front of
office.
him.
And so I
Oh
have a
shit!
and the only reason I asked for clarification is because Sinaiticus in particular is just a 4th century Greek manuscript. Its
Oh,
text
he's
of the
melting.
Gospels
Billy Carson is
reads almost
melting.
identical to the
Oh
modern Greek
shit!
text that we develop translations from. When you say that it denies
Almost
the crucifixion or
identical.
that the crucifixion isn't there, I mean, I can go on right now, Codex Sinaiticus, and I can look up Matthew 27. Where it has Jesus being crucified, and that's in Codex Sinaiticus or John 19 or any of the other ones. So my confusion is that it doesn't read any differently.
Where was that
I
piece
found
discovered?
the text where I was referencing.
Oh, now he's going to say he was misquoted. But we showed you in the beginning of the broadcast that over and over and over again, he went on podcasts and said, well, Jesus wasn't crucified in the Sinai Bible. Now he's going to switch the source to another garbage shit source. He's going to switch the source to the Gospel of Barnabas, which again claims that Jesus did not die on the cross, but Judas was substituted for him. And the Gospel of Barnabas is a, quote, pseudo-gospel written around 1500 AD and is considered fraudulent, unquote. So he switches once he realizes, oh shit, Jesus was crucified in the Codex Sinaiticus or the Sinai Bible. Now he's going to switch it.
Actually, I was misquoted. I misquoted there. It's the Gospel of Barnabas. Never got crucified.
There he goes. Here it is.
As a matter of fact, the Sinai Bible, Jesus was crucified. Well, that doesn't exist in the Sinai Bible. The Sinai Bible. The Sinai Bible. But then you go to the Sinai Bible. In the Sinai Bible. And the Sinai Bible. According to the Sinai Bible, Jesus wasn't crucified in that Bible.
Yeah, actually, I was misquoted. I misquoted there.
According to the...
I was misquoted there. Oh, no. So it would appear that's Wes Huff 1 and Billy Carson 0. Billy Carson 0. Terrible. Billy Carson, in his next video, Wes Huff is titled, Billy Carson relies on forgery as evidence and has no response. Oh, the felting is just begun, friends. It's wondrous. It's wondrous. So this video from Wes Huff is titled, and this is all from the original. You could go to Wes Huff's YouTube channel. It's just WES and then space HUFF on YouTube. I want to make sure that our audio listeners can find it. It's in the description. His video, his channel is in the description of this video or podcast. So felting, we will go. Here we go. Now he's going to use a fake book. Now Carson, after looking like a dumbass saying, oh, Jesus wasn't crucified in that Sinai Bible, Wes Huff is like a gangster, but in a nice way. He goes, I have that book right here. And he pulls it out and he shows Billy Carson, well, look, I can look it up. And it says he was crucified right in here. In the book you're claiming says he wasn't. He switches it to the Barnabas, Gospel of Barnabas, and oh boy, it gets even better.
I misquoted there. It's the Gospel of Barnabas. Jesus wasn't crucified in that Bible.
I've actually worked with, there are 2 manuscripts of the Gospel of Barnabas, which we only have 2 copies of. One is in Italian and one is in Spanish. Not to be confused with either the Epistle of Barnabas or the Acts of Barnabas, which are 2 apocryphal documents from the 2nd century. But the Gospel of Barnabas in particular, we know it's a forgery.
Oh no! He just said Jesus wasn't crucified because the Gospel of Barnabas says so. And here's a real biblical scholar going to educate him. He's going to educate him, school him, Wesley Huff. Tell him, he said, we know it's a forgery. Now we're going to hear why.
Chapter 92, it says that Jesus spent 40 days on Mount Sinai, and then he came to the Jordan River and he walked to Jerusalem. But Mount Sinai is more than a week's journey away from Jerusalem. It shows no actual indication of coming from or even having knowledge of first century Jewish understanding. It actually says Jesus is the Christ, but not the Messiah. Whoever the author is, he didn't know that those were the same words.
Yeah, so it's a 15th century forgery.
Gospel of Barnabas paraphrases Dante's Inferno, which was written in 1314. We don't have any evidence of it prior to the...
Oh, no. So the Gospel of Barnabas is basically paraphrasing Dante's Inferno. So we know it's a more modern forgery. This means that Billy Carson is using forged, fake books of the Bible to support his wacky, stupid claims. Eric Jimenez with a kind and generous $1.99 thoughts on New Jersey UFOs recently. We're going to be doing a show on that this week. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. So as I was saying, he gets caught not knowing anything about the Sinai Bible at all, apparently, Mr. Expert, right? And then he switches to the Gospel of Barnabas, which Wes Huff correctly points out is a much more modern forgery and has nothing to do with early Christianity. It's a fake. So Billy Carson is using a fake book. He's one of the world's most renowned experts on these ancient texts, except it's not an ancient text. It's a more modern forgery.
The 14th century. So I'm a historian. Yep. So if there is something that denies the crucifixion, I want to make sure that I'm analyzing it and that the methodology by which I analyze it actually reveals that the content can be accurately tied to the event. We have single copies of the Gospels that can be dated to the 2nd century that all do have the crucifixion. I have a facsimile behind me of P66. This is a late 2nd century copy of the Gospel of John. I work with this particular manuscript. This is an almost complete copy of the Gospel of John, and it has the crucifixion. And so if we're relying on something like the Gospel of Barnabas, which is not...
In other words, Wes Huff is too polite to say it, so I'm going to say it for him. Your sources are shit, Billy Carson. Your sources are fake books. You're citing fake fraudulent books that aren't real as your proof of your wacky ass claims that are also not real. Suffer, Gospel of Barnabas, suffer. It's a fake book, friends. It's a fake book. This guy got caught using a completely and totally fake book as his so-called evidence. And remember, he wants you to invest in his company because he's going to share with you the forbidden knowledge. But here's the deal. The real forbidden knowledge that he doesn't want you to know is that his sources are shit. And if you think this Christian felting is something, wait till you see. We're going to get into this stupid garbage book, The Emerald Tablets of Thoth, that he also bases a lot of his bullshit. And how long, Billy, how many years have you been selling your book about the Emerald Tablets of bullshit? And did you tell everybody that the guy who wrote that was a lying wackadoo fake doctor? Do you think any of those big podcasts would have you on if they knew you're basing your theories on a book written in 1939 by a fake Dr. Wackadoo, who wasn't a doctor, but he actually was, I think he was a taxi driver and then something else. And he lied and he said he got the tablets in Egypt. And then he got caught lying. So then he said, oh no, I traveled to Egypt astrally. And then I channeled these books. You know, it's something else, friends.
Not just that there's debate about it, it's that it's a known forgery. I mean, no one's referring to the Gospel of Barnabas as anything other than...
If you say it's a known forgery, but I'm going to go with that.
I'm going to go with a known forgery. Oh, Wes Huff with the win. You're quoting a known forgery as your evidence. Holy shit. When people said that this was a career-ending debate, now we're starting to see why Mr. Carson was so desperate to stop people from seeing this debate. He was desperate. And by the way, if we have time, we'll show it. There's ring cam footage of Billy Carson going to the podcast host, the guy who hosted the debate's house at 2:30 in the morning with a legal letter threatening him. Don't you dare release that debate. Now we know why he was so desperate to stop people from seeing it, because he got destroyed in this debate. He got absolutely wrecked in this debate. All right. Now, Billy likes to talk about Jesus was married. I think his sources for this are actually Dan Brown, the popular, books and movies that talk about Jesus was married and the Merovingian bloodline. All that stuff is conspiracy land nonsense, in my opinion. And Billy Carson loves to talk about Jesus was married and all this other stuff, but he's here and he's facing Wes Huff, who is a real biblical scholar and a historian and an expert on ancient biblical manuscripts. It's like Billy Carson's worst nightmare. And oh, it's just beautiful. Let's get into this one. And this is Billy relies on a fake gospel of Jesus' wife and admits it. He admits. So what are we up to? We're up to 2 wins for Wes Huff. Big wins. Oh, you're saying Jesus wasn't crucified because it's not in the Sinai Bible. I got one right here. It's right in the Sinai Bible. Jesus was crucified. It's virtually identical to our modern Bible. That's a big loss. Then he says, oh, no, it was the Gospel of Barnabas. And Wes Huff is like, oh, that's a fake book. That's a complete and total fraudulent forgery that you're using there for your evidence. Now, Billy Carson is going to rely on another completely and totally fake gospel for his stupid theories. It's beautiful. Let's get into it, friends.
They discovered the book of Jesus' wife, which is at the Harvard Seminary. A little controversial, but they claim that this is an accurate record that Jesus may have even been married, which then that's true. It adds more to the hypothesis that maybe he wasn't crucified.
So the Gospel of Jesus' wife is in the Harvard Library. However, the reason we know it's also not legitimate is because even though the manuscript, the papyrus that it's on, was carbon dated to the 4th century, the text was actually copied from a PDF version of the Gospel of Thomas known as Grondin's Interlinear. And
I want to stop to explain this. So for people who are unfamiliar with the way that forgers work sometimes, right? Sometimes they will find an ancient piece of papyrus and then they will burn the ink. I'm not sure of the exact methodology that they all use, but they use very deceptive tactics. So in this case, somebody got an ancient piece of paper or papyrus, and then they copied from a PDF onto the ancient piece of manuscript. So this is 100% a forgery. This is 100% fake, and we know that, and Mr. Huff is going to explain why that is a completely and totally fraud piece. And by the way, he doubled down on this bullshit on his Cope stream last night.
There was a mistake in the Coptic text of Grondin's Interlinear that was copied into the Gospel of Jesus' wife. We can tie it directly to not copying from an ancient text, but actually copying from an online version of the Gospel of Thomas.
Oh, so this is a modern forgery. Billy Carson is using a modern forgery as proof of his claims that Jesus had a wife and may not have been crucified. Because he had a wife, he wasn't crucified, and Mr. Huff destroys him. And it's kind of hard to follow, so in case you missed it, I'm going to try to explain. I want to be incredibly clear. So Harvard first got very excited about this, and then they dated the paper, and they were like, well, yeah, it dates to early first couple of centuries. It could be genuine. But then they found out that somebody copied from an online PDF of another book, and then they copied even a mistake in that text and copied it onto the ancient piece of paper. So we know it's a modern forgery. And this is what Mr. Carson is using. It's the lie by omission. The Gospel of Jesus' wife. He just forgets to tell you that the Gospel of Jesus' wife is a modern fake, a fraud, a forgery.
In a PDF form, I think we need to make sure that we're going toward not just early sources, but actually credible sources. And unfortunately, neither the Gospel of Barnabas nor the Gospel of Jesus' wife are credible sources and agreed upon by not just the vast majority of scholarship, but I don't know anybody in the field of papyrology, paleography, historiography, who actually refers to these documents as being legitimate.
That's fair enough. I can respect that. So let's go into the Old Testament a little bit. But they claim that this is an accurate record.
But I don't know anybody.
That's fair enough. They discovered
Wes Huff doesn't know anybody. No ancient manuscript expert, no biblical scholar, no ancient paper expert. He knows nobody that would use that as real evidence because it's fake. Both the Gospel of Barnabas and this Gospel of Jesus' wife, modern forgery, modern fakes. This shit isn't real, friends. So what are we up to? That's 3 for Wes Huff and 0 for Billy. He's getting wrecked here. Oh, he's getting brought to school by a real biblical expert and scholar. Okay, Gospel of Jesus' wife. We've got one more, and then I want to play the video where he talks about Billy Carson is suing him. So in this next clip, And again, we're citing fair use for everything that we are sharing. You can find all the links in the description of the video. So for this next piece, Billy Carson says that Genesis is a word-for-word copy, but he can't give any reasonable examples. Again, he's going to get felted here by a real historian and biblical scholar.
Predominantly, from my research, I discovered that a lot of information from the Enuma Elish and the seven tablets of creation is in Genesis. A lot of the creation story that comes into Genesis, almost word for word from the Enuma Elish and the seven tablets of creation. The Epic of Atrahasis is.
So he's saying that the Genesis, the book of Genesis in the Old Testament, Talmud, whatever you want to call it, Old Testament, the book of Genesis, he says, was copied word for word from these ancient Sumerian texts. That's his claim, and now we're going to see what a real biblical scholar and historian has to say about it, and it's glorious.
Well, is also there in the Old Testament.
Have you read the Enuma Elish?
Yeah.
Do you mind summarizing the content of the creation account in the Enuma Elish for us?
Sure. The Enuma Elish is a very ancient text discovered in the Library of Ashurbanipal, and the summary of it is that it really gives us an account, which is crazy, an astronomical account of the creation of our solar system. It talks about planets and moons gaining specific orbits around the sun. It talks about a huge planet named Tiamat, 46 times larger than Earth. Earth didn't exist at the time that this, according to the author of this text, which is pretty interesting.
And this is ancient aliens garbage.
And then there talks about a nemesis of sorts. In the original version, it's called Nibiru, but in a more recent version, still thousands of years old, the name was changed to Marduk. Marduk is in the Jewish American Library, in the biblical text, in the Torah, and so forth. Very popular figure in ancient times in the religious books and texts. Marduk wanted to be the destroyer, so Marduk is the one that during its next orbit towards Tiamat, crashed into Tiamat and destroyed Tiamat. A huge chunk of it swung away, recoalesced, taking the water, land, and organic material, which basically recoalesced as our planet here, Earth. And the rest of it broke up into pieces. Some of it turned into the asteroid belt. Other parts of it were thrown towards the sun, and some were thrown towards the inner Oort cloud, towards the outer edge of the solar system.
I just want to say I'm vaguely familiar with this ancient text, and I think he's not doing an incredible job, but Billy Carson is doing an adequate job summarizing it. It's a pretty complicated story to do from memory, so we'll give him some credit for being able to summarize it. But there's a problem.
This planet or this moonlet that orbited supposedly a brown dwarf, basing on the description of it, gained a very strange orbit around our sun. And we have the scientific evidence now also to match with NASA's data, where we see that Saturn and I believe Neptune switch places. Uranus is flipped on its side, and that's more evidence that something came through our solar system in ancient times and gravitationally really tugged at planets here and switched up their orbits and even pulled the axis of a planet on its own side, where the equator is now running north and south. So a little bit of modern astrophysics kind of backs up what this ancient text is saying. But the Enuma Elish also then begins to talk about the fact that these beings, it kind of cuts into the fact that these beings, are on Earth and at some point begin to engage mankind. In other words, they didn't create people from scratch, but they engaged the existing hominid and began to utilize us as workers for their workforce.
This is Zechariah Sitchin garbage and mistranslations, in my opinion. This whole idea that this ancient aliens idea that they tinkered with our DNA to create humanity, and this is all Zechariah Sitchin, ancient aliens garbage.
In the Atrahasis epic, you see a much similar story, slightly later date period, but still thousands of years old, the Epic of Atrahasis. And we see a very similar story. And we see where the sons of God literally came down to Earth. They came from Mars, according to this text. If you read the translation of the planet Mars and to English.
I got to say, Wes is being very patient with him.
And then they went to battle. They were going to go to battle in South Africa against Enki and Lil and Anu. And they come to terms without going to battle. They argued that they needed women, human women, believe it or not. And they also wanted a work.
Now, remember, he asked him to give examples. Billy Carson is saying that Genesis was copied word for word from these other ancient Sumerian texts. And Billy Carson just rambles about ancient aliens garbage.
For us, they didn't want to continue to do the labor. They were cleaning out the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, digging canals, building cities on Earth, and according to the text on Mars, not according to me. And a decision was made by Enki and Anu and Enlil to allow this experiment to happen, where they would take the existing hominid here. They would slay one of the gods, meaning that they would, in my opinion, that doesn't mean that they're going to kill it, but somehow some type of genetic modification or manipulation, in my personal opinion, that's my personal hypothesis.
Yeah, his personal hypothesis based on watching too many episodes of Ancient Aliens. It's David Wilcock, Zachariah Sitchin, Giorgio Tsoukalos garbage.
But in the end, it ends up being that human beings are now doing a lot of this labor and worshiping these people as gods, as they, my personal opinion, masqueraded as gods.
So what are the parallels there?
Separated the waters from the waters, for example. That's in the Enuma Elish, and that's also in the biblical text.
Now, remember, I'm sure you're familiar with, even if you're not a Christian, most people are familiar with the story of Genesis. You know, God created the heavens and the earth in 7 days. He created Adam and Eve. Does what he just described sound anything like what is in Genesis? It sounds nothing like it. Yet he says that Genesis was copied word for word from what he just said. And to his credit, Wes Huff is just like, what are the parallels? Well, separate the water from the water. Okay. What else?
Okay, that I would agree is a parallel.
That I would agree is a parallel. So we went from copied word for word to, well, there's some similar thing in that big long story that was also in Genesis. Therefore, oh, let's go, Jeffrey and Niggle. I hope I'm saying that right. Either way, $100, a very kind and generous $100 super chat. I wish I had some praise to cash bumpers to thank you with, but I don't. So we'll just say praise to cash and thank you very much for your kindness, generosity, and support. What a generous thing to do. Thank you, Jeffrey. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us. Let's go, friends. Let's get those super chats up. We read every single one. Billy Blister with a kind and generous $1.99 says, suffer heretics. Yes, suffer heretics. And that's something that we should put on the record. Mr. Carson, I'm sorry, I almost said Carlson. He has so many names, it's easy to get confused. But he essentially has been saying that there is, in his Cope stream, he says there's a vast conspiracy against him. He even mentions that law that that Corey Good tried to use. RICO. Yeah, there's a RICO. All these people are conspiring against me. Yeah. And thank you. Don't touch me. I'm crazy for a kind and generous $4.99 super chat. His sad devotion to that ancient religion hasn't helped him conjure up the stolen data tapes. Thank you very much. Don't touch me. I'm crazy. I'll make sure not to touch you because you are crazy, but we thank you. Steve doing PPP doing Ralph Voice says church builder. Well, we're doing the best that we can. We have to keep you Kino friends happy. So there's one more video that I wanted to share from Wes Huff in which he describes Billy Carson threatening to sue him. And remember, I think that this is all come from one thing, and that is that Mr. Carson was desperate to stop people from seeing what we just showed you, and with good reason. Because think about those big podcasts he was on. Would they book him if they knew that he was so stupid? Would they book him if they knew that all of his wackadoo theories were based on fake books of the Bible and modern forgeries, or based on, he claims to be an expert. He didn't know that the Codex Sinaitica is a almost one-to-one copy of the modern Bible that we have today. He didn't know that the crucifixion of Jesus and the resurrection of Jesus is in the Codex Sinaitica or the Sinai Bible. And we saw, he keeps saying, it was in Jesus may not have been crucified. It's not in the Sinai Bible. It's not in the Sinai Bible. It's not in the Sinai Bible. Yes, it is. Would all those big podcasts still book him to promote his garbage? And what does he do when he gets a big podcast appearance? He promotes a book about the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, which are complete, total fakes, garbage. We're going to get into that next. But first, I want to be sure that we get this. Let me make him bigger. I apologize. Pardon me. We'll switch. And this is what happens, friends. This is what happens when a bullshitter using fake books of the Bible, modern forgeries, and has a childlike misunderstanding of ancient manuscripts actually has to debate a real biblical scholar and historian. This is what happens. And by the way, all tonight, I think we did a very good job at covering Mr. Carson's work. And I just want to put it on the record once again that I was given permission to do this tonight by Mr. Carson's lawyer, who said that I'm free to comment or offer my opinions on Mr. Carson's work. So that's what we're doing. And so far, my comment and opinion about Mr. Carson's work is it's shit, it's garbage, and it's worthless. That's my opinion on his so-called work. It's worthless because it's based on nonsense and fake books and fraudulent modern forgeries and hoaxes and wackadoos who claim first that they went to the Great Pyramid in Egypt and found emerald tablets, and then when they get caught lying, say, oh no, I traveled there astrally. Sound familiar? It's like a Corey Good story.
Billy Carson is attempting to sue me. For those of you who don't know, I was invited to interact with Billy on a podcast that he agreed to come on. It was not his podcast, where he was notified beforehand who I was and what we'd be talking about. After that debate took place, Billy attempted to...
Yeah, and just to be clear, Mr. Carson said in his Cope stream that he didn't know it was a debate. Here, Mr. Huff is setting the record straight, and we have multiple sources that have said he knew it was going to be a debate. So who's lying here? Is Billy Carson lying, or is Wes Huff, the podcast host, and this Anton person all lying? Because all three of them, or two of them, I haven't heard from the podcast host. So to be fair, Wes Huff and this Anton person who we played earlier both said he was fully notified. He was fully aware, but he claims he was half dead. He just got out of the hospital. He's suffering from pneumonia. He didn't know it was going to be a debate. I think it's pretty clear who's telling the truth here, but you're free to form your own opinions.
To suppress the footage. That didn't really work. I've released clips from that conversation. Well, Billy does not want you to see those clips and has sent me a cease and desist letter.
And now we know why. Because Wes Huff, to his credit, made him look like a complete and total bullshitter. He wrecked him in this debate. So Mr. Carson was desperate to stop anybody from seeing that footage because it was embarrassing for him, I guess. He got felted.
I was really hoping that this could be an opportunity for Billy to learn, to see the major errors that he's been repeating and turn this into a learning experience. I even offered to follow up with Billy in order to show him how and where he could find accurate and credible resources in order to make sure that what he was saying was verifiably correct going forward in the future. So I
think that's very reasonable, and it's fair of Mr. Huff. He wanted to educate Mr. Carson and stop him from repeating these nonsensical, childish, stupid theories based on fake books of the Bible or his misunderstanding of the Codex Sinaitica. I think he's very fair. He's trying to educate him and stop him from looking like a fool. No offense, but Billy Carson looks like a fool going on these huge podcasts like Joe Rogan and Andrew Schultz and Dana Kirkpatrick and all these other shows that I don't know, I never remember the name of it. There's a right-wing group with that one guy that he went on as a huge podcast. He keeps repeating these falsehoods, and Wes Huff just wanted to educate him.
And his audience could learn and proceed knowledgeably. Billy did not agree. But unfortunately for Billy, agreeing to a debate losing that debate and feeling embarrassed about that loss does not constitute legitimate grounds to litigate. Billy.
Yeah. So, I lost the debate. Now I'm going to sue you. I mean, who's the bad guy in this situation? I know what I believe, but you're free to draw your own conclusions.
I will agree to all the terms and conditions of the cease and desist letter that you have sent me if you agree to run it back, sit down with me in person, and have another discussion. This is my formal response.
Wow. So I think that's very fair. He's saying, I'll agree to everything that you're demanding if we sit down again and let's work this out. That's very gentlemanly of him. So Wes Huff completely destroys Billy Carson in this debate. Destroys him. And now what we see is Billy Carson has sent cease and desist letters or threats of lawsuits to Anton, who set up the debate, his friend, who has now sort of turned on him. Oh, man, it's like, this is some biblical shit right here. Oh, he went to my wedding. We were best friends. My kid plays with his kid, or was that the podcast host? So he sent cease and desist letters or threats of lawsuit to Wesley Huff, to the podcast hosts, and to this Anton person who set up the debate. Arlene Atkins says, really sore loser. Yeah. Billy got Mandela affected. No, he got Streisand affected because he tried to stop this information from getting out, and it just made people want to see it more, right? And so, Archaic Revival says, like you said, echo chamber, he's lost without it. Yeah, he's got to have an echo chamber or he can't function because the grift comes crashing down as soon as you know that his sources are absolute garbage. Oh, yes, the different timelines don't give him new ideas, says Sandra. Yes, and Jeffrey Niggy says it was a reasonable debate. What was illegal about it? Well, Billy Carson is claiming that footage is illegal because he didn't sign a consent form, which is a weasel move. Come on, dude. You lost the debate. Just be a man, right? From Kip, Dr. Kip Davis. Well, I've managed to get a hold of the unedited full HD copy of the debate, and we will be watching it together live on the channel this week. Stay tuned. And by the way, that debate leaked, and it was available. It's been available. So I don't think you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, Mr. Carson. That debate's out there. But your reaction to it, his cope stream made everything worse. He just made it all worse because in the cope stream, he says they edit this. This was all a setup. It was all highly edited and all this shit. And then Wes Huff releases the unedited, unaltered full hour, whatever debate. And we can see that Billy Carson, I don't believe he was being honest in his cope stream saying how highly edited it was, right? It's pretty bad. Archaic Revival says Coke stream. No, don't get me in trouble. I did not say Coke stream. I said cope with a P stream. Fat Chick Thriller, you coping, and seething. You're coping, and seething. I agree with you, Fat Chick Thriller. He definitely is. And Drubus says, Billy Carson does not want to be educated. He makes money off the average person not having a clue about these things. I agree 100%, 100%. And so what I want to put on the record is that Mr. Carson's bullshit works because he does the lie by omission. And what is the lie by omission? I've talked about it here many times for the benefit of our newer viewers. The lie by omission and how these conspiracy land, I got to be careful in my wordings. Let's say how these conspiracy land hucksters make it work is that they only tell you part of the story. Like Billy Carson talks about the Emerald Tablets of Thoth and writes a book and sells a book about it and teaches courses on it, I believe. And he forgets to tell you all the information about where that book of shit came from. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth are a book of shit. And while we're on the subject of Billy Carson's shit peddling, he also made a documentary about the Black Knight satellite. Go to our YouTube channel. It's just Truth Seekers on YouTube. If you're in audio podcast land, go to YouTube, hit the search bar, hit Truth Seekers, one word, look for me, the strange guy with sunglasses. Go to that channel, hit the little magnifying glass, the search tool, and then look up Black Knight satellite. I may have taken it down. I don't think so. The Black Knight satellite has been debunked as a hoax over and over and over again. He made a whole documentary about it being a true story. This and he did that by leaving out all the debunked material. It works. People want to buy the documentary, but they only get half of the story, the lie by omission. Same things with these Emerald Tablets of Thoth. He forgets to tell you a great deal of very important information about the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. But I am not selling a book promoting these Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the Atlantean, as being real. So I can tell you the truth. I don't have a reason to lie to you. We'll give you we're going to give you the part of the story that Mr. Carson will not give you. And this more than anything should inform you. Why is he going on huge podcasts and not giving you the following information, which I am going to give you about the history, the real shady as hell history of these so-called Emerald Tablets of Thoth? Why is he not giving you the information that we're going to be sharing? And again, this video, let me do this because we want to properly credit everyone. This is Agrippa's Diary YouTube channel, and this is the best explanation of the history, the real and true history of the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the Atlantean, that Billy Carson profits and promotes from, that I have ever seen. And I just want to make sure you go to that channel, subscribe over there, because there's great information there to be had. So this video is titled The Truth About Billy Carson and the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the Atlantean. And remember, he wrote a whole book about this. He's constantly promoting this book as 36,000-year-old ancient manuscript. No, it's not, Billy Carson. No, it's not. Why don't you give people the entire story? Your lawyer said I could comment on your work. Here's my comment. You give people, I can comment and have my opinions on your work. In your work, you give people half of the story so that you can make the most money selling a sensationalized story based on just the parts of the story you want to tell people or you want to believe. No, you have to give people the entire story, or you're being disingenuous. Some might say you're being dishonest, and that's not good. So let's get into it. We've got a few more videos to share after this. Like I said, we're trying to make this as a detailed deep dive into the work of Billy Carson. And again, his lawyer said I was allowed to do this. I'm allowed to have my opinion. I just can't maliciously misrepresent his past. And I don't believe I've been malicious, and I don't believe I've misrepresented his past at all during this broadcast. But he's free to disagree with me. I'd even invite Mr. Carson to come on my show, and we could have a spirited debate ourselves, or a gentleman conversation about how he chooses to market the things that he sells that I feel is very dishonest. So again, this video is titled, What are the Emerald Tablets of Thoth? Or this video is titled, The Truth About Billy Carson and the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the Atlantean. Let's get into it, friends. Fair use.
In contrast,
oh, come on.
Unknown and are debated to this day, and it is likely to remain so in the future. So while we cannot confidently call it an ancient text, it at least exists, and we can classify it as hermetic.
Okay, so there's some confusion because there's an emerald tablet in alchemical tradition, and I think that this is a purposeful conflation. So he was previously saying that we can tell existed at some point, but this, what are the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the Atlantean? It's going to get good.
In contrast, the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the Atlantean, are a modern creation, channeled through unknown means. Introduced and published in 1939 by one Maurice Dorial, an individual whose real name was in fact Claude Doxing.
Yeah, it does seem to be like a theme with some of these people. They always change their names. But in full disclosure, pardon the pun, I've used this as a stage name since I was 14 years old because I have a big, long, hard to pronounce Polish last name that's terrible.
These texts are claimed to be translations of ancient texts, allegedly dating back 36,000 years.
And we've heard Mr. Carson make the claim over and over again that the Emerald Tablets of Thoth the Atlantean are 36,000 years old. It's important that we establish there is zero evidence, none, that they're 36,000 years old. No archaeological evidence, no forensic evidence. There is literally zero evidence that they're 36,000 years old, despite everybody repeating that over and over again.
Dorial stated that he channeled these texts directly from Thoth the Atlantean, a claim that many consider to be farcical. Unlike the singular Emerald Tablet or the broader Book of the Secrets of Creation, which align with classical Hermetic texts on philosophy, alchemy, astrology, and magic from ancient to Renaissance times, the Emerald Tablets differ significantly in content and style. They reflect a distinct influence from Theosophical and New Age ideologies, particularly those advocated by the Brotherhood of the White Temple, founded by Dorial.
Yeah, so these writings were heavily influenced by an organization that the publisher of these created himself. And they were highly influenced by spirituality of the time and Madame Blavatsky and that kind of stuff, which was very popular at the time these were discovered.
These influences suggest that the text might not only draw from, but could potentially be a byproduct of, these modern spiritual movements, or a Lovecraftian plagiarism, as some researchers have claimed.
And some people have claimed that he plagiarized from H.P. Lovecraft, who was one of the most popular writers at the time that these were first published. And here's an article by Jason Calavito, who I know from Twitter, who's a skeptic.
Which I tend to agree with. If this is not enough to convince you, rest assured from here it's only going to get worse. Soon, you'll understand why Dorial was a charlatan.
Dorial was a charlatan. And by the way, most serious researchers agree that this book is a book of garbage. It's a modern fake forgery. It's not an ancient text as people claim. And, so that's a problem. That's a real problem.
And likely an inspiration for Billy Carlson's brand, because he relies so much on his writings.
Yes, and Mr. Carson relies on the Emerald Tablets a great deal. He's got books to sell about this book that was written by a fake doctor charlatan that wasn't who he says he was, that first said he got these Emerald Tablets from the pyramid in Egypt, and then when confronted, had to admit that he got them through channeling.
The narrative within the Emerald Tablets of Thoth the Atlantean parallels that of the Book of Mormon, claiming to be a translation from a lost language and representing a restoration of forgotten wisdom. In this way, it seeks to establish its spiritual authenticity and legacy. This is what happens when a text lacks a genuine pedigree. The people who write it invent one and market it by mixing in half-truths. Because esoteric works are confusing and hard to understand for most, they use this tactic to deceive and lure vulnerable people in.
And here is Billy Carson. He's selling the alchemical elixir, starfile gold and colloidal silver. Great, very credible.
Of course, no true scholar takes these texts or people seriously.
And let's stop this for a minute. No true scholar takes these texts or people seriously. You won't find any expert in ancient manuscripts talking about this because they know it's a modern forgery that was published by a complete and total fake Dr. Wackadoo who got caught lying multiple times about the whole situation. No real scholar takes this shit seriously because it's a channeled fake book. There's zero evidence or proof that it's an ancient manuscript.
In fact, most don't even bother exposing them. The question is, where are these tablets? Well, Dorial claims to have returned the Emerald Tablets to the Great Pyramid of Giza after he found them during a trip there in 1925.
Okay, so the author of the Emerald Tablets of Thoth claims that he got the tablets in the Great Pyramid somehow in 1925. Like, I guess the Egyptian government and the Egyptologists there just let some guy from the United States just walk in the Great Pyramid, start digging around and find these tablets, and then leave with them, what, in his luggage in an airplane home or on his luggage in a ship home? How did he transport them? Where are the tablets? Billy Carson won't show you the tablets. The author of the claimed author of the tablets can't show you the tablets. Then he claims he returned them to Egypt after he translated them. That was the first story that the wackadoo fake doctor that published this bullshit told, the first story he told about these so-called emerald tablets.
How convenient. And now Billy Carson states that the same tablets are hidden in the Vatican archives.
So Billy Carson said that those tablets are hidden in the Vatican archives. Very convenient, because nobody can get in the Vatican archives to either prove or disprove Billy Carson's claim. Very convenient.
Patience. We'll get to him soon enough. In order to prove that Billy Carson is wrong, we must first explain why his sources are not to be taken seriously by anyone, really.
Okay, so notice a pattern here. In the Christian debate here, Billy Carson is using modern forgeries and fakes and fraud books. He's not using books that are recognized to be ancient manuscripts. He's just claiming they're ancient manuscripts, I suppose, and using them for proof of his claims. But then through the excellent historical and biblical knowledge of somebody like Wes Huff, a real expert, his I don't know, I was going to use the F word. No, don't use that word. His deceptions or deceptive tactics or deceptive sources get revealed. So he has a pattern of using these less than credible sources, in my opinion. And the emerald tablets are no different than those other fake garbage sources that he's trying to use to, prove his so-called theories are true. It's a real problem. And just as Mr. Carson's use of those other books those other books that he used to talk about his Jesus claims aren't taken seriously by any real scholars, neither is this shit. Nobody takes this seriously.
In 1931, Dorial alleged that he encountered two Atlanteans in Los Angeles who guided him to a cave beneath Mount Shasta. There, he devised a cosmology centered on the concept of the inner earth, which included underground races, he said, were revealed to him by the Atlanteans.
So does this sound familiar? The Anshar, the inner earth, the honeycomb earth people?
Dorial also formulated theories about a subterranean serpent race. By the 1950s, his theories expanded to include extraterrestrials, merging these ideas into a comprehensive theory that the serpent race would collaborate with the Antichrist in the latter half of the 20th century.
So the same guy who wrote these Emerald Tablets of Thoth that Mr. Carson wants everybody to take seriously also said that there was a race of reptilian aliens that live in the inner earth that would help the Antichrist, right? Detective Bloor says the Emerald Tablets have been kidnapped by wackadoos. Is Thoth a bad enough dude to rescue the tablets? I don't know, but we thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. So what we have here, listen, if he had just found these tablets and translated them, that's one thing. But like all of these people who profit and promote these conspiracy theories, he expanded everything. The story got more grand. Oh, I met some Atlanteans in the Pyramid of Giza. But he couldn't prove that he'd ever been to Egypt, this guy who wrote these so-called books. First he said he got these tablets in Egypt. Then he changed the story. And he's talking about inner earth people, Atlanteans, Draco reptilian aliens living in the inner earth. It gets wacky, friends. In other words, the guy who originated these books that Billy Carson keeps promoting as true and real and 36,000 years old was a complete and total wackadoo who never proved any of this shit.
Sounds familiar, right? He described three types of flying saucers, one of which he claimed was operated by serpent people who, according to him, had thawed from ice in Siberia, overtaken, and then toppled the communist regime in Russia. Now you might say, wow, this guy truly was a creative genius for making these things up, but even that is false. Dorial might have adopted concepts from the Shaver Mystery, a popular series featured in the magazine Amazing Stories.
So he's taking
and
ideas
as previously
from a
mentioned,
popular magazine at the time.
Lovecraftian lore. Dorial even contributed to the magazine's fan forum. For those unfamiliar with this, Amazing Stories was a pioneering science fiction magazine launched in 1926 by Hugo Gernsback. It is known for introducing the term science fiction and for publishing works that expanded the genre. It blended elements of science fiction with mythical narratives.
Does this sound familiar? Kind of like Corey Goode taking his ideas from popular science fiction movies at the time. Apparently, the writer of the Emerald Tablets of Thoth was very active and interested in all of these stories and Amazing Stories, which talked about ancient mysteries and flying saucers and aliens. I consider that to be a little bit suspicious then.
As a side note, guess who else was inspired by this magazine? Yep, you guessed it, David Icke.
David Icke was
Recovering
inspired by that
emerald
magazine.
tablets from the Great Pyramid is not the only outlandish claim made by Dorial. Among his other assertions, he claimed...
Oh, here's where it gets wacky, friends. So wackadoos never stay in their lane. They might start out their wackadoo careers talking about something that seems very believable. Like, hey, when I was in the military, I saw some alien spacecraft. But then they always get into other areas like, oh, my past lives, my psychic powers, the inner earth people. It always gets wackier.
Claimed to have teleported inside Mount Shasta, where he
Oh, he
contacted a
teleported.
pre-Adamite, non-human lost civilization.
Oh, he could teleport.
He also declared himself the Supreme Voice, appointed by a group of mentally, physically, and spiritually evolved ascended masters to guide humanity. Dorial insisted that a Christ Kingdom avatar would appear on May the 2nd, 1956.
Oh, he's making psychic predictions. So this wackadoo, who claimed that they got these emerald tablets in Egypt originally, then said, oh, I traveled to Egypt astrally, and I translated them from Thoth, also made psychic predictions. Let's see what happened with his psychic prediction.
And proclaimed that the center of occult wisdom in the West was his Shambhala Ashrama in Colorado. He even predicted a Soviet nuclear attack in either May, August, or September of 1953, offering protection at his Shambhala Ashrama for $500, claiming that the lead in the canyon around his compound would stave off nuclear radiation.
Oh, that's nice. So he grifted off of his followers. This guy grifted off of his followers, claiming that there'd be a Soviet nuclear weapons attack on Earth in 1953. And we all know that didn't happen. And then he charged people $500 claiming that the lead around his, compound would protect him from the radiation. So basically, the guy who originated these Emerald Tablets of Thoth was a grifter. He was a New Age spirituality grifter who made a lot of wacky claims.
Dorial also claimed to have served in the U.S. Army Signal Corps, though this cannot be verified.
No.
Furthermore, the so-called doctor allegedly traveled to Egypt, India, and Tibet, but his passport showed no stamps from these countries. When questioned about the missing stamps, he changed his story.
Oh, so he claimed that he traveled to all these exotic locations, and then he got called out. And his passport didn't have stamps from any of the countries that he claimed that he visited. So then he changed his story. Does this sound like a reputable, credible source of information that you should base your career off of, Mr. Carson?
Saying his travels were astral.
Oh, he traveled there astrally. Kind of like Corey Goode. Oh, I went to space. I went to the moon base. I went to Mars. And then he gets caught. And he says, well, I traveled to space astrally. Very similar. There's some parallels here, right? There's some parallels here.
In this way, the Emerald Tablets become a channeled text. The background of these ideas can be traced back to historical and occult influences. Madame Helena Blavatsky, guided by ascended masters, founded the Theosophical Society in 1875.
It all goes back to Madame
promote
Blavatsky.
Theosophy, using terms like the Great White Brotherhood and White Lodge, later adopted by Blavatsky's successors. Dorial was involved with theosophy. In the 19th century, the occultist Eliphas Levi popularized the idea that the discovery of the Emerald Tablet occurred inside a pyramid. This concept gained traction when Louis Figuier published Alchemy and the Alchemists in 1854, assuming the Great Pyramid was the tomb of Hermes.
So this guy is conflating other people's claims about the alchemic Emerald Tablet with his own, even taking ideas because somebody said, oh, the Emerald Tablet was found in the Great Pyramid. Suddenly he finds Emerald Tablets different from those, plural, but his passport says he never been to Egypt. And by the way, he was a fake doctor. The guy was he was a clerk at a retail store, and he was a cab driver, I believe, not a doctor. He just gave himself the title of doctor. This is the level of garbage source. Absolutely not a credible source to use, especially not to base. Why would you write a whole book on a fraud that wrote a fake book that he claims he got from tablets, but then got caught lying about traveling to Egypt, and then he says, oh no, I traveled there astrally. Why would you write an entire book and not give people this part of the story? And, you know, by the way, I'd have no problem if he gave the whole story, but he gives half the story or the portion that he wants people to hear. I have listened to many podcasts and listened to him talk about these Emerald Tablets. I've never heard him give viewers and his fans any of the information that we're giving you tonight.
This misunderstanding provided an ideal backdrop for Dorial's embellished version, adding the tablets to his narrative. But what qualified Mr. Dorial to become a spiritual guru and the leader of a cult? The short answer is nothing.
Nothing.
His education was limited to elementary school.
Oh, so how is this guy translating ancient languages from ancient tablets? Like, let's just review this. So his highest education was elementary school. The guy didn't even graduate from high school. But we're supposed to believe that a guy with an 8th grade education knows how to properly translate ancient languages from ancient tablets he found inside the Great Pyramid. Oh, but later he changed the story to that he just channeled these from the Egyptian god Thoth, I guess. Great.
So he was not a qualified doctor.
Not a qualified
Records
doctor.
show that he worked as a department store clerk, a cab driver, and a salesman for a Kansas brokerage company.
Cab driver.
In his book,
A cab driver and a salesman.
Personal Experiences Among the Masters and Great Adepts in Tibet.
Yeah, and by the way, this person also claimed that he was an ascendant master and all these other claims.
Dorial claims he was born with the ability to read and write, and that he had an early understanding of mathematics, physics, and chemistry, all before reaching the age of 1. This assertion bears a resemblance to similar claims made by Terrence Howard, who recently got educated on the Joe Rogan podcast.
He got felt
to conclude, yes, I believe, and it seems common sense at this point, that Dorial was a charlatan. And
Dorial, the original producer of the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, was a charlatan, a fake doctor with an 8th grade education. There's no way he could translate ancient texts. Period. Full stop. Does Billy Carson give his viewers that information? Does Billy Carson say this guy only had an 8th grade education? He got caught about lying, traveling to all these exotic countries, and then changed his story? No, he only gives you half the story. That's the lie by omission.
And a very good one.
The truth about Billy Carson.
Now let's
and the
talk
Emerald
about Billy
Tablets.
Carson, because almost everything he claims in regard to the tablets rests on the writings of Maurice Dorial. At first glance, it might seem that Billy Carson believes in what he says from a genuine position and desire for knowledge, so my first reaction was that he was just misguided and oblivious to the actual truth. And then I saw this clip, which changed my mind.
Again, fair use.
The tablets are real. When you start breaking the tablets down and looking at the time period, even if they were only, let's say they were only 100 years old. All right, let's say they were only 100 years old. Well, guess what? The information in there is more advanced than anything that we've discovered to date, and some of the stuff was just recently discovered. If it's 100 years old, this person must have had a 500 IQ.
Yeah, clearly a guy with an 8th grade education does not have a 500 IQ. Did he mention when he was doing this podcast, uh, while he's selling this, that the guy who originated these tablets only had an 8th grade education? Of course not. Of course he forgets to mention that, because that doesn't help him push the story.
Whoever wrote it, then. Okay? Right.
If he knows
Felt
the truth,
it.
why on earth does he continue to spread this information? Now, believe me, I have nothing personal against Mr. Carson. I guess some of the things he said have helped a lot of people. But why does he double down on a narrative that is wrong on so many levels? Why would someone ruin
Terrible
their
narrative.
integrity if they claim to preach knowledge? For what? And why are these people who listen to him saying nothing? Why are Joe Rogan, Andre Ducum, and PBD, just to name a few, giving him a platform to spread nonsense?
Yeah, and that's what's happening here. Nobody is calling him on his bullshit. He's never really been called on all this bullshit until this Wes Huff debate, which is why I'm so happy that that happened, because now people are talking about him, and this gives us an opportunity to peel back the layers of deception that I believe, it's my opinion, I'm entitled to it, that he uses to sell these false narratives with these absolutely piss poor shit sources, you know? And it's so funny. He calls this thing forbidden knowledge. The forbidden knowledge really is what we're showing you. This is the forbidden knowledge, that his sources are shit. His sources are garbage. That's the forbidden knowledge, friends. That is the forbidden knowledge.
That's up for you to figure out. My personal opinion is that the hosts of these podcasts do it because he has a large following.
Yeah, they want to
It's
get
all
views.
profit-driven. Now, don't get me wrong. I have nothing against making money. Making money can be a spiritual endeavor if you respect the law of equivalent exchange, meaning you provide people with value in exchange for their time and resources.
Yeah, and look at all these views, right? It's sensational, so it sells. People click on it. It's a sensational, salacious story. Never mind that it's based on a wackadoo liar with an 8th grade education.
But there is next to zero value in what he says. Even worse, he is taking people on the wrong path. He is hindering their spiritual development, and all those people who invite him on their podcast are contributing to it as well.
I agree. And honestly, everybody that books him without doing their due diligence and giving their audience the benefit. And by the way, I would have no problem with Rogan or anybody else platforming him, as long as you bring on somebody like me that is knowledgeable about these other parts of the story that he always leaves out. That would make for an interesting podcast, in my opinion. And I'd have no problem. But this lie by omission, or only giving people part of the story, is very deceptive, in my opinion.
His best-selling book, which he promotes with every occasion he gets, is literally proof of this. The book's description reads, "The goal of this book is to provide you with a deep understanding of the profound and ancient knowledge that is your birthright.
Wow.
I will lead you on a journey that will delve into the history of the Emerald Tablets and the secret mysteries contained within these cryptic artifacts.
They're not ancient mysteries.
As we begin, it is important for you to know that the Emerald Tablets were written by an ancient being known as Thoth, the Atlantean.
Oh, that's right. Just a correction. It's not an Egyptian god, Thoth. It's an Atlantean, somebody from Atlantis named Thoth.
To date, there have been two manifestations of the Emerald Tablets. First, thousands of years ago, Thoth created multiple tablets of text and then concealed the location of these ancient tablets. Second, Thoth chose to incarnate as Hermes, the thrice great. Like Hermes, he carried a single emerald tablet. In the first two chapters of this book, I will provide information so you can understand and validate for yourself the role of extraterrestrials in our history. I will also offer evidence as to how Thoth, the Atlantean, was influential in our development as humans. Remember what I said earlier about how these salesmen love mixing historical facts with made-up stories to...
You got to give people a little piece of truth, and then you pile on 99% bullshit. So it's like 1% truth, 99% bullshit. That's why it works. Because it's like, well, I was able to verify this is true. He just forgets that the rest of the story is based on bullshit.
Confuse people. There you have it. I know you probably feel pissed right now, especially if you were fooled. But again, I remind you that the purpose of this video is to educate and not spread hate. So please don't go on his channel and do something that you will regret later.
That's good advice.
It's clear to everyone here why he is deceiving people in regard to the Emerald Tablets.
Yeah,
And this
for
applies
profit.
to
He's doing it
99%
for
of what
profit.
he says. Simply stop following him and go watch some esoterica if you are seeking knowledge. Dr. Justin Sledge is holding a course on Agrippa and his 3 books of occult philosophy for free there, and you will probably extract more value from it in 4 episodes than in hundreds of hours of random content from the tube. And, as a side note, Professor Dave already made an amazing video explaining why Billy Carson lacks the integrity to present himself as a guide and seeker of truth.
Oh, this was another glorious stream. Professor Dave Explains made a video called Billy Carson is Even Dumber Than Terrence Howard. And he ripped apart Carson's Rogan appearance, just ripped it to shreds, just destroyed it, totally felted him. So there you have it, friends. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth are bullshit. They're bullshit. PA18 with a kind and generous $10 super chat says, "Hey, Stephen, you mentioned Zechariah Sitchin earlier, and I was wondering if you have previous videos regarding his work. In the future, you could go into further detail about it." I believe we did cover debunking ancient aliens, and there's an episode on Vimanas where we touched on Zechariah Sitchin's complete garbage translations. I don't know that we've ever done a specific video just on Zechariah Sitchin and his garbage mistranslations that all this ancient aliens nonsense is actually based on, but we will do that. Jeffrey Inigi says, amazing information. Yeah. And that's amazing information that Billy Carson won't. That's the forbidden knowledge. The forbidden knowledge is the originator of the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the Atlantean, was a complete and total wackadoo with all kinds of wackadoo beliefs and all kinds of wackadoo claims. He's psychic. He's an ascendant master. There's reptilian aliens living in the inner earth. This is not a credible source of ancient knowledge, despite what Mr. Carson markets it as. So we've got just a few more things to share with you, and we're going to make it through. We are going to make it through. And we have to do the overtime. So I wanted to talk about Mr. Carson and these threats of defamation. And so he's now in his Cope stream, he's basically calling people defendants, saying that he's going to sue the originator of the podcast that hosted the debate for $1 million. Then he says, I don't even care if I win as long as I cost the people I'm suing money. That's literally the definition of a slap lawsuit. Look it up. A slap lawsuit is designed to prevent people from participating in public discourse, or essentially to shut people up. And I don't know, I live in the state of Pennsylvania where there's an awful lot of, there's some slap lawsuit protection and a very strong journalist shield law, which will come into play should anybody be foolish enough to attempt to litigation with me, which I certainly don't welcome. You know, thank you, Stephen. You're doing a great job. I value all the research you put into the dum-dums of UFO land, says Tommy T. Thank you for your kindness, generosity. Akikama, yes, we did hit the goal, but if we could get, 850 more gifted subscribers, I'll do an extra hour above the overtime. Right? We're going to keep that goal high. We've already been here for 3 hours and 40 minutes. So now we're going to get into Billy Carson has a history, in my opinion. Now, I want to preface what I'm about to say. Billy Carson has a history. And in that history, every time somebody uncovers some of the stuff we've shared with you tonight, not every time, I don't know every time, but many times or multiple times, or we can show you specific examples and instances, he threatens people with defamation lawsuits, especially if they talk about those arrests. Now, in my case, I'm going to take me off of the table. Let's forget that he threatened me with a defamation lawsuit because, as I stated, and I gave my mea culpa at the beginning of this broadcast, I deserved it. I was incorrect in a very important fact. We've corrected the record tonight. And like I said, his lawyer has given me permission to talk about Mr. Carson's work and offer my opinions. I've tried to avoid any ad hominem attacks. I didn't tell 1.1 million people that he sucks cocks like he did to me. I didn't dox him like he did to me twice. I think we've been very, very fair. And here's another person that Mr. Carson has threatened with a defamation lawsuit. And to his credit, and this is a guy who investigated Mr. Carson's crypto course, in which Mr. Carson claimed that if you take his course, you too, I'm going to be very careful here. He basically said that you may or could be able to make $2,000 a month in passive income from cryptocurrency, and his course was going to teach you how to do that. And so this person, Pocket Watching with JT, is a certified financial planner, and I suppose somewhat of a financial expert. So he looked into Mr. Carson's course, and then Mr. Carson threatened him with a defamation lawsuit, send him a cease and desist letter, kind of like he sent those cease and desist letters to Wes Huff and to the podcast host and to this Anton person. So in my opinion, there is really a pattern that we are seeing where Mr. Carson attempts to, and this is my opinion, he attempts to bully people into taking videos down with threats of lawsuits, with, these cease and desist letters and demand letters. Some people will call them angry lawyer letters. Fitted Street says, where do we look for Nick Fuente's body cam arrest? Wherever he was actually booked. I have yet to do that, but I will be working on that. Thank you for reminding me. Jeffrey Niggle says, it's almost like the word in that arena is grifting equals real money. If no grifting, no money. Yeah. Crypto Alchemist says, we need more Carson exposure. Yeah, I would agree. And so in this case, well, let's just get into it. Again, this is fair use, and this is Pocket Watching with JT. And this video is in the description, the links to it. And he did a great job sort of exposing. And again, he also uncovered, I said it earlier, and I really mean it. The mark of a good researcher is that other researchers can go after them and find the same things and show the same results. This person, like me, and like these other people we showed videos from earlier, he found the Florida records of Mr. Carson's arrest. He found records of Mr. Carson changing his name. He investigated his educational claims and said, hell no, this guy is not a Harvard graduate. I could tell just by listening to him. And so he did a good job uncovering a lot of this stuff, and he gets hit with threats. Let's get into it, friend.
Well, unfortunately for him, he's facing a very big lawsuit from me. So he'll be getting served very, very soon, because this information cannot be proven in the court of law as positively accurate. It's actually inaccurate, which gives me very good defamation, and also I get a chance to now sue his homeowner's insurance policy. And I'm going to start doing that to everybody that wants to play this kind of game.
Oh, you're going to start doing it to everybody.
Accounts completely deleted, completely deactivated.
Hey, Pocket Watchers, do you want to know what it's like to have an expert in space aliens threaten to sue you?
Oh, no, JT. Oh,
this is Pocket Watching with JT.
All right, guys. So I recently did a video covering Mr. Billy Carson.
Oh, I just want to put one more thing on the record that's important. There have been several times where I've observed Mr. Carson use the race card and claimed that people were racist. He did it in my case. He claimed in the letter he sent me that I was being racist or something like that. But it's important to note that there are many African Americans that cover him and they find the same information I did, but don't make that mistake that I made. That was such an egregious error. So, Mr. Carson, if you want to play the race card, then explain to me why you also have a problem with so many African Americans. Are they racist against African Americans? How could that be if they themselves are African Americans? And by the way, there's a great deal of Christian channels run by African American males that are covering your debate and not covering you in a very positive light. And I just want to ask, are they racist for doing this? You know, you can't use the race card. You can't look foolish, in my opinion.
And apparently Billy isn't too happy with the pocket watcher.
No,
wasn't a
not
fan
happy
of the video. And I know this because his legal team just sent me a cease and desist letter.
Uh-oh.
And in the letter, they basically say that they want me. No, they're demanding that I remove my video from the internet. And that the points that I made in that video, I know are false. So I do not want to be guilty of spreading lies on the internet. So let's go over each point that I made in the previous video, and let's see if they're false.
And then you take my face and put it on some shit that's in a bad light. I'm out here making money, man. Your top priority when something happens in business that doesn't go right, is to go and replace that income. That's your top priority.
Point number 1. Billy Carson sells online cryptocurrency training courses.
Yeah, he does.
Well,
he does.
You can tell right here with this
There you
website, Billy Carson does sell online cryptocurrency training courses. So I'm guessing that's not one of the points that Billy is upset with me about. Point number 2, his education. Now, in the letter, I can tell that Billy wasn't too happy with the way I characterized his education.
And we've seen earlier, he claims that he was at Harvard for 3 years. He took a 6-week online free course. He's not a Harvard graduate. He's not an MIT graduate. He got online certificates for taking free courses. And just as I said about good researchers, JT from JT's Pocket Watching, he found the same thing that everybody else did, that his educational claims don't pan out.
As I said in the video, I can tell after listening to him just for a few minutes that he was not a Harvard graduate. And as you can see, based off his LinkedIn profile, he does claim that he was educated at Harvard and MIT. But if you look closer, you'll see what type of education he had.
Absolutely.
Certificates from both of them. As you can see, from Harvard, you can get a certificate in ancient civilizations in 6 weeks.
For free.
And it is 100%
free course. Free course.
And here
Not
you
impressive.
can see that you too can get a certificate from MIT in neuroscience in 6 weeks. Not very impressive.
Not very impressive at all.
Point number 3, the name change. Now, I've had many Billy Carson fans come on my video in the comments and say, Pocket Watcher, you don't know what you're talking about. Billy Carson never changed his name. He was a victim of identity theft. Okay.
This is where the muddy in the waters comes in.
These things are public record. So right here, you will see from Broward County, Florida, the actual case file of Billy Carlson, Karlson, William Tyrone Carlson, changing his name to Billy Carson.
Yeah, there's public
It's
records
right
that confirm this.
It's on the Broward County website.
And he's admitted
If
he
it's
changed
wrong,
his name.
Then Billy, you have a beef with Broward County, not pocket watching with JT. And last, point number 4. And point number 4 to me is the biggest point based on the letter I received from Billy Carson's legal team. Based on this cease and desist letter, Billy is not very happy that I said that he was apparently a grifter. And listen, Billy.
Yeah, and by the way, if you express your opinion that somebody is a grifter, that's your opinion. It doesn't make it a fact. But I guess I can understand why Billy Carson is upset that somebody called him a grifter and would send him a cease and desist, because it doesn't help your business when you're trying to sell things that there's people on the internet calling you a grifter. But JT here is going to explain his reasoning, and I think it's reasonable.
I didn't do it to hurt your feelings. I only said it based on the definition of the word. So let's take a look at the definition of the word grifter. Grifter.
Fair enough.
A person who engages in petty or small scale swindling. Now, at this point, you have to ask the question, JT, why would you say that this man is apparently a grifter? Good question. Let's take a look at the Broward County court system. According to the Broward County Sheriff's Office, William...
And again, these are all of the files that everybody keeps finding. So is everybody else wrong, or is Billy Carson wrong?
Tyrone Carlson, also known as Billy Carson, was arrested for fraud charges.
There you go.
It says on December 18th, 2013, the defendant, William Carlson, was arrested for using a fictitious ID card in the name of Charles Rubin to fraudulently open a Chase checking account at Chase Bank.
Oh.
The officer states,
we covered this earlier.
I read defendant Miranda warning via card, which he waived, and admitted that the license was fictitious. Defendant advised that he purchased the license off the street in Miami. Defendant advised that he went on a website, netspin.com, where he was able to acquire the credit card. Defendant advised that his credit is bad and could not open an account under his real name.
Oh, no.
Further investigation revealed in 2013, the defendant opened at least 6 credit accounts using Tony Bellamy's real social security number without his authorization.
These are all publicly available records.
In a sworn statement, Tony Bellamy advised that he does not know William Carlson and did not give him permission to open the credit accounts using his social security number. Tony Bellamy desires prosecution. For those of you who are asking, well, JT, what happened in the case? Apparently, William Carlson took a plea deal.
There we go.
So, Billy, you have to understand, based on the records at Broward County, it's understandable that I would say that apparently you're a grifter. All right, guys, what is the lesson of the day? Today's lesson is never poke the pocket watcher bear. I'm not here to spread lies on anyone. I'm only here to help you understand how investing really works and how to properly vet a person or a company before you give them your hard-earned money. Now, if you want more financial tips from a certified financial planner, subscribe to Pocket Watching with JT.
There you go.
Need more? Book your personal consultation with my man JT at pocketwatcher.net.
All right, so Pocket Watcher with JT was also threatened with defamation and, you know, this cease and desist and all this stuff because he uncovered those records of Mr. Carson's arrest. And he really was not a fan of Mr. Carson's cryptocurrency course that he was selling. And you can check out his original video, which goes into great detail about Mr. Carson's course on cryptocurrency and the claims that he made there. So this is really not looking good. And I really do think there's been a Streisand effect here. Mr. Carson refusing to admit defeat in that debate has created a Streisand effect. And now there's more videos, there's more people that are standing up and saying, you know, we're not going to be silenced. We're allowed to express our opinions. We're allowed to, he's a public figure. We're allowed to talk about it. And I have not done anything malicious. He's done some malicious things, like put my family and my children in danger, maybe from some internet wackos showing up at our front door. He told everybody that I suck dicks like Monica Lewinsky. You know, I think there's clear indication that he's the one being malicious here. It's not me. And by the way, I've been watching so much of the content about Billy Carson in these last couple of days. I haven't seen anybody be malicious. I haven't seen anybody being malicious, and I haven't seen anybody using ad hominem attacks. Maybe a few people have thrown the word grifter around or whatever. I didn't. I think people have been pretty fair about this whole situation. And so it's kind of like, it's just weird to me that, and again, on the Cope stream, he is basically claiming that there's a vast criminal conspiracy against him, even citing RICO, that all these people are conspiring against him to, I don't know, wreck his business or what is his claims, I don't get it. I just don't get it. And I'm afraid, okay, so, man, what do we have left here? All right, we've got a 12-minute video and we've got an 18-minute video. We're going to go with the 12-minute video because in keeping with this theme, here is another person who I believe made a video talking about Mr. Carson's arrest and other things, and was then given a stern talking to at the very least. And this person has been very aggressive with his coverage and is, again, I just kind of want to display a point because, I think some racism was mentioned in Mr. Carson's coping stream. And here again, we have an African-American male who covered Mr. Carson, and Mr. Carson took exception to. So I want to ask Mr. Carson, is this person also racist? He himself is African-American. It doesn't make sense, but it is what it is. So this is a video that is interesting, and it is, let me get the channel, I apologize. It's in the description of the video. It's from Tun Africa, and I'll spell that for the benefit of our audio podcast listeners. TUN space AFRICA. And this is a 2-year-old video, but it's interesting because he titled his video, My Call with the King of Frauds, Billy Carson, and he hashtagged it Forbidden Knowledge. So, boy, this is an interesting one for sure. And this person also made a video about Mr. Carson's history. And Mr. Carson did not like that. And so let's get into it, friends.
Yes, I'm going to stay in my lane. I'm an expert on ancient tablets and ancient texts. I'm an expert on aerospace history. I'm an expert on some different technologies and quantum physics and quantum mechanics.
He's an expert on ancient texts, but he doesn't know that Jesus was crucified in the Sinai Bible.
I'm now a producer, a documentary producer, a movie writer, and I've written a lot of shows for TV as a background writer that people don't even know I've written those shows and written those scripts and so forth.
Hello and welcome to another day in paradise, and welcome to another edition of the Unapologetic Negropian. In today's video, so a couple of days ago, I made a video about Billy Carson. I spoke to you about the email that he had sent to YouTube trying to shut my channel down.
Oh, that's another tactic. Mr. Carson likes to file copyright claims, trying to shut people's channel down or get them copyright strikes for using his material, even when it's used in the spirit of fair use, which is clearly what people are doing. Oh, it looks like the broadcast is going to end. How is the broadcast going to end? Oh, we might have to do part 2. No? That's weird. I think there may be a hard limit on the streams here. If the broadcast ends, I will take a short break and come back to my channel here, and we will continue. Let me just monitor here and make sure. I don't know. I just gotta notice that the broadcast will end, but then it didn't. So I don't know what's going on with that. I apologize. We're going to continue, and should the broadcast suddenly and abruptly end, I apologize, and I will start a new stream. Just go back to the channel should that happen. I don't know what is going on. Looks like we are still live, even though I got that notice saying the broadcast was going to end. I don't know. That's something I have to email, I suppose, the software people about. But let's get back to this.
However, in that email, they inadvertently sent me Billy Carson's telephone number. So I tried to give him a call on camera to no avail. However, a little later on that night, I managed to get a hold of him. The phone conversation was extremely interesting, and what I want to do for you today is I want to analyze that telephone conversation. I took a look at it and I saw that there were 10 things that I extracted out of that telephone conversation that you guys also can use when speaking to scammers over the phone. So we're going to get into these 10 important things. First, I'm going to ask you, like always, to please like, subscribe, share, click the bell notification.
And by the way, I just want to mention again that this person's opinions and the way he's characterizing Mr. Carson are his own opinions. I'm not co-signing them or agreeing with them. His opinions do not necessarily reflect my own.
And please consider supporting the channel on our Patreon, link in the description. I'd also like to invite you to please follow the Oversight channel, the channel that is there to help you to invest on the African continent, both safely and securely. Link also in the description. So let's get into it. Rule number 1, the length of time he spent on the phone with me. He spent almost an hour on the phone with me.
Oh, that's interesting.
An hour. Who in their daily lives right now has an hour to spend on the phone to anybody? It's difficult for the average man to find an hour in his day to speak to somebody on the phone, yet alone a multi-millionaire, multi-business owner like Billy Carson. Yeah. Clearly, he was spending time on the phone for me for reasons we're going to get into a little later on in this video. Number 2, deflection. So Billy Carson started speaking about other people that he used to work with and about the bad things that they did. Started speaking about Chris Gibson, a former business partner, and how he managed to get away with some of the crimes that he committed because of his status down there in Florida.
A police report against Jacques Tullis, who was the person that actually, him and 3 other people, not only stole the information, but as well as stole from our company.
Because he's saying that you stole from the company.
Of course he would say that. Of course. And Chris Gibson screenshot of that guy making those comments, that guy robbed the bank.
He started bringing up people. He started saying names, trying to divert my attention. He didn't want that attention. And whilst he was on the phone with a YouTuber who can make videos about people who are into crime, then why not throw somebody else under the bus? Number 3, the empty threat. Guys, if I've told you once, I'll tell you again. Please don't take threats over the internet and over the phone seriously. Most of the times when people are trying to threaten you over the phone or over the internet, it's a dangerous thing for them to do. There must be a reason for it. The vast majority of the times, those people are making those threats in order to change the way you think or the way you feel. They are not trying to make those threats because they have any serious thoughts of actually taking out the thing that they are threatening to do to you. Number 4, their money and their power.
I have unlimited funds. Unlimited. And I didn't make my money from the conscious community. I've been rich long before the conscious community ever even existed.
He said he had unlimited money. Then why is he always fundraising? If you have unlimited money, you don't need investors in your company, because if you take investors in your company, then you have to pay shareholders dividends. If you have unlimited money, wouldn't you just fund the company yourself? I would think so.
I was rich before the internet came into existence.
Wow. Wow.
I've just been stacking and building.
Essentially, it's a way for them to try and influence you to think or to do something. So scam artists will always try to project themselves as being an extremely wealthy person. Why do they do this? Because they want your money. So if they're trying to get money from you, hey, I can give my money to this person. This person's wealthy, he's rich, he's a multi-millionaire. He's not going to take my money. So a lot of those...
I agree with him. This is a very good psychological ploy, right? Oh, I've got unlimited funds. I'm super wealthy. I don't need your $29 or $59 or whatever, or your $40 for my book. I'm multimillionaire. I don't need your money.
Scam artists will use this ploy in order to take your money off you. This one is actually quite simple, and you should know it already. Number 5, the sympathy card.
And that's why black people are the most locked up people in the world. It wasn't really that big of a deal to me until it started affecting my family. And when things start to affect my kids, that's when I take it. That's when I gotta take it personal, because if somebody comes at me sideways and it starts affecting my family over something that's actually not accurate, well then I gotta take action. I can't sit there and let my family suffer over false information and fake news. Well, I do. That's why when I start to see black people attacking me, it's like, damn, what the hell, man? I'm out here helping as many people as I can. The majority of the people I'm helping are black people.
This guy threw out all the stops for this one. You know, these things, they could all be true, but why are you telling me for? This is no offense to Billy Carson, but really, there was no need to tell an average YouTuber about the history of your life and your rags to riches story. There was absolutely no need for it. Not from my point of view anyway. Definitely from his point of view, because he doesn't want me to make these videos. He wants me to stop. But that is something you definitely need to keep an eye on. Number 6, selling themselves. They really go in with the sales pitch. They are trying to sell themselves to you because they want to win you over.
Absolutely.
This is another way that they try to influence you.
You know, this is what I studied neuroscience for. It's called applied neuroscience. You have to teach, you have to get people where they are, and then once you get them where they are, you can move them into where you want them to be. This is what the mainstream media does with negativity and divisiveness and divide and conquer.
In other words, yeah, I studied neuroscience, and I use that knowledge to what? Manipulate people? Get them to where we want them to be?
You have to overcome this stuff.
They try to say, oh, well, you know, you're a black person, I'm a black person, we are in this together, we should be holding each other up. It's as if they just can't help themselves. I mean, they just can't stop themselves from trying to sell themselves. It just comes out naturally. So keep on guard. Watch out for when they try to do that. I'm going to sue you.
Well, unfortunately for him, he's facing a very big lawsuit from me. So he'll be getting served very, very soon, because this information cannot be proven in the court of law as positively accurate. It's actually inaccurate, which gives me very good defamation, and also I get a chance to now sue his homeowner's insurance policy, and I'm going to start doing that to everybody that wants to play this kind of game.
Does that include me too?
Well, you're in the UK. I talked to the attorneys about it. They looked into the situation. And then,
does that include me?
If we can't rectify the situation with this guy in the UK, then I'll take it to the UK courts.
Wow, okay.
Now they've taken your video and this other guy's video and they've put it into Discord groups. They've Telegram groups with 30 and 40,000 people in there. You know, Telegram has a law, so where the attorney's working with them now, they have a law against that kind of stuff. So they're working to get that entire Telegram group deactivated.
Guys, I think every scam artist in the world has said those words at some point in their lives. I'm going to sue you. America has sue culture, but they don't have that in Europe. Never heard a European person say to me, wow, you said this, so I'm going to sue you now. It just doesn't work the same way here in Europe. However, I understand that he has a whole team of lawyers and they are getting ready to go to England right now so they can serve me papers in England and they can really get to work with getting me to court and getting me sued in England. Shall I tell him or should you tell him? Number 8, I've done it before.
I got 4 Instagram accounts completely deleted.
Yeah, and here he's flexing like, oh, I got all these accounts deleted because they talk shit on me. This really shows sort of a control kind of situation. Like he likes to control the situation. You can't make a video about me. You can't talk about me. I'll get your account deleted. It's really dark.
Completely deactivated.
So he started to go through all the stories of the times in which he has done this type of thing before. I mean, for him, it is totally normal. And he wants to project that to me on the phone because he doesn't want to really go through the court system. He doesn't want me to go through the court system. He has no intention of going through any court system. What he wants me to do is take down those videos and be quiet and not make any more videos about him. Clearly, this is having the opposite effect. So he'll find a story that has some piety with your story, and then he'll tell you about the multiple times that he has done this. Number 9, the belittling. You're saying that the whole video is incorrect then?
Yeah, that whole video is garbage. It's trash. This is what can happen to you when you get on the internet and start.
Yeah, and now he's going to start making threats. Like, you could lose your house, you could get a judgment.
Looking at people's YouTube videos and start trying to become a low-budget investigator. This is what can happen. You can lose everything. You can get a judgment against your house, and you can never be able to sell your house.
Almost every scam artist is either a sociopath or a narcissist. They are on the spectrum at some point. Some are worse than others.
100%.
So you've got to remember they have multiple personalities, and one of those personalities is trying to control the other personalities all the time.
Absolutely.
So he probably had a lot of anger. He probably was holding that in, and every now and again it comes out.
It pops out.
But it comes out in a more subdued, diluted manner. So they don't want to throw you off. They are still in control. A lot of psychopaths do this very, very easily. And number 10, projecting the danger that I'm in because I'm talking about him.
Did have an arrest, and yes, the case was actually terminated 6 months later. Never went to prison, never became an ex-convict. As a matter of fact, I had my concealed weapons license. And
he loves, how many times have we heard him talk about his concealed weapons? See, I'm not a felon. I have a permit to carry.
State of Florida and Ohio, because I've never been convicted of any crimes in my entire life.
So he starts talking about his weapons. Now, he didn't threaten me at any point. He just started talking about the fact that he has a handgun. And the fact that he has a handgun means that he has a license. He has a license because he doesn't have any criminal record. Because the number one thing you should do when you start off a conversation with anybody on the phone that you don't know is that you don't trust them. You automatically have to tell yourself, I don't trust this person. I'm going to trust this person at the beginning of the conversation and at the end of the conversation. It's like speaking to the police. You never trust them. You don't even speak to the police. You always shut your mouth. You use your God-given right and you keep your mouth shut, because the vast majority of the time, the police don't want to make their lives harder. They want to make their lives easier. And most of the times, if they are trying to get that evidence, it comes out of your mouth. So keep your mouth shut. So guys, those were the 10 things that I found out in this telephone conversation. It was a pretty funny conversation, if I need to be honest with you. I enjoyed it thoroughly. A lot of these scammers don't understand that there are people out there that understand them. There are people out there that know what they are doing. And they don't understand that there are a lot of people out there that are not going to fall for their BS under any circumstances. Until the next time, please think twice. Torarabu.
I don't care if I win $0. I'm going to make people go to court and spend their own money.
That's the second time in the Cope stream he said the same thing. I don't care if I win any money. I just want to cost these critics of mine money. That's basically the definition of a slap lawsuit, as I understand it, but I'm not a lawyer. He's trying to intimidate people into silence by using lawfare, apparently, or allegedly. And this is the second time I've heard him say that in the past couple days. Once on the Cope stream and once on this recorded call. Right? Let's see if there's any.
To find out what the truth is. If people want to spend their own money, thousands of dollars, to find out that they made a mistake, that's what's going to have to happen. And I'll spend $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 doing this if I have to.
So in other words, he will use his vast resources to what? Bully people into silence? I don't understand. I don't get it. Video link is in the description of the video. So I am through my presentation, except for a bit of a review of his Cope stream. Watched his whole 3.5 hour Cope stream. It's on his channel. And I just made some notes that are going to be quick. We'll just get through these. One of the points he made is that the more videos everybody makes about him, the more famous they make him. And you're all just making me more famous. Again, just as this gentleman talked about, Mr. Carson is trying to manipulate, in my opinion, trying to manipulate and control people, stop them from making videos about him. And this is kind of a stupid psychological argument, like, just go ahead, keep making more videos about me. You're just helping me. It's kind of like reverse psychology, maybe. He threatens the podcaster who hosted the debate with a cease and desist and lawsuit if he releases the debate. He talked about that. And then he said, people are saying I pulled up on a YouTuber's house. We'll see if we can't find that and share that video. He was caught on a Ring camera at 2:30 in the morning delivering an angry letter to the podcast host's house saying, don't you dare release that debate video. And then, just as this gentleman said, he's playing on the sympathy card. He said that these people who set up the debate and did it with him, these were his best friends and they betrayed him. Several times throughout his Cope stream, he said, I always have the receipts. Then he made some really wacky claims. He claims that a cult paid the editor of the debate a bribe, but he offered no evidence or proof of that. Then he said a lot of the live chat negative comments in his chat are bots, and we have 5 people cleaning the comments. So in other words, Mr. Carson doesn't believe in free speech on his own channel that professes to teach people forbidden knowledge. You're not allowed to freely speak your mind. If well, he's talking about bots. I believe he's talking about negative comments. Then he gave a multitude of wacky Bible excerpts. And if you're trying to disparage Christianity or Judaism, sure, you can find wacky things in the Bible. And he spent a great deal of time going through as many wacky Bible excerpts as he can, not addressing the core issue, which is that he was completely and totally wrong in his claims about the crucifixion of Jesus and Jesus's wife and all those other things. Instead of addressing that, he showed wacky Bible excerpts. Then he talked about his dad getting beaten by the cops and racism. And then he claimed that showing a black man's mugshot, in this case his, was a form of racism. Then he rambled about his first car, claiming someone stole his ID, trying to explain away these arrests and these Florida records, which everybody keeps finding, detailing his arrest and his plea deal. He is really, I believe, trying to just muddy the waters, claiming somebody stole his ID, but the documents clearly show that he was using somebody else's ID. So take from that what you will. He also claimed that anybody, I suppose, broadcasting that debate, that's an illegal video because he didn't consent to be in it. He didn't sign a release form, which is kind of a weasel move. I had a guy do that to me once here. One time, a guy came on my show and had an absolutely abysmal performance. It was just ridiculous. And I don't remember the exact details. But he then hit me with a cease and desist letter claiming that if I didn't take the video down, he would sue me. And honestly, I didn't think he was really going to sue me, but the guy was such an asshole and I just wanted to get him out of my life that I said, fine, I'll take the video down. By then, everybody had seen it. And at that point, I was getting very low views. It was in the beginning, near the beginning of the show. You know, it is what it is. Technically, yeah. I think technically, yeah, you have to sign a release form. And that just protects the broadcaster by saying, yes, you consented to be on camera and do this thing. And here's a legal document proving that. But it appears to me that he went there of his own free will and participated in the debate of his own free will. You know, nobody had him at gunpoint or twisting his arm behind him, making him do this debate. So it's kind of a weasel move to claim, well, I didn't sign a release. His Cope stream was something else, and we're going to go over it here. We're getting into overtime in just a few moments. Okay, so next, he said that the ring cam video that people are showing clips of is illegal because he didn't consent to be on camera. Dude, if you walk up to somebody's front door and knock on their door and they have a ring camera, you're on their property. You consented to be filmed. You should know they have a ring camera. I don't think that the ring camera footage is illegal, but again, I'm not a lawyer. Then Mr. Carson doxed me and told everybody that I like to suck dicks like Monica Lewinsky, which I categorically deny. I am not He said I do the same acts that Monica Lewinsky did, which I guess he's saying I suck cocks. No, I'm not a cocksucker, Mr. Carson. Next, this is great. He's starting a Bible study course. And I'm just here to tell you, I don't know. I've had 10 years of theology and Bible study and scripture study courses, including history, and everything with the Jesuits. I was educated by Jesuit priests. I'm sure that'll start a lot of conspiracy theories, but that's the truth. And I'm here to tell you, as a one-time 10-year-long student of the Bible, actually, I would consider myself a lifelong student of the Bible and biblical texts, including the so-called banned books of the Bible or non-canonical texts. I don't think that anybody wants to go to a Bible study class with somebody that claims Jesus wasn't crucified and that Jesus was married, or, you know, these other wacky claims he made that have no basis, no evidentiary base, like Jesus went to, you know, India and studied Buddhism, and all of these claims that he makes are wackadoo. Nobody wants to study the Bible with somebody that claims Jesus wasn't crucified and uses fake books as his proof for that. But it is what it is. He's starting a Bible study course. He claims he has all this evidence and voice recordings of people threatening his children and his family, but he shows and plays none of it. So take from that what you will. Does he really? If people really threatening his family? I don't know, but he's claiming that. He claimed that I was half dead when I did the debate and that I had pneumonia when I did the debate. Well, if you have pneumonia, you probably shouldn't be going anywhere. But what do I know? You know, I think this is just a poor coping. It's just a poor excuse. Like, oh, I had pneumonia. That's why I did so poor in that debate. Okay. And he does have some proof. I guess he showed like he was in the hospital before the debate or whatever. Take from that what you will. He claims we're bringing people to light while simultaneously not addressing the major controversy, which is that he was completely and totally wrong over and over and over again in that debate and got his ass handed to him by a real biblical historian and scholar. Then he goes into some new age word salad. You know, he's going to teach people to ascend to a higher level of consciousness and all this crap. Then he talks about the dangers. I thought this was the funniest part. He talks about the dangers of a narcissistic psychopath. Then he does a pitch encouraging people to get behind his paywall. He talks about he created 340 songs in multimedia, all different venues. Then he claims that he makes more money than rappers. Then why do you need money from this? If you make more money than rappers and you have a $50 million company, you wouldn't need money from the UFO community, the consciousness community, the conspiracy land community, but that's just my opinion. Then he makes a claim that he's been on hundreds of TV shows. I mean, I don't know what to say about that. You could check his IMDb, see how many TV shows he's been on. He said, I've been on hundreds of TV shows. Then he says, nobody gets rich from being an expert talker on shows. You have to have real businesses. Well, so far, all I can really make out is that Mr. Carson's businesses are YouTube videos, going on podcasts, selling books, all to this community. And he's saying his company's worth $50 million and it's based all on this community, but he's saying nobody gets rich from that. I don't understand it. Then he pitches his money-making claims articles on entrepreneur.com. I hadn't had time to look at that. Then he talks all about how he has these big deals in the works. His cope stream was something else. And since we did hit our goal tonight, we are going to go into that. But once again, I need to use a little boys' room because we are at, we are at 4 hours and 24 minutes. God damn, I haven't done a stream this long since the Keno Casino. We used to do real long streams like this, but I'm glad because we want to get it all in one video. And every time somebody asks me about Billy Carson and what's the deal with him, I'm just going to send them a link to this video. So we are going to go into overtime. But before we do that, 1 second here. Let me exit this screen share. We are going to go into overtime. But before we do that, we're going to take a short musical break courtesy of courtesy of Simon Fly. And actually, this is just a break. We'll be right back, and then we'll do the overtime I promised you. Thank you all so much for helping us hit our goal. I think we're at 35 or something, and our goal was 25. So thank you all for your tremendous kindness, generosity, and support. I truly appreciate it. And so let me change my banner to "This is a comedic parody." This is a comedic parody and is therefore it is covered under fair use, friends. And I just have to hit the head, and I will be right back. Unfortunately, like I said, I'm working off very little sleep, and so yeah. All right, I'm gonna share another music video featuring me, and this one is from Simon Fly. We want to thank Simon Fly for his contributions to the show and everybody who contributed to the show, including all the people who we use their videos under fair use to try to educate people. All the links to all the videos we shared tonight are in the description of the video. So if you want more detailed information that we provided, there's great sources out there, and we shared a great deal of them with you. So the show is not over. If you want to hear the overtime, I'm going to do the bottom of the barrel for the overtime. We're going to react to a react stream, but there's a reason we're doing that. And that's because Billy Carson rambled for 3.5 hours. Somebody else cut the best of his rambling nonsense into a very short video. I think it's 20 minutes long. We're going to go over that, and we're going to see, the highlights of his cope stream, which was just glorious. 3.5 hours rambling about nothing. And he had no fucking excuses for what happened in that debate. But his ego will not let him let it go. So it is what it is. I'll be right back. This is comedic parody and is therefore covered under fair use. It's only a few minutes long, and then we'll get to the overtime as promised, friends. I'll be right back as quickly as I can empty my bladder. This is not science. Travis Taylor, he's a pussy. This is not science. Travis Taylor, he's a pussy. Is there for the money. Is there for the money. Is there for the money. Is there for the money.
Part of the scientific method is to share your results.
Is there for the money. Is there for the money.
Talk about things on the show and things that you haven't seen on the show.
Is there for the money. Is there for the money.
Me and the team are going on the road for Skinwalker Live Tour.
Is there for the money. Is there for the money.
Please come join us. We know it'll be informative and entertaining.
Is there for the money. Is there for the money.
Chase Stratton, Travis Taylor, and Gary Nolan.
Is there for the money. Is there for the money.
Chase Stratton, Travis Taylor, and Gary Nolan.
Is there for the money. Is there for the money. Is there for the money.
Say yes.
Is there for the money.
Say yes.
This is not science. Travis Taylor, he's a pussy.
Say yes. Say yes.
Is there for the money.
Say yes.
Is there for the money.
Say yes.
This is not science. Travis Taylor, he's a pussy.
Say yes. Say yes.
Is there for the money.
Method is to share your results.
Is there for the money.
On the show and things that you haven't seen on the show.
This is not science. Travis Taylor,
share
he's
your
a pussy.
results. Talk about things on the show and things that you haven't seen on the show.
Frauds, hoaxers, 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 frauds, hoaxers. All right, friends, we are back. Oh, I have to get some longer bumpers. The bathroom in my home is down the steps and all the way across the room. And please, you audiophiles, I realize I keep doing this, For those unaware, our other software, if we played a bumper like that, it would auto mute the microphone, and this one doesn't do it. I have to manually mute it, and sometimes I forget. So you may have heard the door open or me going down the steps. I'm sorry. I apologize. So we'll take a moment to welcome once again to the live chat. And we'll take some comments or questions. Pablo Coulter says, "Suffer Billy, sister. Steve's here for the money now, bitch." Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Childress is bad. I didn't realize it's calling them frauds. I'm going to get another legal letter, right? I should have just gone astrally, says Stormcrow. Well, you know, it is what it is. So we've got the... I have the Cope stream. Yes. So there's a channel called Russian KD, RUSIAN space KD, which is a Christian channel, which I'm happy. I've been finding a lot of Christian channels researching this stuff. And I just want to read you some of the videos online. Wesley Huff destroys Billy Carson on God and gender. Yeah, that's another one. It's just great. Career-ending debate, Billy Carson. The career-ending debate Billy Carson doesn't want you to see. Oh, this has been quite the felting, friends. But we're going to cite fair use. This is a transformative work. The video that we are sharing is in the description of the video. And we're going to do the overtime that I promised you. Let's get into it, friends. One second. We have to unshare that one. All right. So this video is titled "Billy Carson Responds and Makes It Much Worse." And I cannot agree more. Billy Carson made this whole situation so much worse with his Cope stream. It is bad, friends. He just made the whole thing worse because he doubled down. All he had to do was sort of, you know, well, let's switch that. All he had to do, friends, is admit he made a mistake. Hey, I didn't look into that source very much, and it would have all blown over. But threatening everybody with lawsuits for even letting people see the debate, not a good look. Doubling down when you were already wrong, not a good look. So this is a transformative work. We're educating the public and critiquing the video that we are sharing. And like I said, this is the worst of the worst content, reacting to a react stream. But I told you the reasons why we're doing it this way. I don't have 3.5 hours plus commentary time. It would be 6 hours to go through his whole video. And most of it was a rambling, nonsensical mess. So this gentleman did a great breakdown of this whole story.
What is this video about today? Billy Carson exposes fake debate video.
The Billy Carson situation just got settled. After calling an emergency live stream to debunk the fake debate, Billy Carson goes on to literally debunk one of his own claims in the video without even knowing it. Billy Carson finally decided to have a conversation with a Christian, and it did not go his way. Wes Huff ended up embarrassing Billy. Some would even say a career-ending debate on Billy Carson's part. But what came next was a slew of cease and desist notices to the moderator, Mark, to Anton, who set this thing up, and to Wes himself. But what makes all this even more embarrassing is Billy Carson's live stream. Over 3.5 hours with him explaining why he didn't perform well, why there is a mass conspiracy of Christian mafia and cabal leaders looking to take him out, him still being under the weather during this appearance. Kind of like when Logan Paul lost his boxing match and said I had a bit of a cold.
I'm sick. I woke up sick. I've been sick for the past 3 days. The first thing I did this morning was sneeze 3 times. It took away that killer instinct.
And then he brags about having friends in high places and even pulling the race card.
You thought I was just some dumb black guy that just happened to get a little lucky with a couple of clips online.
There's the race card.
Some popularity.
But the best part of his 3.5 hour stream was when he started to try and debunk the claims that he was debunked for. Specifically, the claims that Wes clearly called him out on regarding the Sinai Bible. He moves the goalposts and tries to reconcile some of the outlandish claims he's made and why he wasn't able to deliver them when he was with Wes face to face. lyrics. But before we get into that, guys, my name is Ruslan. This channel exists to encourage, empower, and inspire you to live a life that blesses God. If you're new here, if you're not new here, do me a favor, hit that subscribe button. As a huge percentage of the people that watch this channel regularly, unfortunately, are not subscribed. All right, let's jump into this video. Billy goes on to explain that he had pneumonia and was in the hospital for weeks and was feeling under the weather when he ended up having this conversation. I'm not going to unpack all of that. That could be true, and it doesn't really affect anything. I'll just be unpacking some of the claims he tries to use in this video to debunk the things he should have said to Wes. Okay, so first thing, I got to point out, Billy, if you're watching this is the definition of a slap lawsuit, okay? Listen to what Billy says in this part.
Yeah, this is great. The money that you thought you were making and the popularity you thought you were making is all going to be spent on attorney's fees. And I don't care if I win or lose. I just want you to spend money.
This is someone that's clearly unhinged and also unfortunately does not understand.
Did you see that? I just want to force you critics to spend money. The cope, friends, the cope.
And how the law works. A slap lawsuit is a strategic lawsuit against public participation, and it is a civil complaint or a counterclaim filed to silence or intimidate someone who speaks on a matter of public interest. The term was coined in 1980s. Yep. So what Billy is basically admitting to there is that he is okay with filing a bunch of slap lawsuits against creators, against people that were part of this process, because he just wants them to spend money. But what he doesn't understand is this could open him up to a countersuit.
Translation differences. KJV, translators worked from a limited set of late medieval Greek manuscripts, primarily the Textus Receptus and Hebrew texts available in the early 17th century. In contrast,
I forgot one point I wanted to make as well. In his Cope stream, Mr. Carson claims that he saw Wes Huff on ChatGPT getting answers. I'm going to say that again. Mr. Carson claimed that he saw Wes Huff on his screen looking up answers to the questions in ChatGPT. I'm sorry, the guy's a recognized biblical expert, historian, kind of well-known expert on these matters. I don't think he needs to use ChatGPT to look up answers. And these are some of the Cope slides he put up, you know, just totally trying to explain away without ever acknowledging that he was 100% completely and totally wrong in what he was saying about Jesus wasn't crucified in the Codex Sinaiticus. Instead of addressing that, he's like, well, there's some differences.
Whereas the Codex Sinaiticus is an earlier manuscript reflecting a different textual tradition. These distinct source materials contribute to differences in wording and interpretation between the two versions.
Ego is a bad thing.
Billy thinks he's cooking here. Here's the thing. Anyone with even a basic level understanding of textual criticism understands the distinction between the Codex Sinaiticus, which is the earliest manuscripts, and the Textus Receptus, which is where we get the KJV only movement from, meaning people that believe the later manuscripts that the KJV comes from are actually better because they contain some passages that are missing in the earliest manuscripts. But anyone with a study Bible, I mean, almost anyone with really any Bible can find these discrepancies. They don't make any major doctrinal issues. They are things like a story being left out in the Gospel of John about the woman being caught in the act of adultery. The last 11 verses being left out of Mark 11, which we just did a video on reacting to the West Virginia church handling bit.
Yeah, so there is some minor differences, but none of those differences are major enough to make any doctrinal differences. What does that mean? That means the doctrine of the faith that Jesus was crucified and then rose from the dead 3 days later and was seen by his disciples in his beatic, glorified body state after rising from the dead. Those are all in both the Codex Sinaitica and the King James Bible or more modern translations. Therefore, Billy's argument that there's differences makes no difference. There isn't differences to the point of one says Jesus was crucified and one doesn't, unless you go to the Gospel of Barnabas, which is a fraud. So he's trying here to, like, you know, move the goalpost. Well, there's some differences, therefore I was right. No, you were completely and totally wrong.
This is stuff that within Christian communities we know about and we've known about. So Billy is presenting this information as if it's shocking and a smoking gun. There's no smoking gun here. We know that there's variance in our scriptures. That this is called textual variance. This is stuff that's been discussed and debated between Dr. James White and Bart Ehrman. Nothing new here.
Yeah, and it's also important to point out that this is before printing presses, friends. So copies of the Codex Sinaitica had to be hand copied. You ever hand copy 1,000 or 2,000 page book by hand? You're going to make some mistakes or errors or omissions. there is no defense to Billy being so wrong that he can offer here.
Variations between the Codex Sinaiticus and the KJV have led to differing theological understandings. For example, the absence of certain passages in the Codex Sinaiticus, such as the longer ending of Mark, affects narratives concerning the resurrection and ascension of Jesus. These differences highlight the importance of textual criticism and biblical studies to understand the development and transmission of biblical texts over time.
Okay, so let's just concede that point. Let's just say that the last 11 verses of Mark don't talk about the resurrection and the ascension of Jesus, which they don't in that specific translation and that not being in there. But that's not what Billy was arguing.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't say anything about the resurrection of Christ or anything. He said Jesus was not crucified in the Sinai Bible. He was 100% wrong on that.
You see, what Billy was arguing was that the Sinai Bible, the Codex Sinaiticus, never made a claim that Jesus was crucified. Billy was arguing that Jesus was not crucified. He actually wasn't arguing about the resurrection or the ascension.
Exactly.
Furthermore, he's also missing that the resurrection and the ascension is documented in the other three Gospels, even outside of the 11 verses of Mark. So again, this is a big nothing burger. There's nothing here to discuss because we all know that the last 11 verses of Mark aren't in.
Oh no, suffer, bitch, suffer. Oh, suffer, Billy Carson. Your cope stream made it worse.
In the earliest manuscripts, which is the Sinai Bible.
Nothing there you guys are doing is uplifting anybody. Nothing there you guys are doing is changing anyone's life. Nothing you people are doing over there is
talking
helping
about
anyone.
Christians
You guys
here.
are spending tens of thousands of dollars on fake bots and fake YouTube accounts and sending people, hordes of people to attack. And
where is his evidence that hordes of bot accounts are attacking him? He has no evidence. Look at that. Detective, very, very generous, gifted one Truth Seekers membership. And that Truth Seekers membership was randomly distributed to subscribers. RoboNext666 was gifted the membership by Detective. Very, very kind and generous. Thank you for that. Yeah, and Arlene Atkins says, saying that he doesn't know it was a debate makes him look even more stupid. I can't say I disagree, and it's childish. It's such a childish excuse. I didn't know it was a debate. Milk Steak, with a kind and generous $4.99 super chat, says, have been binging your content the last few weeks. Great stuff. Thanks for the swath of content. My pleasure. I'm glad that you found us. Thanks for appreciating us. We certainly appreciate you helping us to praise the cash, Milk Steak. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support.
Show their true Christian colors.
Okay, first of all, Billy, you can't have a career, it seems like, without attacking Christianity. That's why this is starting.
His most popular, most viral content, I think most people can't argue with this statement, is his content, his controversial claims about Christianity. That's his most viral, most watched content, in my opinion. I could be wrong. He's free to correct me. And this person just said he can't have a career without his Christian content. It's just my opinion, but I think I agree.
You decided to consistently spew nonsense and flat out misinformation about Jesus on everywhere from Joe Rogan to the Schultz podcast to PBD. You then got confronted and got challenged. You lost the debate and you're running from it.
That was the name of the podcast I couldn't think of earlier, PBD.
Running from it in a very nasty way. Regarding people sending bots and accounts, my brother, all you got to do is look at this video and see that the most liked comment on this video is, for me, a verified account here on YouTube with over 670,000 subscribers. Real comments, real views. We don't got to send you bots. Now, earlier in the video, Billy did mention that there was potential threats against his family and all that kind of stuff. And listen, I think that's horrendous. And
and I want to agree with this show host. Nobody should have their family or their children threatened, but I want to make it clear that Mr. Carson provided no evidence, so those are just claims of threats against his family.
I don't think anybody should be messing with his family or dragging his kids into this. That is awful. I don't know any Christian a part of this whole process that would do anything of the sort. I don't think Billy should be harassed. I don't think Billy should be threatened. I don't think anybody should be showing up to his house. I think all of that is wrong. And if you notice in my actual videos, I didn't talk about any of the backlog story about you claiming to be a certain age or whatever legal issues you may have not had earlier in your life.
And by the way, I've been watching this show host content. I think he's been very fair, and he's focused on Mr. Carson's religious claims being false, not on personal attacks, not on his past legal problems or anything like that. I think he's been very fair. And most of the people that I've seen making content about this situation, I think have been fair. I've tried to be fair as well this evening.
We're dealing with the actual claims you, sir, are making about Jesus. Nothing else. Okay, now the next part of this video is the best part of this video. Billy is going to debunk his own claim about Jesus being married in the video. It's like it happens in real time. I'm shocked that he decided to play this, that he decided to leave this in, and then decided to consistently add more and more and more conspiracy theories in order for any of this to make sense. Okay, check this out and listen closely.
Debate is raging among academics and religious leaders over a recently discovered piece of ancient papyrus that makes a reference to Jesus Christ having a wife. Karen King, an expert in the history of Christianity, unveiled the 4th century artifact, which she says is the only existing ancient text quoting Jesus explicitly referring to having a wife.
That sounds like a smoking gun. Ooh, ancient manuscript that says Jesus had a wife. Oh my goodness. Now, first of all, I think it's very interesting that Billy will rock with a claim like this from a later dated manuscript than from the claims we see in the Gospels about Jesus' identity and Jesus' ministry and Jesus' crucifixion and Jesus' resurrection. But that's not the best part, friends. The best part is he's literally going to have this same scholar who discovered this manuscript debunk her claim, and then Billy is going to unravel trying to make sense of it.
Everyone's looking at this thing and it's creating a big stir and it's creating a big...
This is, mind you, this is 2012. Creating a big stir, 2012. Now listen very closely.
Woo-ha in the whole Christian community because it could potentially upturn the apple cart and everything else.
Win this time.
There's also some talk about it. Maybe this thing is real. Maybe it's not real. Maybe it's fake. Now, why would I still have that opinion after people, academics, come out and try to say that this thing isn't real? Well, let me talk about that. Is it possible Karen King was explicitly pressured into stating that the gospel of Jesus' wife was likely a forgery? It's possible to consider factors that may have influenced her acknowledgement of the fragments questionable.
He's trying to come up with excuses for why the original researcher who showed the world this fake document concluded that it was a fraud. And he's still trying to cope. Like, well, she may have done that because of this, or she may have said that because of this. The fact remains, she debunked it as being a fake, a fraud. But he's still trying to cope. It might not be. She might have got forced into it. Oh, come on, Billy Carson.
Authenticity. Scholars, especially those in...
So he plays this bit from Karen King of this manuscript that was dated way later than anything that we have in the Codex Sinaiticus, and then goes on to address that the lady herself, Karen King, came out and said it was likely a forgery. Billy is debunking Billy's own claims in real time. And then he's explaining this conspiracy theory. And I'm not using that as a pejorative. This is literally Looney Tunes. He's explaining the reason why she came out. Instead of just coming out and her acknowledging that what she found was likely not real, it wasn't authenticated, he is now trying to explain why that did. So let's look at his actual explanations. Influence her acknowledgement of fragments' questionable authenticity. Scholars, especially those in high profiles, can have significant academic, institutional, and public scrutiny. So he's creating reasons on why she decided to debunk her own manuscript. The manuscript that he found that says Jesus referred to Mary as his wife, which is dated way later than anything in the Codex Sinaiticus and Sinai Bible. He's in real time debunking his own claim. Look at the last one. Personal integrity. King's acknowledgement that the evidence presses in the direction of forgery could also stem from her commitment to scholarly rigor rather than external coercion. His own PowerPoint acknowledges that this lady was acting out of personal integrity, and that is why she decided to come out and say that the evidence presses in the direction of forgery. Billy's last point in this is that, well, yeah, she's probably a person of integrity and didn't want to lie about this forged manuscript. Can't make this stuff up. And then at one point, Billy decides to play this bizarre video of him speaking Korean splat in the middle of all this. This has nothing to do with anything. And I'm not sure if he's saying that footage can be doctored and he's not really speaking Korean here, or he just wanted to flex that he was speaking Korean. This is literally sandwiched in the middle of him trying to make academic points. I am not exaggerating. This man is full on unhinged.
This is a video of me speaking in Korean. 안녕하세요, 여러분. 저는 빌리 카슨입니다. 노래계로도 알려져 있죠. Anyway, so yeah, I was talking Korean. Did you see my mouth? Take a look one more time.
What is happening? And how is this relevant? Was there going to be some like, and by the way, this is a deep fake. I'm not really speaking Korean.
Very easy to do, especially when you're editing. Anyway, so let me get back into this. Another thing that came up during
let me get back into
this. It's a sandwich right in the middle of the lady who's debunking her own manuscript discovery, and then his nonsense about the Council of Nicaea, just a random video of him speaking Korean.
Let's get back to evidence that people can be put under pressure, or that the church itself obfuscates or suppresses information or changes things or forces things to not be released.
Just pray
let's look at
for
some
him,
history evidence of that when we're talking about the gospel of Jesus' wife. Let's talk about what's happened prior to that. And then you make a decision for yourself whether you believe these people or not, because I don't believe them.
So the timelines just aren't even adding up in verse basic sense.
I agree, TX.
That
Yeah, I don't wanna
manuscript that
share it
was
on the screen.
admitted to be a
Doesn't
forgery
like that
came after
M-word.
Nicaea. It's from the same century as
Buster,
Nicaea.
Billy
It was
Buster.
created
Yes.
around the same time this was created.
He's got a-
He's then going on to say
Maybe he's got a
that the council
certificate in Korean.
established doctrinal unity, leading to significant decisions about the biblical canon. So that's not what happened. The Council of Nicaea was getting together to rebuke Arianism. It was about the divinity of Jesus and people pointing back to the early church and saying, no, we've always viewed as Jesus as God, co-eternal. Then Arians sprouted up. And so they were working on...
Yeah, he basically felt it himself in this cope stream. And he brings in all this stuff that has nothing to do with anything. Like the Council of Nicaea has nothing to do with his glaring failures in this debate. It's just pure cope.
Debunking that claim. This had nothing to do with the Gospel of Thomas or the Gospel of Mary Magdalene. Those were all excluded from the Bible, rightfully so, because they were dated later and had contrary theology to it. For example, in the Gospel of Thomas, Jesus tells Peter that he will help Mary make it into heaven towards the end of the Gospel of Thomas by letting her come back reincarnated as a man. The Christians were reading this at the time and were going, this is utter nonsense. I'm talking hundreds of years. What is this? This is foolishness. And so that's why these books were made in. The Council of Nicaea did not decide the canon of the Bible. There was already a working canon. Ironically enough, this was the Codex Sinaiticus, and the Sinai Bible was coming together around this time. There was no Gospel of Thomas or Gospel of Mary Magdalene that was considered for the Bible ever.
The fingerprint of God is everywhere. It's everywhere. And not one time. There's dozens of videos.
Here comes the new age
one time
nonsense.
you hear me saying that I'm an atheist.
Okay, so Billy thinks here that we should somehow not correct him because he's never said he's an atheist. The issue isn't you not being an atheist.
Yeah, the issue is that he keeps saying nonsense about Jesus that is, from a biblical perspective and a historical perspective, completely provably false. That's the issue that Christians have with him, that he's spreading false narratives about their God. Imagine that. People get upset at that.
The issue is what you're about to say next. This is the issue that we have with you, Billy.
I tell people I am God and God is me.
I am God.
The issue is not that you're an atheist or not an atheist. The issue here, Billy, is that you think God is you and you are God.
One time you have me hear me saying that I'm an atheist. I tell people I am God and God is me. They were all God. Everyone has the power of Christ inside of them.
Yes.
It's about Christ consciousness. Do you understand the mission that he was on? Do you understand the peace that he wanted to bring to people spiritually?
Okay, and that is the issue, Billy, is Christ consciousness follows and believes in a different Christ. That's what we're trying to tell you, brother.
Yeah,
Christ consciousness is not Jesus. Christ consciousness is a New Age woo-woo nonsensical.
So just so people understand, Christians believe that this idea of Christ consciousness that is pushed so often by New Age people and conspiracy theory is not, it doesn't have anything to do with Jesus. It's completely separate, and it's a false teaching according to most Christians.
View of Jesus. Jesus's mission was to come to earth to live the life that we, his created beings, not God, created beings, couldn't live, died the death we should have died because sin has a debt that needs to be paid. Jesus pays that debt on the cross and then rises on the third day and ascends to heaven, establishes his church to go into the world and do the work of his kingdom. That was the mission of Jesus. This is very simple, clear all throughout the New Testament.
Yeah, I agree with this show.
You are not God.
100%.
I am not God. We are not God. The universe is not God. There's not one consciousness, and that consciousness is in you and me. No, there is creator, God the creator, Yahweh, okay? And then there's creation, okay? We who are created. And even if you were to parallel this and say, well, people create other people, yeah, it takes two people who was a male and a female to come together to create another human. No person can create a person by themselves. They need another person. Yep. Okay, God is the only thing that is the source of everything, and God is the ultimate capital C creator. So this was sad, and there's other parts in this video that really made me feel bad for Billy. Him repeatedly pointing that picture behind him is God and what God looks like. Him repeatedly just fumbling simple things like he tries to quote a verse from Deuteronomy 28. And puts the wrong translation on the screen about grape being in the Bible. Just bad mistake after bad mistake, keeps digging himself a bigger hole. And all Billy needs to do is just
go,
stop talking about Jesus
right,
and just say
that's
he
it.
doesn't
Look,
know what he's
Carson.
talking about when it comes to Christianity. He's wrong about the Bible and Christianity. And we'll leave you alone. Just do that. Just say you're wrong about Bible and Christianity, and we'll leave you alone, brother. You don't got to do all this threatening, all these lawsuits,
Wow,
all these attempts at slap lawsuits that are probably going to get you in more trouble and probably going to cost you way more than you're going to pay when people start countersuing you if you actually follow through on these lawsuits. Billy, you don't want to go down this path, my guy. And yeah, basically this ends with Billy just kind of throwing a fit.
Cult is so huge and so massive. I've got people in every area of politics.
He's calling Christianity a cult. Then he's flexing, saying that he's got all of these connections that he's going to use to, I suppose, attack his critics. I don't know.
And yes, I still call them polytricksters, but I've got people in politics. I've got people in three-letter agencies. They come on tour with me. I've got people in government. I've got people in countries.
What
powerful people?
I got people
Coke
in countries.
is real. Suffer, Billy.
What does that mean? I got people in countries too, Billy. I got friends in London. I got friends in Paris. I got friends in Dubai. Like, what is? I got people in countries.
That's the problem.
That support. I've got billionaires. I've got
That's
billionaires'
what,
numbers
brother.
on my cell phone.
Absolutely.
All right.
Billionaires that I can just call right now and have casual conversations with.
Okay.
I hang out with them.
You know,
I got
think they're
powerful
largely
people behind
concerned
me.
with the
So
Christian
you think you
problem.
got powerful people behind you?
Not the
You got
rest of it,
zealots
Brett.
behind you?
Well,
Congratulations.
We've never made these claims. What is this, Billy?
You thought I was just some dumb
don't
black
Bill
guy
doesn't-
Oh, no.
that just happened to
Making
get
a
a little
choice.
lucky with a couple of clips online and gain some popularity.
I don't think race has ever been brought up in this entire debacle. I don't think anyone's ever
nobody's
mentioned
brought up his
anything
race.
about you being
They don't
black,
care about him
anything
being
about you
black.
having an
Nobody
Asian
cares.
wife. I literally don't know a single person that made any ad
I don't know
hominem
one
attacks
either.
about
I don't know
you,
one either.
your ethnicity, your wife's ethnicity, or your family. So I don't know where this is coming from. Now, Billy, we cannot
Yeah,
be
I saw that,
responsible
but I didn't
for crazy
listen yet.
people in your comment
Individually.
section that claim to be Christians. Just like you're not responsible, nor do I hold you responsible for the crazy people that come into my comment section that claim to be
Gets
followers of
friends.
whatever it is
I
that you
think he's
teach.
God.
That's not fair.
Yeah.
So let's not do this whole like people are coming after you and saying that's not us, bro. No one that I know that's reacted to this has made any comment. Matter of fact, many of the creators that have reacted to this are themselves black. John McCrae, one of the most popular videos about this is a black man. What are we talking about, Billy? So moral of the story is, man, pray for Billy Carson. I think Billy Carson needs to have an encounter with Jesus. And I don't think he's beyond that happening. I do think there's a lot of ego and there's a lot of pride and he's doubling down and he's about to go down a really dark road in terms.
I agree. This road he's about to go down, I mean, take a look at what happened to Corey Good when he started suing all his critics. Look how good that turned out for him, Mr. Carson. It's a dangerous, dark road to just start trying to sue people into silence. Because I kind of have this feeling that for every person he tries to sue into silence, 10 more or 100 more will stand up and say, this is wrong. You can't try to sue people into silence. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it.
In terms of trying to bring legal issues against people, and that's not wise, man, because I don't think he factors in how many Christian lawyers that are probably watching this entire debacle
right here
that would love to throw a slap lawsuit against Billy pro bono for just the shenanigans he's doing. Billy is unhinged. I feel bad for him, and I really hope that he finds some healing for his soul and that some Christians maybe can check him some more that he maybe trusts. I don't know. But this entire thing just makes it look worse for him. And if you want to see when he actually debated Wes, we kind of did a quick highlight video. We'll have that over here. And if you want to check out my 60-day devotional, some of our stuff that we have available on the Blessed God shop, we'll have that over here. All right. I'll see you guys later. Peace.
All right. There we go. We've successfully completed even the overtime assignment that we were given here. So I agree with this gentleman who happens to run a YouTube channel about God and the Bible and Jesus. I'll say a prayer for Billy because I'm thinking about the humiliation. You know, he puts himself out there and he's got such an ego saying, I'm one of the world's most recognized or renowned experts on ancient manuscripts and papyrus and all this shit. And he gets totally felted in a debate with a real expert. Got to be a tough pill to swallow for somebody with his ego. Now, we'll take a few comments and questions before we bounce out. Stormcrow, I got zillionaires on my phone. Monty Zumola says, I've got mushroom brains. Billy Carson, he's really losing it. He is melting down in real time. Mark Tirana says, now we see the real Billy Carson, a thug. Yeah, I mean, anybody that has to threaten somebody into silence is an instant, I just don't like that person. Arlene Atkins, thank you. No, thank you for being here. Arlene Atkins is one of our longtime show supporters, and I appreciate it. Crypto Alchemist, I'm an OG. 590 saying career ending. No. A lot of people are saying that this debate and this whole debacle is a career ending situation for him. They never give it up. Look at Corey Good got caught saying that he made up all his fake stories under oath, and he's still pushing his thing. I don't think that Mr. Carson is going anywhere. And in his Cope stream, he said, I'm a self-made man. You can't cancel me and all this shit. Well, yeah, but I think that what's going to happen is that Billy's level of influence is over. I think that he will certainly have a hard time getting on huge podcasts going forward because, I mean, if you search for Billy Carson, maybe the first couple of search results are his channel and his Cope stream. But after that, it's all this shit. And hopefully the algorithm catches us. We get say our daily prayer to the AI algorithm gods. Please find favor in us and let our video from tonight catch the algorithm. Because if somebody wants a very long and very detailed history on Billy Carson and his various claims and all the shenanigans, this, I think, is an excellent video. And I feel like we really did do our due diligence. Zeta Reticulan Cat says Billy should just be a man and take this L. Yeah, learn something from it and make a course correction. I really think that if he had just said, hey, I just got over getting out of the hospital. I wasn't at my best. I used some sources that I should have not used, or I used some sources that I did not vet enough and I wasn't aware of those issues. I thought they were good sources. This would have all gone away. It would have all gone away like overnight. It would have been no big thing. But these threats and showing up at somebody's house. Oh, I said if we have time. Let me see if I can't find it. I think it's on this same gentleman's. Let me see here if we can find it. There's a video going around of Billy Carson at that podcaster's door. No. Let me see if I can't find it. Billy Carson ring cam, I guess. If I can find it, we'll share just that portion. Somebody's got it embedded in one of their videos, but I've kind of lost track. Yeah. And these are some of the video titles. Billy Carson responds and makes it much worse. This is embarrassing. Wesley destroys Billy Carson on God and gender. A bigger fraud than we thought. Damage control is the worst. Billy Carson loses debate to Christian scholar. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find the Billy Carson ring cam. Let me see if I put that in the search term. Billy Carson ring camera. Yeah, caught on a Ring doorbell. This is something else. Let me just cue it up to where we see the Ring camera. I'm going to have a hard time here. Trying to find the Ring camera. One second here. Well, you can find it yourself, friends. There's a video called Billy Carson Caught on Ring Doorbell doing this to a YouTuber after the debate. And it's, in my opinion, it's very sad, this Ring camera footage, because it shows a very defeated. Oh, I got it. All right, we are going to share it. We are going to share it. Again, we're citing fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public and critiquing the video that we are sharing. Sandra McDonald says, impressive laydown. Yes. KJ Brocky says, this was awesome. Thank you. And Scott Starbird says, unfortunately, there are more suckers in the world than rational people. The Carsons and Wilcocks have plenty of fools to grift off of. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, people like Billy will just grift harder, says Storm Crow. Can't say I disagree. Oh, did I miss a super chat? I'm going to make sure that I didn't. We pride ourselves on reading every single one. No, we got the last super chat, and oh, there's one still in the queue here. 1 second, friends. Oh, there we go. Look at that. RoboNext66 with a kind and generous gift of one True Seekers membership for and that membership went to AMBKY, became a Praise the Cash member, gifted a membership by RoboNext66. Congratulations to both of you. Thank you, RoboNext66, for your kindness, generosity, and support. For those unaware, you should hit that subscribe button, because our new thing is to push people to gift memberships, because then more people can get that additional content, get a YouTube channel membership, and more. Crypto Alchemist says, $10 says Billy Carson is lurking in the live chat watching, but too weak to comment because his lawyer advised against it. Oh, could be. I don't know. Truth Seeker says he will be fine. Average person podcaster has no idea. Seen him on Joe Rogan, Andrew Schultz. They love him. Yeah. Arlene Atkins says Linda Moulton Howe has been exposed as a fraud and has as many followers as ever. Same with Wilcock and Greer. Yeah, it's like no matter how many times these people get exposed, they still somehow scrape out a career. Billy will be all cease and desist on this stream. Yeah, it is what it is. So we're going to cite fair use, and I'll add this one to the video description. This is where it gets sad to me, friends, because Billy Carson, defeated and desperate to stop people from seeing that debate, went to the YouTuber who hosted the debate's house at 2:30 a.m. to serve him with legal paperwork and a demand not to broadcast that debate.
So much that you were knocking at my client's door at 2:30 a.m. in the morning.
Now I got to handle that situation.
There he is. There's the ring cam.
With legal papers, acting like you have the power to enforce some type of "you got served." You guys, this is the type of person Billy is. Like,
wow.
He does have a brain injury, so maybe there is something like literally wrong with him. I don't know. But this is like crazy behavior. My client has kids. He has a family. You got this guy walking up at his house at 2:30 in the morning because of a debate that he posted.
Crazy.
That's crazy. You know what that also means?
Anton said it.
It means he never went to bed, or he got up at like 1:30 ready for the day.
Let me go get caught on somebody's ring cam, threaten him not to broadcast a debate. Wow. So we've gone above and beyond doing our due diligence. Nobody is afraid of Tyrone Carlson, says Master Trollins. Well, I have explained my situation. I once again apologize for my original error in my deep dive. And part of me feels very guilty about some of this, because I was thinking that if I hadn't made that factual error about the disposition of Mr. Carlson's criminal case, maybe my video original deep dive covering all the same stuff, much of the same stuff, except for this latest debate drama, would have made a difference. And maybe people would have found that video and not allowed him to spew total nonsense on huge podcasts. I don't know. You know, hindsight is always 20/20. But as I said in the beginning of the broadcast, I will thank Mr. Carlson, whatever his name is lately, Carson, for teaching me a lesson. You can't get details of somebody's history wrong if getting that wrong paints them in a bad light. So since then, I'm proud to say, and that was 2022, January 2020, just almost 3 years ago now, we have not made an error like that since then. So he taught me a lesson, and that lesson is due diligence and have facts in hand before putting your mouth in gear. I can make a lot of excuses. You know, to be honest, we had a lot of wins around the time I made that video, and people were praising my research. And man, I found all of the paperwork from the state of Florida. I looked and I saw an arrest for a felony, and I fucked up. I apologized to him. I complied with his lawyer's takedown request. And, that was a tough pill to swallow and a tough lesson to learn. I made a huge mistake. And that mistake may have been so detrimental of a mistake that it allowed Mr. Carson to continue to, in my opinion, deceive people. So it is what it is. Tonight, I hope that we have repaired an error from the past. But given that Mr. Carson reminded me that in that original lawyer letter, his lawyer indeed gave me permission. So should there be any further legal threats from Mr. Carson, I don't think that'll paint him in a good light when, after all, in his original threat letter to me, his lawyer said, quote, "If you disagree with Mr. Carson's professional endeavors, then you are free to voice and share your opinions on his work. But we will not allow you to do so maliciously. We will not allow you to so maliciously misrepresent his past." Okay, and as I've stated, I did not intentionally misrepresent his past. I made an error, a very understandable error, considering the situation that I hope I've explained adequately. And honestly, I hope I never have to talk about it again. But given Mr. Carson doxing me twice, and then reminding me that his lawyer gave me permission. Yeah, RoboNext666 says, felt it by his own lawyer. Yeah. KJ Brocky says, move on, bro, leave it with God. Yeah. Well, and, I will leave that with God. And I will also forgive Mr. Carson from his flagrant disregard for in my opinion, his flagrant disregard for my family and my family's safety. There's a lot of crazy people on the internet. Some of his followers may be unhinged and not like that somebody, in their estimation or in their opinion attacked him. And he's flashing my home address on a screen to 1-point-something million people. It's not a good situation. And he's done that twice now. But I will be the best Christian I could be and turn the other cheek and forgive him. I even forgive him for telling 1-point-something million people that I like to suck cocks like Monica Lewinsky. I'm a straight, cisgender married man, right? He shouldn't be telling people that I suck cocks to a million. This guy told 1 million people I suck cocks. I'm willing to forgive him. And I hope he's willing to forgive me. And I will. A lot of you people know this. I have a daily thoughts and prayers list. And I make it my policy that I never, or I try, I can't say that I always abide by this, but I try to never pray for things for myself. I try to save my prayer time for other people. And I will add Mr. Carson to my daily list of prayers and meditation. And I will pray that Mr. Carson finds a road to redemption. I grew up maybe similar to him with similar challenges, and I overcame them. And according to him, he overcame his. I don't respect how he claims he became a rich man. After all, we've seen the quality of the information that he is providing people. There is no quality there. It's not quality information. He has no quality sources. But as I said earlier, I think he's a creative, intelligent, powerful, creative person and a child of God. And I will pray that he finds a road to redemption. That will be my prayer for him, that he finds a road to redemption and finds something better to do with his time than to sell people nonsense stories based on nonsense sources, and finds a better road to redemption. Wow, I never heard that before. Storm Crow is claiming that Billy Carson's first business was selling digital car stereos when he was 12 years old, and by the time he was 13, he was earning more than his parents. Wow. Cambion on top chat, repent. choose all messages, sinner. No, I don't think I'm on. No, I'm getting all the messages, including aggregated. Welcome to our friends on kick.com. I saw some people over there earlier, and welcome to our friends watching on the Twitter feed as well. So, my friends, we have gone for 5 hours and 15 minutes. I haven't done a stream this long in quite some time. We only required 2 piss breaks, which is good, right? Stephen Cambion cigar stream on OnlyFans. Yeah, I joke that I'm gonna start an OnlyFans, but on my OnlyFans, people are gonna pay me to keep my clothes on instead of take them off, right? Bitmaker says an eye for an eye. Well, that makes the whole world blind. I don't really believe in an eye for an eye. I try to just turn the other cheek. I gotta tell you, when I saw him dox me yesterday, I was pissed. But like a lot of you know, I run hot and then I cool down pretty quick. I was pissed. And then when I realized he had I looked at his subscribers after he said that I suck cocks like Monica Lewinsky, and I was like, this guy just told 1,000 people that I blow men. I was even more pissed. But I've gotten over it, and I'm willing to forgive him. Hopefully he's willing to forgive me. And all I've done tonight is exactly what his lawyer gave me permission to do. I focused on his work, and we want to put on the record again that the thoughts and opinions expressed by those people in the videos we've shared tonight are solely their own. So if he has a problem with us sharing it, I think it's newsworthy, and that's why we shared it, to inform people of what people are talking about. Jeffrey Iniggy says, I think, or is it Iniggle, says, I think he's smart, gifted, energetic, major potential, currently wrong course, my opinion. That's how a lot of people feel about him. That's basically how I feel about him. BIT Maker asking me my take on Professor Simon Holland. I think he uses anonymous sources to sell clickbait. I really don't take much stock in anything that person says. When he first started his channel, I think he was doing very good work. I think he fell to the clickbait, sensationalized dark side. So listen, we've done more than our due diligence. We did a lot of overtime tonight, right? And that's all I've got for you. I gotta get in the bed myself. Tomorrow, I should be back at 9 p.m., but don't hold me to that. I may take a night off and then return on Wednesday. We'll see how the week progresses. But be sure to follow me at Stephen Cambion on Twitter. There we announce all of our shows, or on X. I'll be saying Twitter forever. At Stephen Cambion on X. You can follow me on Facebook as well. You can visit our website, truthseekershow.com, and get all the latest episodes, whether they're audio podcasts or video podcasts, whichever version you want. All the latest are there, truthseekershow.com. And if you haven't yet, please be sure to like, comment, and subscribe to our channel here. Share these videos on your social media. It really, really does help. If you haven't already, smash the subscribe button, hit that notification bell. You'll know when we're doing a live broadcast and can come and join us. You are most welcome. So, friends, we've done our due diligence, and that's all I got for you. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you, especially you, Mr. Carson, who I will add to my daily thoughts and prayers. And my prayer for you will be that you find a road to redemption. Good night, and God bless all of you.